down the list and get started with Charles?
Sure. I've used this joke before and I like it, so I'm going to do it again. I went to law school, and then they asked me to write Daredevil, so that was pretty much it. Yeah, that's it. A lot of people. I want to make sure we get there.
I was an electrician, and I drew on the side. I did a lot of visuals, like web posting and things like that, and made a lot of friends in the community. And it was those friends that eventually got me my first job in comics.
I'm from Brazil, and I started self-publishing there. It started to grow, and eventually got to read.
I think I'm very much a product of this system in terms of going to panels like this and stuff when I was starting it out, and then eventually I get like the talent manager's emails, and I was sending CV off, like they were sending me little sample scripts to draw, and I kept on at them while I was working my way up through other comic book companies, and eventually they gave me the go-ahead. So.
That's a really short story. My story's way too long. I put in an application online, and then they interviewed me. That's my short story.
No, what was your first job in comics?
First job in comics, I was in publishing operations at DC Comics, where I did print runs and inventory stuff. It was all business end stuff. And then I just talked to a lot of comic book editors because I was in the same office. And I told them my interest in being an editor, and eventually they had openings there, and I applied, and that was it. They hired me, and I worked my way over to Marvel.
Working in comics, and I think the one thing that we all share that might not come through this is that we've all wanted to do as a few kids. There's a passion that we all have in us. That's why you're all here in this room. And we all remember reading our first comic and how we got there. And it's really about working your way up the ladder, which is something we're going to probably talk about. For me, my first comic was X-Men 120, and I fell in love with Chris Claremont and John Byrne, but I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know people made these comics. They just appeared when people gave them to me, and I read them and I enjoyed them. And I remember it was after Star Wars came out, and it was probably like Star Wars 77, it was probably 1978. My dad pulled me out from playing with my Legos, probably with my Star Wars figures at that point, was like, hey, Stevie, you gotta come to see this. There's this guy I want you to see on the news, and we went. And I'm like, who's this old guy on the news? He's like, that's George Lucas. He created Star Wars, and that's a light went off in my head, and oh my God, people actually get paid to do this for a living. You can write and draw and create stories. I said, do people create comics? I said, yeah, people want to create comics. And from that day, I always wanted to work in comics. It was a matter of working my way up the ladder. And that's what it's all about, And I've done, everything I possibly could. I mean, I dug graves, I pumped gas, I tried to get my electrical license, and I had all different kinds of jobs working, never with that, always with that end goal in mind. No matter what I'm doing, someday I'm going to work in comics in some way, shape, or form. And I knew I couldn't draw, so I just had to go about different ways to do that. Like Will says, it's the way you go to the convention. You meet people, you come to panels like this, you just, always keep that goal in mind and take as much information as you can and apply yourself to it, no matter what kind of position you want to be in, and go from there. That's just kind of how I broke it. I got lucky at the end. I was working in Japan, I got a job in anime, was up to a job in manga, was up to a job in Marvel.
You've done this a few times, so. Well, I know for me, it's a pretty interesting role as well because, like everyone has said, they've all done some odd jobs. I've been a short order cook before, and trying to go to these conventions and show my work on my off days, and I've done graphic design. So the full gambit. But it was back 15 years ago, me and CB met, and he gave me hope. Little did I realize that he was trying to break in at the same time, but he sounded like he was well on his way, and I kind of latched onto that training to some degree, and wouldn't let go, even though he was telling me, let go, dude, this is I would see him at shows, and I'll be like, hey, CB, please, and he would oblige, but at the same time, he was trying to break in. And once I realized how the system kind of worked, I realized that, he's not like, the complete end road, even though he was
lawyers.
I sold turkey. We all have our feelings about that. And like I sold turkey drugs for a while. Like, looking back, that feels like that was our secret identity. Like
That still is my secret. I'm sure we'll cook.
One of the things we'll talk about later, though, is when you give up that secret identity, you embrace it. It's like, everyone does what they do. You all have day jobs you go to, you all have certain things that you have to do to pay the bills. And the question we get a lot is, when can I start doing this full time?
Sure.
Really a personal question that we can discuss a little bit later, but you're all doing the right thing. You're all on the path now. You're the first step of the rung of the ladder by coming here. So let's see how we can help you. And later you can ask any questions you want to help us, for us to help you, move up that ladder.
After every one of these panels, usually people will walk up and talk to us when they ask their comics and things. They're a little bit nervous. They don't want to do it. Can you guys talk a little bit about how to manage that relationship as a person trying to break in and talking to freelancers or talking to editors, or how to approach someone professionally if you haven't really created a whole lot of comics?
Yeah, I mean, the way that I like to talk about this is it's a metaphor using hunting versus fishing, right? And so if you're hunting, you are targeting the person that you think can best give you access to a career in Marvel. So maybe that's Ricky, maybe that's Axel Alonso, maybe that's Dan DiDio. Who knows who that person is? You're reaching way up in, sort of way above yourself, ladder rung wise. That's some rating right there. And targeting that person, almost stalking them, making sure that every chance you have to get in front of them and talk to them, you do it because you want them to know your name and know your work. The problem with that is that they will know your name and your work and your face, but they'll know you in a negative, stalky way. So that's hunting, which is not great. The way that I like to tell people to do it is fishing instead. So you make kind of more casual contacts with people. You would make sure that Ricky kind of knows who you are, that you're part of the scene. CB, whoever it is, you figure out who the actual gatekeepers are. Like Axel Alonso is not really a gatekeeper for Marvel. It's more like the associate editors, people like that who are really the people who are recruiting talent. So you get to the point where they know you as a working creator who's trying to break into the scene, who's putting out a lot of work, who's constantly trying to improve their craft, and when they have something new, they show it to you. That's fishing, right? Because you put your lures out and then you don't reel in really hard or don't go aggressively after unless you get a strike. Ricky says, "Hey man, what are you doing these days? Shoot me something over cool. I'd love to see it." Like that kind of thing is when you push really hard. But before that, it can be really alienating because these guys get accosted all the time. I would think from people who are trying to break in. So be cool, right?
Be cool. Nowadays online, people reach out like Twitter, Facebook. You've got Tumblr, DeviantArt page, your own website, GeoCities or whatever. So a lot of times you have a lot of presence online, right? Can you guys talk a little bit about how to be responsible with that presence online? Anything that you've either seen or encountered on your own?
That was huge for me in how I made the connections with fellow creators. When I started posting online with myself, it was slightly before this huge age of social media. It wasn't Twitter, it wasn't Facebook so much as it was like the comic book forums. And it was like, that's where you really learn to take criticism because it's nothing but comment section. But you get to know people and you also get to learn how to dissect the overly harsh criticism from the intelligent critique. And that's huge. That would follow you. That's followed me out for my whole career. I know that I can look at people complaining about some way that I rendered an eye or something, and I'm not going to be devastated anymore. When I was 20, maybe I would have been. But,
A tweet or a Facebook post or a comment on Instagram on an editor or a fellow, writer or artist account who says, "Hey man, check out my stuff," with a link is not the way to go. Because social media is awesome. It connects us all. That's how so many of us up here got to know each other and got to know a lot of the creators and got jobs in this industry. But there is a level of professionalism, just a level of common sense that you really need to respect. Really get to know the person's account first before you send them a message. Because sometimes you have to see, like, people use different accounts for different things. My Facebook account is personal, it's friends and family. And when people start sending me messages, I'm just like, I'm sorry, this is a personal account. My Twitter account is my professional account. And you can email me anything or tweet me anything on Twitter, and I'll try to get back to you. But the thing we can't do is, you can't tweet links. We're really not supposed to click links through social media. It just makes common sense because we don't know who you are. You could be a virus, it could be something. So you should always introduce yourself first. Hey, my name is da-da. Would you mind if I sent you something? Or hey, I'm an aspiring creator. Do you happen to have an email that's better to contact you with? Something like that goes a lot farther because we're more apt to look at that, tell this person handling professionally, they know how social media is. Let me go from there, and you can establish a relationship this way, rather than just blasting, jumping out in our faces, saying, "Hey, check out my stuff," you know.
Or tagging you.
Yeah.
Making sure that it's not yours.
People tag me in pictures, and like, when someone tags me, especially on Facebook and stuff, and I'm not my friends, like, it goes up, and like, my mom follows me, and she sees it, and it's just like, Spider, Catwoman, I'm like, hey, yeah. And I get a call, my mother's like, what's that thing you put on your Facebook page? Which doesn't know how it works. Like, I didn't do that, Mom.
And more generally, you guys, like when you're looking at a new hire, you guys will look at their social media history, right?
Yes.
So in terms of how you use it, don't be negative. Don't talk about things you like. Don't be a jerk about things. It's sort of, you're going to be, ideally the people who are going to be looking at your Twitter feed are going to be thinking of you as somebody maybe to work with. And if you're just like a mean jerk all the time, who's going to want, you know what I mean? So just think of the persona you're creating online, because it's one of the first ways that generally folks are going to sort of be seeing you.
Yeah, and please use your real name, especially if you're going for a professional job where you're pending. If Dark Elf 1634 tweets at me, I'm not going to take it as seriously as, someone who uses their real names.
Especially if he says, hey, look at my stuff.
Yeah.
I want that. I think, make something else to your point about, I try to coin it to, if you guys can follow me real quick, sports fans out there, hopefully you guys, like the NBA draft or the NFL draft, these guys, these teams, they have a lot of money, and they're looking for talent that could fit their team. And they look at everything. They don't look at just the fact that you can run really fast or jump really high or whatever. They're going to look at your past history, and the internet is absolutely, is the gateway to your life. So what you show, you may be, a great artist or a creator, writer, what have you, but you may have a lot of things on your Facebook page that are really just off-putting. And it may not even necessarily be you saying those things, but it's the things that you're associated with. Sometimes you have to be clear of those things as well. You have to make sure that people, you keep, you have good company. They look at that stuff. I've had an actual editor that has told me personally he wanted to hire this person, but he just didn't feel good about it because of this stuff that he saw on the internet that he was associated with. So it does say a lot about, this social media is not just, for you to promote. It's also your life, if you really think about it. It's who you are. So you can say a lot of things to show your talent, but then this other side is showing who you are as a person as well. So we have to make sure that we're, putting our best selves out there. Even if you gotta, make it up or something. Don't put who you really are on the internet.
There's a phrase that I really, really like actually, that you're not just, like the way an artist used to be before is you used to be at home, you used to be in your house, and you're lucky if your art got past your village or your town and spread around. But now like you're more like a creative entrepreneur, and you're your own brand, and that's exactly what they're all saying, is that you're like every part of you is your brand, because it's all visible, all the stuff that is visible online is all part of that brand.
We're going to open it up to questions here in a second. There's a microphone over here if you guys want to start lining up. I had one more question for the group too, and see if you guys touched on it a second ago. So you are your best self online. You've got a couple comics that you're doing. You're getting your first couple of gigs at Marvel or DC or Dark Horse or Image. When did you guys decide to stop doing the short order cook or the electrician jobs or mini comics of your own and start doing comics full time? Like literally, what was the moment for you guys?
You're still
in New York, so if anybody needs any help, yeah, back to the camp.
This is content.
Yes, yes. Rates are not reasonable, but anyway, all right.
I've always been like extremely pragmatic in my life. My father's an economist. I don't know how I got into art. No,
Not a
but I
comment.
could have.
Economics.
Economist.
I could.
So I wasn't going to give up the day job
Yeah.
unless the comics could provide. So my first real job in comics was a full-time 4-issue run where I could still pay the bills. But in the real world, having a job for 4 months is not really considered security.
Right.
So it was really, really nerve-wracking. But if I didn't have that, I wasn't going to do the job and try to do 1 or 2 pages a week
Right.
on top of that.
Right.
I've worked with advertisement and illustration for 20 years. So I decided to try. I started doing comics when I was 34. And I've been doing on the side for about 10 years. Eventually I got so fed up with advertisement that I decided to switch to comics. But being from Brazil is, in my case, is a little different from everybody else here in the table because I don't have the comics to attend to and make the contact. So, and I don't have a lot of internet presence because I can follow it through with meeting the people in the conventions.
Yeah.
So I got myself a name. I'm still proud of from Harry School. A lot of artists under this community. And eventually I got so fed up with trying to work with advertisement and frustrated that I was doing my comic book work on the side. But I decided to just flip it off and
So
go away.
it was anger.
Yes. But prior to it, there's the building of a critical mass of work that you can show off to editors and have a real strong quality to your work that we get improved. So it's been blended by 1 year prior to start on Marvel, I was planning on it.
Right.
And Joe, being from Italian descent, he was always nagging.
Right.
You're ready, come on, do it already, come on. So eventually, I thought that work was strong. I took a month off from work, and on that month, I worked for Marvel Secret,
Yeah.
and everything started out.
When I finished school, my job was my goal was absolutely to work in comics. So every job that I was doing was to try and kind of get me the income that would allow me to spend as much time as I could drawing. So I ended up working in an e-learning company. And what I was doing was I was drawing before I got into work. I kind of draw at lunchtime and I draw in the evenings. I kind of gave up watching TV and stuff for a little while. And what kind of happens is, like, the jobs kind of start to trickle in at the very, very start. Like, it might be like self-publishing stuff where you do something for, like, for me it was like a small company in Ireland and then a small company in England. And you kind of start to get close, to realize you get close to a breaking point. It might necessarily be like financially the best move, but you get to a stage where, you know, if I'm going to have to jump out of this job to be able to draw all this stuff that I'm starting to get off of. And that if you end up in a situation where, like I ended up in a situation where I was just about able to support myself, but more importantly for me, I was drawing all day long, every day. And when you can get to that situation, then that's where I really wanted to be, because that's when you can really, really improve your art. So the kind of decision to jump over was that I was just about getting enough that I knew I'd be able to kind of support myself and push myself on to eventually get into bigger companies.
I don't know if this question applies for me, but I know other people have also just saved up. They saved up their money. Because, yeah, you know, when you're trying to commit yourself full time to a comic career, you know,
very personal decision when you quit your job because nobody knows your expenses and your living situations for you. But two things I'll just give people advice to always consider is, especially here in the States, is health insurance. Freelance artists, even if you work for Marvel or DC, are really not covered under our health insurance plans. That is still something that you have to afford to pay for. They never, people really don't like to bring up, but it's true. And, you know, we all know how much medical risk could be here in the States. It's a topic of conversation, and that's just something to definitely consider. The other thing to consider, which affected me, was structure. I was working a corporate job, and I figured out when I could leave and become a writer. And I was a writer for 3 or 4 years, but I was on a steady decline because I am not good without structure in my life. Freelancing does not work for me. I'm the kind of guy who will sleep as late as I want, get up, play some video games, watch TV, and I haven't seen the entire last season of Battlestar Galactica. I'll put that on for this movie. And my workload started going down. My deadlines went down. I started staying up late at night, drinking a lot more Red Bull, waking up later, got a lot of fights with my wife, you know, paying the bills, going all straight and stuff. And I just decided for myself that freelance life wasn't for me. I had to go back to working at Marvel full-time. Luckily, they had that opportunity for me. So it's just something else to consider because it is not an easy life being a freelancer, as any of these guys here can attest to. You're working weird hours, you're missing family functions, you get your own schedule, but that deadline is the ultimate thing that you have to hit, come hell or high water. So it's just really have something to consider because the structure is nice. It's one of the things I appreciate.
Well, you know, and I guess to piggyback on that, I think once I kind of knew where, you know, my career was headed was my wife. My wife was tired of me whining and complaining about wanting to make it in this industry, and my job was holding me up. And she said, "I'll tell you what, I'll give you 1 year. 1 year, I'll, you know, foot the bills, or at least I'll take the majority of the, you know, the load." She had the health insurance to cover, so that was good. And, you know, we can go for it. So the key is get you a spouse.
All right, guys, we're starting to answer some good questions on the side.
Marry the Marvel way.
For starters, too, we don't know anything about the movies or the TV shows or anything. These are just comics questions. I don't know if Dark Hawk is in the Avengers movie. I hope he is. Someone from the Avengers movies are here. So just stick to comic stuff. And start with your name. What's your name?
Hi. Oh. Testing? Oh, right.
There you go.
Now? Okay. My name is Dylan. I am 18 years old. I want to make this very quick, but I'm diagnosed with autism, and basically what I'm doing is that I want that Marvel has helped me through my life, even during the dark times of my life. First, I want to say thank you for that, and I just want to do that. I'm doing this because of people like Stanley and you guys, and I want to become a writer. I'm graduating, and this is my question. I'm graduating next year, and I'm writing a new story called The Amazing Blue Puzzler, which tells about the first ever autistic superhero, which I want Marvel to publish hopefully someday, and maybe come to there, be the likes of Spider-Man. But my question is, I'm graduating next year, and I'm going to the 1821 program in my school. I was wondering how can I get an internship over at Marvel like editor just to see how to pick people's heads, you know?
Sure. The internship programs, and thank you. The internship programs at Marvel range from editorial to HR. We've got every department almost pretty much has an internship position. And each semester we're hiring for the next semester. So on the Disney Careers website, it lists all the Marvel jobs. And so when the internships are available, you can pop on there and shoot an email over.
And the second question is, how do I approach like the editors, like just show them my work and just say, listen, just probably take a look at this, maybe help me out a little bit, maybe do something?
Yeah, it's a question for Darren too, but for the most part, if you're an artist, it's easy for you to show.
I want to be right.
Right. But if you're an artist, it's easy for you to show your portfolio. Or if you're a writer, it's harder to hand someone a script and have them have time to actually give you notes on the script. So Darren, you can speak to this, but I think the best thing is to actually write a comic that you get someone to draw and you hand that to an editor. It's easier for an editor to see what you're made of as a writer, the finished product. And a good editor, for the most part, will also be able to see what you brought to the table as a writer too. What do you think, Darren?
You just answered my question. Everything I was about to say. Find out what that editor's favorite candy is. Most for writers, it is harder because you can't hand a script, like Ricky said. But if you have like a self-published comic, or if you have a self-made comic, that's the best way to sort of show your talent.
You said you're creating your own heroes.
Yes, and I got it on my phones.
Okay.
Got my story ends.
Great, but that's you're taking the first step in the right direction. Unfortunately, Marvel doesn't accept pitches and ideas for new heroes
Yes.
unsolicited. You have to be in our system, and then you can pitch us.
But I want to work with Spider-Man, those guys. I want to really go in and I want to work because I love this business and I want to teach the next generation to love the characters that I love and maybe teach new things and probably bring something else to the table.
And then you have the passion, just like everyone on this panel. So hopefully in the near future, it'll be you sitting up here telling people your story, which is a fascinating one. So the thing is, just keep writing for yourself. Go to DisneyJobs.com and look at some internships. You get your foot in the door, you meet the editors, then you can start talking about those stories and seeing what the other opportunities are. But never lose that passion and never stop writing. Even if it's creating new heroes and telling stories on your own, keep doing that day in and day out because that's the only way you're going to grow as a writer.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Hi, I'm Roy, and I write a little comic called Romancing the Cosmos. It's a webcomic. The thing that eludes me, you talk a lot about maintaining relationships with editors, internet presence and stuff. Where does one meet an editor to actually speak with an editor?
Under a bridge.
And you're coming at a bar. You're here. You got Darren's right over there. I mean, their conventions is really, that's where I met editors. I mean, it's the best place to go. You can also go to their houses, find out what they live.
Isn't that hunting?
Yeah, I guess. You should be a lawyer too.
Multiple editors.
That's true.
Where did you guys all meet the editor that gave you your first job?
Convention.
Yeah, convention.
Chris Burnham introduced me to my first gig. So when I started out, I was an electrician. I was doing online drawing challenges and stuff like that. When I was doing that, the other people that were also doing that with me are like Riley Brown from Deadpool, Chris Burnham, Boy Fenn, Charles Soule, or Charles, sorry. Like this huge group of people that were just really, really talented. We're all competing against each other online. And eventually all of them drifted away into professional land. And I was left there alone, online, in my room, staring at a blank screen. And eventually my phone rang and it was Chris, and he was like, hey, I'm doing this job called Amory Wars, and I have to leave Amory Wars to go do Batman Incorporated. Will you take over Amory Wars? And so that's how I got really lucky. But the premise is meet people, even if they're not editors, and connect with people, and I will push my friends, the people that I know that have the talent and can do this job. I send Ricky links to people that I know all the time. Hunt in a broad strokes. Hunt with a samurai sword. I don't really get your metaphor there. But just keep meeting people and keep going out there and try to be as social and polite as possible.
I think it's worth saying too that the process we're talking about is not fast. I mean, it took me 5 years from the day that I started deciding to be in the comics before I had my first thing published, and another 4 before I got anything at the big two. It takes a while.
I used to, whenever I come up with these conventions, especially every artist here, if you want to write indie comics, you should definitely have a portfolio with you. And I used to drop them off at the Marvel booth, and eventually then, the first couple of times, it wasn't looked at. I'll never forget, my first one of these panels, I was like, Ray, I'm going to be hired by Marvel, and they're going to be blown away by my stuff. And I looked beside me, and the guy beside me, his stuff was way better than me. Wait a second, so I kind of looked that way and I was like, oh no, it's even worse. But that's what happened. Like I used to keep, you don't get downhearted if you don't call back to me straight away, and I keep dropping off my work. And eventually, like CB started seeing my work, and he gave me, he's the guy who, like he gave me his email, and then he would send me out sample scripts that I would keep on trying. And that was it. Like that's what I needed, was that kind of that editorial contact that got me in the door eventually. So.
And you spoke about the portfolio reviews. For anyone who doesn't know, you can drop off portfolios at the Marvel booth. Speak to one of the staff members. We look at them that night and then choose who we want to see the next day. So then you come back the next day and see if you have a time slot. That's how it works. So we're doing that all weekend too. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. Hey, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Aaron. Another autistic kid here, and I just want to thank you guys so much for doing what you do. Superheroes have been my life for the past 5 years. I started getting into comics in Free Comic Book Day 2011, and I've just been collecting ever since. My question is, you look at a bunch of like artists or writers, and you see that they work for different companies. Like the example that comes to mind right now is Jeff Loeb, who writes for DC. He wrote Hush, he wrote The Long Halloween for Batman, and then he also wrote Ultimatum in Marvel. He also deals with the executive production of the Netflix shows. I'm just curious, if you have your eyes set on a company, should you work harder to get to that company, or should you just take anything you can get?
Good question.
It's a good question. My answer, depending on where you are, is take anything you can get. Do not pass up a Marvel job because you're dying to work at DC. Do not tell Dark Horse no just because maybe down the road, I want to keep my schedule open for that image gig. I would say, based on your workload and what you want to do and what you think you can handle, and again, the structure versus your day job, take any opportunity that comes your way, because that's how you're going to build your portfolio and that's how you're going to build your resume. You'll hear all the time, how do I get a job at Marvel and DC? Well, the best way to get a job at Marvel and DC as a writer is to work for somebody else first. Make a name for yourself, get noticed, and then you'll eventually work your way up to the big leagues, and
I'd say the same for the artists.
yeah, it is the same for us.
It's about having a product.
Yeah, exactly.
And showing, like having something solid,
Your work gets you work. It's not the side you work Marvel and DC to get you there. Your work gets you work.
After you get past the curtain, it's all kind of incestual.
It's disgusting back there.
That's a good segue. At the same time, I don't think you should just take anything, because there are several companies that are out there that, will probably, if you walk out there right now, you can get a job. I can guarantee you that, if you can draw, somewhat, legible, they say, hey, here's a script, and you read the script, and it's, some demon porn thing or something like that. That's not necessarily going to get you Marvel's not going to go, oh wow, look at the composition on that. They're not going to necessarily look at that stuff. So that's kind of a waste, in my opinion. I mean, that may be something, I don't know, but if you want to your end goal is to get, to this place of Marvel and DC, then you have to really kind of, to some degree, strategically look at some of these things. Go for it. Cast the net as wide as you can. But, sometimes you're going to get a couple of, dead fish in there.
But get paid.
Say it again.
Get paid.
Yeah.
If you're doing it for somebody else's company, for somebody else's idea, and you don't, especially if you don't own part of that idea, don't do it for free. Okay? I hate the idea that somebody already sat out there and get conned into this idea of like, hey, you get noticed. It's not the kind of notice you want.
Yeah, and do your research about who you're going to work for, because like Sam said, there are a lot of different publishers, a lot of different creators out there. And you can look online, look on social media, find out the reputations of these people, and who they've burned other artists before, who's been offered to get before. Look at the history of the people that you're working with. Not everybody, is as big as some of the major publishers. You can start small and some of the smaller publishers. There's some very respected smaller publishers out there who do pay.
Or they can come talk to me and tell you, definitely not the world.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, man. Hey, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Gus, and I'm interested in the business
So just to make sure I understand, you're asking about you want to acquire other people's ideas and help them publish them.
Yeah.
But they're a little gun shy about showing them to you because they're worried they might get ripped off somehow.
Right, yeah.
You're trying to figure out how to convey to them that it's all good and everything's gonna be fine, right? So they'll show you stuff.
Right. And I also do have a friend who's he passed the bar. He's also going to be a lawyer. So
Charles is billing all of us for this.
Very good group panel. So the first thing that I would convey to anybody like that is to say, listen, man, if I like your idea, it's because I think that you're not really separable from the idea. You're presenting with an idea that's strong, and I think the idea of taking it and having somebody else do it who isn't you doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If I like your idea, it's because it's you telling me the idea. That's how I tend to feel when I'm pitching ideas to, because it's not just about the idea, because ideas are cheap. It's the execution that I think is, try to convince this person that that's something that you actually believe. Whether you're doing that, I don't know. As far as protecting their ideas, the problem is that ideas can't really be protected the way that I think you're talking about. Any idea is not protectable property from a legal sense. It's the execution of it, right? So if you have a finished book, that can be copyrighted and nobody can take it. If you have, I'm going to write a book about a dude who gets bit by a spider with spider powers, even that, believe it or not, like if you did it differently enough, you could do that book. So I'm sure Marvel's lawyers will say about that, but it could be done. Yeah, I know. So I don't know how much that really helps you, but like the universe of protecting ideas, there isn't really a universe of protecting ideas because they can't really be protected. The thing that I think on both sides is to say it's not about the idea, it's about the person making it, publishing it, putting it out, all that kind of stuff. I hope that helps a little.
thank you.
Hey, what's your name?
That's pretty for you guys.
Hi, my name's Noah. I'm creating a comic series for my school, but it's realistic. I'm just posting on their website. So, I'm only 16, so like when should I start actually applying for stuff?
Now! There are guys, I think an artist alley here who have been drawing since they were 14, 15, and they're like 21 now, and they've only gotten better.
Marvel will exploit children for sure.
Oh, yeah. No problem with that.
Child labor, what?
No, if you got a comic, you should put it up. If it's something that's online, you put it out there. The more stuff that you create, and then move on to the next project, The only way that you'll be at a better place when you turn 17, 18 years old is if you've been writing for the 3 years between that time. So just keep making comics.
The great thing about comics and the great thing about art is, it doesn't matter, how old you are, where you're from, the color of your skin, your religion, your sexual orientation. Nobody cares about that. They only care about what's on the page. It's amazing. I always say that, art doesn't, the only thing like big companies or collectors are discriminating against is bad art. And we've never met half the people we work for sometimes. We've met them online or they've sent their portfolio, so we don't know. Sometimes, I'll meet someone at a show and they're like, oh, hey, I'm Danny Jones. Hey, Danny, but I thought you were a guy. And no, I'm a girl. We never knew that because we communicated online. So that's the great thing about art. It doesn't matter how old you are. Start putting yourself out there. Build that resume. Keep that resume going because that's what really is. Your art is what's going to speak for you, not your age or any other aspect of your personality or what you do. Cool.
Thanks, man.
Hi, I'm Julia. I have kind of a two-part question. I'm an aspiring writer, so kind of going off, if you're working on stuff and you're writing scripts and you want to share that with editors and with people at Marvel. So first you mentioned it's much better to have like a finished comic rather than just a script. Any tips on where to find artists if you don't know any and have a
school and see if anyone's willing to do work. And even if you're starting out and you're like, I don't have $100 to do a comic, or to pay an artist any money, if you pay them even $10 a page, just something small, it entices them to continue to work on the project with you, and it makes them feel like a part of it. Because you can write a script and say an hour, but artists spend a long time drawing those pages.
And then my second part of my question was, you guys talked about, Marvel's looking for new heroes from writers that are coming in. And so when you're writing the scripts and trying to get seen, if you're trying to bring in specifically Marvel, do you recommend writing within the Marvel universe or writing original stuff?
I mean, Marvel and DC, they don't hire people who come to them with a pitch for Wolverine. They correct me if I'm wrong, but it basically, they're looking for people who already have established work at one of the other publishers, a creator-owned publisher usually, but not always. So, I would say focus your efforts on getting your own personal projects that show your voice in particular. Like Wolverine exists already, right? So, but whoever you're thinking of doesn't. And if that's beautifully executed and complex and interesting and really reflects you and who you are, that's going to be a much, much better calling card than I've got this Wolverine story. I don't actually think Wolverine, but, whatever.
He's great. He's got claws.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I did. Otherwise,
Hey, what's up? I think we have like 15 minutes left. We want to make these quicker. We still want to answer all your questions for sure.
Well, my name is Aaron, and I'm a screenwriter, but I also want to kind of break into the comic strip as well. I have a two-part question, just really quick. First, when you're sharing your story, I don't know if you guys do this, but when you're sharing your story, should you focus on people who are more on the creative side or more casual, like people like your sister or your brother, like that? So, sure, should you focus on both quadrants when you're sharing your story? You want feedback?
Everybody. Show them everybody.
Yeah. I think that's for art too, yeah.
Yeah, don't trust your family.
That's totally right.
But, because, as giving it as objective feedback as possible. Like, somebody who doesn't care about you in any way, maybe doesn't like you. Like, that's the person you want. Because they're going to give you the most honest and most crucial feedback that you did. And getting that is just gold. It's just nuggets dropped on your lap. Because that's the stuff that makes you be like, oh, man, I never learned to draw women. That sucks. Et cetera, et cetera. Get better.
There are lots of resources online, especially for script writers, and that will, if you share your scripts with them, they'll read yours, and in return you kind of read theirs as well, and kind of create a group of writers that can be quite handy as well, because they're all kind of in the same the same interests, so you all help each other out that way as well.
And I also wanted to ask, how is the relationship between a writer and an artist? Are you guys in the same room when you're drawing?
Stressful.
We just had a book on yesterday, Death of X1, which is beautifully drawn by Aaron Blake. This is the first time we've been in the room together next to each other since we started the project. So it's pretty rare, except at conventions, that you're actually with the artist.
The days of the kind of the bullpen inside the Marvel is kind of gone. Every creator works with someone else. I don't think there's no artist that works inside here, specifically on the comics. So it's all remote.
At midnight, every night, I tweet David Walker. I just text him, I say, yo, and he says, yo back. And then I'd say, are you available? And he says, why? Because he knows I have, something that I want, an idea. So he feels me out before because he knows I can go on, blast in my mouth all night. So he knows me well enough to know when, all right, if he's saying you got a minute, he immediately calls me and we get on the phone. So we have that rapport. He doesn't go, oh, dude, it's not right now, or man, I can't, or maybe later. He knows that, all right, I'm talking, he knows me well enough that I'm willing to hit him up at midnight, that he, that more than likely is,
Yeah, but he's on the West Coast, so
and some editors like the artists to talk, the writers and artists to talk directly, some like to be looped in. So just the relationship you're going to establish as you go on in your comic career.
Yeah, I think the idea of like a good editor, like you talk about creative teams, and oftentimes the editors are overlooked. And when you're an up-and-coming artist or a writer, like you don't realize how good it can be with a good editor until you have the backlog.
Thank you.
Hey, what's your name?
I'm Joe. I'm a writer. I'm trying to be short and sweet as a creator and trying to make your creator content and getting noticed. Is there a benefit to going through a smaller publisher as opposed to putting your stuff online?
I guess it depends on your goals. If you want to make, how much money you want to make off of it. If you're trying to make money off of it, what audience you want to get in front of. If you just want exposure online, it's fine too. But you can't just put something online and just leave it there. You have to kind of market it and bring people to it. Some companies offer that marketing and PR for your projects too. So it just depends on what you want that project to accomplish, I guess.
Well, would Marvel value something more? Like, let's say I have a book and I go through a small publisher as opposed to putting it online as a comic. Would Marvel value that more? Or
No. I get sent links all the time. I check out stuff online all the time. When I push artists onto editorial, say, hey, this guy's pretty great. A lot of times it's a digital sample like a bunch of images I put together in a PDF and share. So it doesn't really matter in terms of trying to get it to work.
However, there's one thing that's very important about publishing through smaller publishers. Not all of them do this, but some have like egregious contract terms where they basically will own the property or a significant part of the property, will take the media rights, things like that in return for the privilege of publishing or paying for your comic. Those things can be, you might need that to happen, right? Because they'll pay for the artist. They might be giving you things you cannot get any other way. But it's quite common for very small publishers to do that, and so I would be very careful about reading the contracts and so on if you go that route.
thank you so much.
I was going to say, I think that there is a benefit to getting a small publisher work. It legitimizes it a little bit more. Personally, I'm more likely to look at a published piece of work than a comic that you might have published on a website. But that's me. I don't know.
Darren's a snob. Hey, what's up? What's your name?
My name is Scott Sackett. I'm an artist and I've worked the last 4 or 5 years in small press. What advice would you have for somebody wanting to make the jump from small press to a bigger market, bigger books, I guess?
One of the things that Charles said early on was talk to the editors here at the con. Every booth upstairs pretty much has someone from the editorial staff at them. I know assistant editors through senior editors at Marvel will probably come on. Darren's here. So just, I think if you have your samples on, you're walking up to them and showing them. And portfolio review opportunities are also a good spot to try to get seen. Cool. Hey, what's up?
Hi, my name is Joe, and I'm a musician and I'm a writer. And what I'm currently doing is I'm making a comic book and I'm blending it into a world of the album. Like, both of them are going to be interchangeable. So my question for all of you is, if you have a problem.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You're watching day 2 of Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016.
Brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions.
That was my line.
Brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions.
I'm
We're
Ryan.
so thrilled to have you here. He's Ryan Penagos.
He's Ben. Step on Lines Morse.
Ryan, how you doing this morning?
I'm sick, and it's great.
All right. Well, it's nice because if you're going to sneeze or cough, you already have a nice shield to protect you right there.
Yeah, totally. Oh, you mean this lounge robe from Loot Crate's Marvel Gear and Goods crate? The first one you can get soon. You can sign up now at lootcrate.com/Marvel.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, no, it's pretty great.
That's pretty great. Guys, welcome. Thank you for joining us here. We're so excited that you've decided to take this journey with us into the heart of New York Comic Con. We want to hear from you. Use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. and we'll take your tweets come in. But we got a lot of great stuff going on today. I have already interviewed Ta-Nehisi Coates and Christopher Priest.
That was pretty
two
great.
Of the top Black Panther writers of all time.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. We got a ton of guests coming today. I'm using Lorraine's notes. We should have Paul and Storm, Jean Grey, Jonathan Colton, Kabam, Ricky Lakoti, the cast of Black Sails, the cast of Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell, Prodigy, Sarface, the cast of Dreamcore LLC, Court Lane from Marvel Animation, the cast of the Doctor Who spin-off Class, cast of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., cast of Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, and that's just the first half of our guests.
What is happening
We have
today?
a lot of guests.
Is like the Good Burger of Comic Con live stream
Are
days.
Keenan and Kel gonna be here?
I wish.
Oh, that's the dream. Is we need to do a Good Burger reunion live here on the air.
Yeah.
We had the guy from Legends of the Hidden Temple on yesterday.
We sure did.
And Blake was super excited. Did you watch Legends of the Hidden
A
Temple?
little bit. Not as much as I feel like Blake grew up on Nickelodeon.
Well, I also I posited it to my wife last night, who is 2 years younger than me, and I was
Uh-huh.
like, "Did you watch Legends of the Hidden Temple?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, of course!" Like it was just an understood fact, and I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
And so I think like there was that little tiny bridge where it just wasn't I wasn't watching Nickelodeon, but it was very exciting to meet the host yesterday, and he was just a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan Wilkinson coming in. First tweets coming in from the day. Alan says, "Hey guys, I take it the lounge robe ain't coming off. Hope Lorraine can get one. Believe me, Lorraine gonna get one. I'm sure Ben will get one. Blake will get one. We'll all get them, just not this weekend. No, Jason, our cameraman, you're not getting one.
What if we were all just like walking around in those, just like a gang of
Yeah.
Doctor Strange, like we're in the movie The Warriors, but we're the we're the Doctor Strangers.
We're the doctors.
The doctors.
The strangers? I
Oh,
don't
the
know.
Strangers
We
is
can-
better.
we can
The
play around
Strangers
with
is
it.
better. This is really good.
We can riff
Let's
on
keep
it.
it going here.
I walked around the floor a little bit.
I saw it. And you were doing like little magic.
Yeah,
hands
it
and
was,
stuff. That was awesome.
I was giving people my blessings.
I thought it was great.
And I was walking around, and I came back up, and Lorraine, or I think it was Judy, our photographer, was like, "I could see you all the way at the
Yeah,
end
it's
of the
true.
hallway."
It's true because the colors just pop off that thing so much. It's beautiful.
It's like popping and locking in a lounge robe.
The people
format.
over at Loot Crate have done a tremendous job. Guys,
Fantastic
we also
job.
got panels today. If you're watching at marvel.com NYCC 2016, go and check out our live blogs. If you're watching our YouTube channel, go over to marvel.com/NYCC 2016 and check out our live blogs.
Well, just a note, right now, the panel for the 50th anniversary of Black Panther is happening. The live blog, you can find the link down below on marvel.com/NYCC 2016. Open it up in a new tab, a new window, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Follow along with what's going on at the panel, and we'll,
We'll update you as things go. Other panels today, we've got Marvel Now, Divided We Stand. We've got the Infinity Gauntlet 25th anniversary panel.
And I'm going to
That's
keep
gonna be
checking
so
my watch
cool.
to see if I have a message from CM Punk, because
Yeah.
I have his pass to get in here. He's hosting the panel.
Oh, yeah, I hope he gets in
At some
touch with
point, if
you.
I'm like, "Hey guys, I got to run," it's because I got to go find Punk and give
All
him
right.
his pass.
So if Brian's not here, I just like the idea of you running out in the robe
Oh,
to
yeah.
like the middle of a crowd.
Well, that's what I'm
finding
going to say to
CM
him. I'm going to be like, you won't be able to miss me.
Yeah,
I'll be
ju-
wearing the very bright
I'm-
red Doctor Strange robe.
I'm the guy in the red and yellow robe.
Yeah.
Who also looks like your friend Ryan.
Exactly.
Yeah. What do we got coming in on the tweets?
Tweets coming in. Wimsad Mojo says, "Good morning, Comic-Con."
Good morning, Wimsad Mojo.
Hello from Indonesia. It's good to see you guys again. How's everyone's morning, including the crew? Love
I
for
don't
the
like
crew.
I don't like to include the crew. We know that. Jason, you gotta come off of it, all right? Not a big deal.
I can tell our producer and one of our video guys are having some communications problems with their headsets. Oh no, they're working. We
fixed.
got the thumbs up,
thumbs
guys.
up, all right.
Everything's working.
Guys, you don't understand how many people it takes to make all this work, all this happen. It takes a village.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
There's plenty of people all over the place. Social team is cranking away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All
Way to
of that.
go.
So we're rolling, and
Outstanding.
John Cirilli, our fearless leader, is
He's
at
here-
the Black
he's
Panther
here
panel.
sometimes.
Yep.
He shows up once in a
So
while.
we're having a good time. Tara Latour says,
Yes.
"Good morning, folks," in all caps. I'm not going to shout it out.
My favorite tweeter, Tara Latour. She makes the most impact on the show.
Yes.
She could just text Jason that the camera's screwed up, but no, let's tweet it for the world to see. That's
Yeah.
great. That's great.
Michael W.S. says, hey, Ryan and Bed, good morning. Doing a great job hosting. Also, favorite Spider-Man character other than Spider-Man?
Oh man, both. It's worth noting that both Dan Slott and Giuseppe Camicoli both said that J. Jonah Jameson is their favorite Spider-Man character.
They
other
make a
than
good
Spider-Man.
argument for
they
it,
made a
too.
really good argument. I mean, well, for not counting Cardiac, obviously Cardiac
Yeah,
number one.
naturally,
Cardiac
Cardiac's
goes
gonna
in
be-
his own.
Cardiac's here. Spider-Man's here.
and
everybody else
and
is here.
Cardiacs. Do you remember Cardiacs?
I don't.
Oh, during the Cardiac Limited series in the 90s, they gave him a villain. It was Cardiac, Cardiaxe.
Oh,
it was a
ooh,
90s classic villain. I mean, you got Night Watch, of course.
Yeah,
the classic. Annex, gotta love Annex.
Yeah.
Demo Goblin.
Yep.
Carrion.
The guy who killed
Shriek.
Uncle Ben.
Yeah, the burglar.
The burglar.
The robber.
Sure.
Was he a robber or a burglar?
Yes.
Oh, a burglar, cat burglar. His daughter, who showed up during the Clone Saga. Spider-Side, who was one of the Spider-Man clones. There's so many to choose from. I think I would
Black
have...
Cat.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, I think
I
Black
know.
Cat is
Now,
one of
if
my
we're going
favorites.
serious,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
we go. I think I have to go with Mary Jane. I've always been a big fan of Mary Jane. To me, she's the other half of the equation that makes Spider-Man work. And that does not mean he needs to be married to her. I just like it when she's in the book. I like it when she's in his life.
Are you excited
I'm
for
miserable now.
Amazing Spider-Man, the Renew Your Vows series?
Yes, I'm very excited for that by Jerry Conway and Ryan Stegman. I wish someone else was drawing it because Ryan Stegman's such a jerk. But other than that, I think it's going great.
Someone wants to see the Shield, Adri says.
Oh, all right. Let's show him. Let's show it to him.
Wom, wom, That's the kind of wind you get from running. You can hold that note for a long
Yeah,
time,
I had
yo.
nothing. I had nothing. I gave up.
So this is from Hasbro. It's
Hasbro.
one of their masterpieces. I think this is actually the Captain America 75th anniversary special statue. Hey, it's Humberto Ramos. He just came in.
Humberto Ramos
He's just
is
coming in.
just
He'll be a
here.
guest soon.
Who knows?
But we're saying
Just
hi to
showing
him.
up. Hi, Humberto. I like your shirt. It's very cool. We'll show
let's
that
see
later.
what else we've got.
Yeah.
Kat the Kate says good afternoon where they are. Kat, where
That
are you?
doesn't make any
Where you
sense. It's
at?
morning.
Where you at? So I'm
What are you,
assuming.
crazy?
What time is it? Afternoon. So you're somewhere in Europe.
I'm waiting for you to look at
Or
your watch
not.
for what time it is, and it's just a message from Punk going, "Help me!"
I have one exclamation point here that I don't know what it is. My phone's in another room.
Oh, boy.
So Tara says, love you too, Ben.
We have such a nice relationship. We should meet someday.
Wim said,
Jason,
Mo-
when's your kid getting Twitter? Soon. All right, good.
Okay,
good.
okay,
All right,
okay.
All right, okay.
Wim said, Mojo says, Happy World Smile Day, guys. Is
World
that a
Smile
thing?
Day. That's it's probably one of those fake Twitter holidays, but I guess we should celebrate it.
Yeah, like talk like a bat day.
Oh
or
my God!
Speak like a
Social
hamster.
media participation awards, millennials.
Remember yesterday in the Blood Hamsters?
Oh, the blood hamsters were so good. I was off to the side when that was going on, just watching you and Lorraine create magic.
Yeah.
You guys are my heroes.
Speaking of magic, we got so much stuff on this table. We have here, which you guys can't really see, but I'm going to show you anyway, a gift for Clark Gregg and Finn Jones.
Finn Balor.
No, not Finn Balor.
Yep.
Finn Jones. Some rare limited edition Vinylmations.
Yep.
You got Coulson and 2 Iron Fist.
And the demon, Finn Balor.
And I'm going to take them.
Yep.
So Clark or Finn, fight me for him.
Look, there's 2 Iron Fists. You could take one, and he wouldn't be
Yeah,
any
he'd
the
never
wiser.
know. What is he
wouldn't
gonna know?
What's he gonna know? The
Yeah,
only person's gonna. Hey, what are you filming on your phone?
What are you
What are
doing
you
over
doing,
there,
pal?
Cam? Come
hey,
on.
come on, man. This is a closed set.
Thomas J says, "Good morning, Team Awesome. Looking
Yeah.
forward to today's
Team
stream."
Awesome. Do 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 do.
Raccoon Addict says, "Good morning and cosmic greetings. Ready for day 2, as are
So
we."
ready.
Yeah.
So ready for day 2.
much stuff. What else we got? So we
Yeah.
stopped it with the panels.
It's
What
true.
else
We had
got
the
today?
Infinity Gauntlet 25th anniversary panel, but we also got the Marvel Television Presents Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghost Rider, maybe the longest panel description title ever. And that's going to be it for today.
Oh,
But those are the panels we have today.
Nice.
Black Panther going on right now. Marvel Now going on in a little bit. Infinity got on the 25th anniversary. Hopefully happening if you can get Sam Punk in the building. And then Marvel Television presents Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghost Rider.
We'll get Punk in. I feel confident.
Full confidence.
Yeah.
I'm confident in you.
He sent me. I told him this morning. Text me when you were coming in, and he just said "okay" with 2 exclamation points. So,
God, he's so
I feel like we're good.
He's so excited.
He is. He's great.
Good guy.
It's very good.
Good dude.
Yep. More tweets coming in. Moniac says, "Hey, thanks for your live stream, so I can be with you from Poland. Say hi
All right.
to everyone out there.
I had some Polish
Hi.
heritage there.
This is a hi from
folks.
Poland.
Everyone, Poland says hello.
Yeah. Poland Spring? It's water.
Oh, yeah. Delicious water.
Yep.
Made me thirsty.
Camilo Lanebach says, "Good morning, guys. Watching you from Chile."
Chile.
Right.
Chilean sea bass.
We had some of our staff go to ChileCon, one of the cons in Chile not too long ago.
Didn't Judy go there?
Judy and Lorraine.
Judy globetrotting.
Yes. Alan says today should be Slaughter Like a Blood Hamster Day.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
Slaughter like a blood hamster?
Yeah. Well, blood hamsters are violent little creatures.
It's true. They are the official mascot of Marvel Live 2016, which is brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions.
Yeah.
You can play right now. Go to, what's the
Play
address?
Contest of Champions.
PlayContestofChampions.com to learn more. We will have the folks from Kabam on later today.
Yep.
I know I have a coin that they gave me here.
Probably all warm and warped.
Can we zoom the camera in?
Nope.
We zoom the camera in on this?
We don't have that technology.
Are we doing that? Zoom
It's over
the camera
here.
in?
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Here.
I
Check
feel
out
like
this
I
coin.
feel like we're zooming.
Check out this
now.
coin, guys.
But Brian's not paying any attention to the
Yeah,
zoom.
beautiful.
Yeah. I think we're frozen. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Great television.
Great.
for
All
you
right,
guys.
this is compelling television.
Yeah.
Thanks for making that happen, guys.
Also, shout out
Got the best crew in the business.
Marvel Unlimited Plus.
Yep.
We got those boxes.
Look
We
at
got-
that. We got a little Black Panther. We got a little Doctor Strange. We got a little Captain Marvel with her awesome mohawk coming out of the mask look that
Yeah.
we don't use enough.
You stop that.
Yeah, cut it out. Listen, young man.
We've got, so in this is Captain Marvel action figure, and there's pins and patches and comics and all kinds of cool stuff. And that gets anyone who's a subscriber to Marvel Unlimited Plus, and they're here at New York Comic Con on Sunday, gets into an exclusive panel, which is always fun. We get to show things that no one else gets to see. And I'm happy about that.
Yeah, very happy.
Yes.
And when you're happy, I'm happy,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Camilo says, guys, what was your reaction with the moving concept arts from Iron Fist? So, have you seen the Joe Q? Yeah, okay.
Wait, what? The Joe Q one? I thought you were talking about the art we were seeing.
I believe Camilo's talking about the Joe Quesada piece that that's on social.
I have not seen that.
There was another piece that went up. I believe it's Jay Anceletto, maybe.
Oh, cool.
I could be
Love
wrong.
Jay Anceletto.
Yeah,
very underrated.
But they're
Great
gorgeous pieces. I don't know if you've seen those. Check out Iron Fist social pages to check out more of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, yesterday we showed the Iron Fist art piece that came
That's what
together.
I was talking about. That was very cool.
Yeah.
It took me a little while to get it, like art-wise.
You don't get art. I
don't
understand.
get art.
Yeah.
My mom's an artist.
Yeah.
And she can tell you I do not get it.
Sure.
At all.
Yeah.
But I eventually came around and it's really cool looking. And I understand we're gonna have a Jessica Jones art going right after this. Right after we're done with Good Morning Comic Con,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to Jessica Jones inspired art. The artist is Brittany Schmidt.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah, you didn't know I knew that, did you, Harry? I got notes over here. Suck it.
We
Go.
got so many notes and all kinds of things.
That's an easy pop. That's like
Oh, yeah.
saying what city we're in.
Yeah.
Right here
In
New
New
York
York
City.
We got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause there's a
he
bunch
doesn't
of
even live, he
Jersey
doesn't even live in New York City. He and Adri live like 8 hours away.
Yeah. So keep sending your tweets in. We're going to be pulling them in. Who's our next guest coming up?
It's Humberto Ramos. He's right here.
We assume it's
we should
Humberto.
probably have him on.
Yeah, he's hanging out. He'll be
feel
on in
like-
a little
I feel
bit.
like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, we've got all sorts of
Tons
people
of
coming
stuff
on.
the rest of the
So
day.
we're not stopping. I mean,
Can't
stop, won't stop.
No.
Thanks for listening, guys. Send us your tweets using hashtag MarvelNYCC. We are Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
We're the real hustlers of Hollywood. We've been in worse jams than this. What about the time when we was all locked up in the basement with Arsenio Hall?
That was just you.
Okay, then what about the time we got accidentally drugged?
No, that was also just you.
What about the time we was run over, tricked, beat up, knocked down?
You. We weren't there, Kevin.
I am tired of playing the fool in here. Nick, take off your turban. I'm gonna tie that with Dwayne's suspenders, and I'm gonna get this door open. Nelly, while I'm doing it, sing country grammar so I can get mad.
The Husband returns October 11th at 9. Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here at New York Comic Con, and we are joined by a very, very special guest. Introduce yourself, sir.
My name is David Yost, Billy, the original Mighty Morphin Power Ranger, Blue Ranger. So glad to be here.
It's an honor. I grew up with the show. I'm a big fan. Like, you kind of just started doing the con circuit maybe last year?
I've been doing it actually for almost 3 years now.
Oh, okay.
So, but each year it keeps getting more and more and more. There's so many Comic Cons all over the world now, so it's like almost every weekend somewhere.
And so, what made you decide to? Because you went back to producing, right? For a while?
After I left the TV show, I decided to get behind the scenes and I worked on becoming a producer. So I started working on a lot of reality TV shows and some scripted comedies. So I kind of have focused on that, but then now I'm starting to get back more into the acting realm of it. So it's all good.
That's awesome. And so what's it like coming to these conventions now? Like, the fans haven't changed. They're still as diehard as ever.
Well, they're diehard. I mean, what's changed is that they used to be little kids and now they're adults, and now some of them have kids and they're introducing their kids to the original Power Rangers. So it's like this crazy, amazing, humbling cycle of love that so many fans give us. So coming to Comic-Cons is, as I say, humbling for me, just because never in a million years, 20 years ago when I started this TV show, did I think that Power Rangers, the characters that we played, would have such a strong influence on so many people's lives. And we hear that people became martial artists because of us, or in my case, because I was the nerd and the smart guy. Like, people are scientists and doctors and paleontologists and all these like amazing, smart things that I have no idea about. I was only smart on TV, not in real life. And then we also hear amazing stories about how people were in broken homes and their one saving grace was to come home from school and watch Power Rangers. So it's like, you know, we hear so many heartfelt stories.
Yeah, my dad hated the show because I got out of Boy Scout camp because you guys were doing the movie that week and I couldn't, you couldn't DVR anything. So thank you for that.
So you skipped Boy Scout camp to go see the movie.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I'm sure you get this question a lot, but what makes Power Rangers such a thing that, like, again, throughout the years, fans are still loving it? What do you think about it?
I mean, I think, when I look back on it, I think just the original cast, we had such an amazing chemistry together, and we were all six, I should say, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jason David Frank. 6 different, diverse individuals. So we had an Asian female and a Black Ranger. We had somebody that everybody could relate to. So I think that was part of it. And then we had these bright colors. We were superheroes. We had dinosaurs. We had every element that you could possibly want put into one show. And we were all friends, even though we were all different. We all came together and we were friends and we were a team and we taught teamwork. So I think all of that really translates to people, and it makes them feel like they're accepted and they can be part of a group and they can be part of a team. And so I just think they get really excited about it.
And kind of what you mentioned earlier, like being the nerd of the group, like
How
that's.
dare you?
Well,
I'm just
you
kidding.
said it. Like that's something that everybody can relate to at some point, as opposed to some of the other Power Rangers. Has you ever thought about like the weight of that specific character as opposed to the other?
I mean, the more time goes on and the more that you guys get older, the fans get older, and they look back on Power Rangers and they're like, oh wow, I can really relate to Billy a lot more now than I really thought I could when I was a kid, when I look back at my childhood. Because at times, as you say, we're all like an outcast in some form. So, more and more people tell me, you made it cool to be a nerd. You made it cool to be okay, not being the best at fighting. You made it cool to be all these things. And so, again, for me, it's awesome to have played that kind of a character. It was a character completely different from who I was as an individual, and I learned so much from playing Billy and playing the nerd. It's just been an awesome experience for me.
And now that the film's coming out, I guess there's even a bigger resurgence as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what Lionsgate is going to do with the franchise, and I know all the kids that are playing the Power Rangers, like RJ Cyler, who's going to be playing Billy now. He's so amped up and he's so excited, and he really wanted to do the role justice. So, I'm really excited for him, and I want to see how he translates Billy and how it all comes out. So
You
it's gonna be
mentioned
good.
you know him, so you guys.
Oh yeah, he and I have gone to lunch and we did our Billy talk, but he's just a great guy. He's super, super talented. I know his acting career is going to blow up, not just from Power Rangers, but he's doing a bunch of other stuff. And so I'm just really happy for him. And so yeah, we know each other, we talk. It's good.
Can I ask what kind of advice you gave to him?
Oh, no, I didn't give him any advice. I mean, I wouldn't feel right about doing that. As an actor, and him as an actor, I want him to interpret the role how he interprets it. The only advice I would give him is just just enjoy. The only thing I did say to him is just enjoy every moment, because we were talking while they were filming the movie, and I was just like, just make sure you're enjoying everything you're doing, because it's so much fun. And once the movie comes out, just make sure you enjoy all the fans, because the love for you is going to be awesome.
So this is here, obviously the first day of Comic-Con. There's 3 more days left. For fans who are watching this, who want to come out, how can they find you?
I'm at the autograph signing area, and I'm at table 19. So easy enough to find, and I'll be there basically all 3 days. I take very short breaks, and I'm happy to accommodate everybody.
Has there been one like really great moment with a fan that just has been just the best thing ever?
I mean, honestly, every 5 people, I hear some amazing stories. So there can't just be one. I mean, and me as a gay person, as a gay man, like I came out a while ago, and just so many more and more gay, bisexual, lesbian, transgender people come up to me and say, thank you so much for doing what you did, because it's made it so much easier for me to come out. And I've told my family, I've told my friends, and you've made it okay for me to be gay too. So when I hear stories like that, I know I did the right thing. It just blows my mind.
That's just huge. That's when you know you made it. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about? Anything you have upcoming that the fans should check out?
I mean, I have my own t-shirt company called Affirmative Clothing, and basically what that's about is just embrace yourself, believe in yourself, and affirm yourself. And so that's what affirmative comes from. And so you can check that out at affirmativecc.com. And it's all about a positive influence on people. And obviously, a lot of our profits are donated to certain charities. So we try to instill that. But I have that, and then I also am working on a film called The Order, which is a bunch of Power Rangers from different seasons. We did an Indiegogo campaign to raise money, and now we're going to be filming a film, and that'll come out next year.
And so any other conventions you have upcoming? I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all over the place. I'm going to be in Sacramento at SacCon in a couple weeks in October, and then I'll be going to a convention in Monterrey, Mexico, and then a convention in Cancun, Mexico, but I also have Stan Lee's Kamikaze in Los Angeles at the end of October.
Oh, that's awesome. And finally, you're on Twitter as well, right? How can fans talk?
On Twitter at David_Yost. So please follow me on Twitter. If you want to ask me questions on Twitter, it's the best way, because it's like an instant response basically from me, because it's so easy and so fast and so short. So if you want to contact me there, I'm usually good about answering.
Thanks so much. This was a pleasure. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it too.
Stay tuned for more.
Guys, welcome back. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam Contest of Champions. I feel like that's a big theme right now.
Yeah, I love Contest of Champions. I love Contest of Champions. I love our friends from Contest of Champions joining us back on the stream. How you guys doing?
I never left.
You never, Gabe was under the table the entire night, all through the morning, just hanging out. But we've got a newcomer. Sir, introduce yourself to the Marvel Universe.
Hello, my name is Ricardo de la Puente, and I'm a character model.
He has an awesome accent, way cooler than mine. I don't have an accent. So guys, I think we're gonna play a little Marvel Contest of Champions.
Yes.
We're gonna show it in action.
Yes, we're being demoing the game at the booth. We have 2 new characters that we're showing. One is a Ghost Rider and the other is Phoenix. I'll try my best.
You're gonna do great, Gabe. I have so much faith in you.
So we built a team with some of the characters that Ricardo worked on, like Civil Warrior, which is our original character, and Beast, and I put the
Karnak. You love
because
Karnak.
I like Karnak.
Ricardo, who is your favorite that you worked on, that you got to work on?
So far, well, I believe Beast, because
Yeah?
he was tough.
Okay.
And I liked it, the style.
What was challenging about Beast?
The hair, man.
The hair, yeah. You got to animate all the little hair.
Yeah.
It's like my mom told me when I was growing up and I was watching The Little Mermaid. She said someone has to animate all of those bubbles. You know, it's just like you having to animate all the hairs.
This is the
on
guy.
Beast.
Well, actually, I have to model it, and then I pass it on to animators, and animators do the work, do the magic.
So
Nice.
we'll pass the bucket.
Yeah.
All right, well, we ready to get underway here, gentlemen?
All right,
let's do it.
Let's begin the quest.
Begin that quest. Beautiful load screen.
That's
Yeah,
right.
why don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Make sure you guys hold the microphones close to your mouths, too.
All right. So
What do we got here?
we have the Dark Phoenix
It's a
here.
pretty direct quest.
It is.
It's not really a lot of
nope.
not a lot of forking all over the place.
So let's see.
Watch your mouth, Ben.
Fork you.
So let's pick
Whoa.
Ghost.
Whoa, all right.
Ghost Rider first. Our friend.
See how he does.
Johnny Blaze.
Johnny Blaze. Blazing into here. How'd you guys choose to do Johnny Blaze instead of Robbie Reyes?
It's hard to put a car in this game.
I'm just trying to. It's hard to put a car in.
Yeah,
I'm really just trying to distract you with questions.
we had like a bit.
I'm on Team Phoenix.
Okay. We have a bit trouble. And this is also our new environment. It's called the Galactron. It's like a cosmic arena built by the Grandmaster.
Nice.
But then the Collector took over.
Is the Grandmaster gonna play a role in the game at some point?
Yeah, he's already in the game,
cool.
trying to take the Contest of Champions from his
Nice.
brother.
So kind of the same way like Maestro and Thanos in the past have been
Yes.
antagonists. Now Grandmaster is.
Yeah, but now you have like a family feud, and
Oh,
so
that's
this
cool.
this was mine originally. What are you doing?
Gabe, you're doing really well.
Oh, I'm doing really well.
I'm really impressed.
We know you guys
Let
have.
me try this special.
You have 3 years of story planned. At what point do we get to?
Oh, hold
have
on, Ryan. He's doing
the
something really
runner?
cool.
Oh, I kick the bike at Phoenix.
That's awesome.
And then the penance
Penance
stare.
stare. That's so cool.
And after you get the penance stare,
But no, that was a good question, Ryan. Ask it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to get good.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, boo.
Oh, no.
No, you're doing great, Gabe. I've got total confidence. Chains all up in there.
Oh, 2 Chainz? That's a guy,
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Very hip. She's almost done. She's practically gone. You said she resurrects.
Oh,
no!
no.
Oh, no!
Oh, don't do it.
That's the worst part of fighting Jean Grey.
Oh, man.
Well,
she did come back.
Well, how? I mean, I guess the question like fans are probably asking is, if the guy who makes the game can't beat this, how are they supposed to?
Well, I'm too busy making the game. That's
Oh, good answer.
Trying, yeah.
Like that. Ricardo, what could he have done differently? Analyze the fight here with me.
Oh, okay.
This is great. This is like after a UFC fight
Yeah.
or something. Really
Ricardo,
getting the analysis in.
I'll have dodge back a lot.
Yeah, dodge back more, Gabe.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll dodge back. Oh, Beast is
This is
faster.
Beast. This is his boy.
Hey.
This is his pride and joy.
No.
It's so sad to see the X-Men fighting like this.
They always fight. That's one of the staples of the X-Men story. They always fight.
I guess you're right.
But they always make up left.
Wow.
Beast.
She took you down quick.
Oh no, it's coming back.
Regenerating again.
Oh no.
How many times can she regenerate?
Yeah, this seems
There's
very
al-
unfair.
There's always a chance when she gets like really low energy that she can roll the dice and regenerate.
So fighting her is just miserable.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
This is a fool's errand.
Yes.
But
Oh,
she
yeah.
had almost no health and she still beat
She
you.
just
I know.
she walked all over you.
Good job.
Who are we gonna get in there? Maybe get Quake in there? He just needs a
Quake.
woman's touch.
All
I
right.
think.
Quake is really powerful.
Quake. You were saying Chloe from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to come by and help you guys promote the game later?
Yeah. She's awesome. She loves the game. And
Could she beat Phoenix?
in real life?
No,
Maybe?
in the game. Phoenix is a fictional character game.
Oh, okay. Sorry. She's pretty powerful in the game. She can get like...
Not powerful enough, it doesn't look like.
I'm trying to be too offensive.
You have offended me with the way you're playing.
Hey!
Congratulations! Wait, that's cool. She shakes the screen and everything.
Yeah, shakes the world.
That's very cool. All right, so it took you 3 people to do that.
It did, and people can go to our booth and try it. And if you play it, you can get one of those tokens.
Yep.
Which are really cool. And then you can get prizes. Like giving 4-star and 5-star crystals, which really sought after.
And tablets. I hear you're giving away like
giving away
hundreds
tablets.
of tablets.
That 1 tablet per day.
200 tablets?
200 tablets.
2 per day.
2,000 tablets.
2 per
The
day.
numbers have dropped precipitously. That's fine.
So this is an exclusive you can play here right now at the con, but of course both Ghost Rider and Phoenix will be coming to the game eventually, right?
Yes,
Or did
Phoenix-
you just design them and decide not to use them?
No, just like teasing. No, yeah, she's coming next week. She's the end of our X-Men Terror Genocide
Nice.
storyline with the Inhumans.
Yeah, tell me more about Terror Genocide.
It was we're talking with Bill and Tim from Marvel Games, and
Love those guys.
we wanted to showcase the Inhumans because we love the Inhumans, but I think they need more space so people can discover the characters. And we thought that using the X-Men as a gateway drug, as it were, for people, because they have their similarities and their differences.
Yeah.
So mixing them together will attract people to the X-Men, and then they will stay for the Inhumans, right?
Come for the X-Men, stay for the Inhumans.
Exactly. So
It's a great
they're
plan.
working together, and like in the comics, they're doing the big battle, right? The X-Men versus Inhumans.
IVX.
Yeah. In our game, they come together to fight the
I like
comics,
that.
right?
I like that better.
Yeah, which is MODOK.
Oh,
Yeah.
MODOK.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The greatest
Very
character
cool.
ever created.
Very cool. Do we have any tweets coming in, Ryan?
Oh, I don't know.
Fired up. Just neglecting your job.
And Ghost Rider is our character for Halloween, so he's
That's
he's
very
next
cool.
guy. Yeah.
Very
Scary.
cool. Ghost Rider, like with the motorcycle and all that, kind of brought a whole nother dimension in. Do you have are there a lot of ideas to use props and things like that, especially on the special moves?
Yes, we all have lofty ideas when we start, and then sometimes we got shot down by the people that are more realistic.
Yeah. What's the best idea you haven't used?
Well, I have some ideas. Like, because we want, like, people sometimes forget this is a mobile game and we have limitation on how many characters we can have on the screen. We want the characters to look very high fidelity. So we
Like that movie with John Cusack.
Yes, exactly. We want to use John Cusack. And
That'd
maybe
be great
like
if
Nick
John
Cage,
Cusack was
Nick
in the
Cage
game.
for the Ghost Rider.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
John Bernthal.
Yeah, so we have like the bike is
Ghost Rider.
They're sick guys.
Yeah.
So the
keep
bike,
checking
the
those
bike is
tweets.
another character, right? So we had to like he modeled the bike, and it was like modeling another character. So there's 3 characters now in the
When
screen.
you say he modeled the bike, I just picture him like sitting on a bike being like,
Yes. Oh, look at that.
Taking
Yeah.
shots of the bag,
Yeah.
going for a ride.
Yeah.
Some tweets that did come in. Sophia is very excited watching all this. Her favorite character is Phoenix. So she likes that it was very accurate in the game because she was really tough.
really tough.
Yes, she is tough.
How did you guys come up with the idea of her doing the regeneration thing? That's a cool little trick.
Yeah, we have a team that is all dedicated to the abilities, the passive abilities of the characters, because we add in another level of strategy. You know, you have to know what the characters do. They regenerate, or they cause bleed, or they have special powers. If you know the characters from the comics, you definitely have an edge, because you know that those characters do that. So we're always trying to be loyal to what the comics, the lore. And that adds another level of like RPG and strategy to the game.
We asked you yesterday who your favorite champion to play as is. Who's your least favorite champion to come up against?
Oh, Phoenix is definitely a bad one, but like Iron Man has the Arc Overload, which is kind of the same thing. He gets like some extra energy after you think you beat him.
Deadpool as well, right?
Deadpool has the regeneration, and they all have the different rules for regeneration. Deadpool is based on how much energy he has. He keeps regenerating, and Wolverine. So those guys are really tough to fight.
You know how when you lose at a video game and you like yell at the screen?
I
like
never
it's
lose a
unfair?
video game.
Oh, sorry. You know how when I lose at a video game, I yell at the screen because it's so unfair? Do you guys ever do that at games you actually built? Like, curse my creation!
Yes, yes.
Happens to us as well.
You get very
Yeah.
frustrated.
Yeah, all the
Ricardo,
time.
who's your favorite person to play as, and who is your hardest opponent to face?
Lately I like to play with Luke Cage.
Luke Cage.
Yeah,
Nice.
He has really good moves, boxing
Yeah.
moves,
Nice.
and to play against an easy character like Crossbones. I like Crossbones.
You got
as
to
well.
bring your microphone up so we can hear
I
you.
like Crossbones.
Yeah,
It's very detailed, so it's
Yeah.
a good character.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like the brawling.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Luke Cage versus Crossbones. That's a good fight. What do we got over here, Ryan?
Well, DJ Fango asked about how many times Jean Grey comes back. So it's just it's random.
It's a random thing. When she gets to like very little energy,
Mhm.
she rolls the dice and she has a percentage of chance of using the power.
So she
it
could come
be
back infinite times.
Infinite times.
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
gosh.
She could. So you have to kill her fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the characters have regeneration. Do they have the same rate of regeneration like Wolverine and Deadpool?
The same, right? The same. Yeah.
Like
it's
the way the amount of time.
It works different. Deadpool is based on the energy. Logan is a different thing. As he goes down, he gets like something back. And the Arc Overload is the extremist power for the Iron Man. So he gets like a one shot of energy back, and he gets like almost to half energy again. Like
Yeah.
so he has one more shot. And we have other characters like Punisher, for example. That he has like I forgot the ability, but when he gets to the very last, he gets tough.
Oh,
So
that's cool.
he
That's
can
really cool.
resist like a few extra punches. He gets like a really rugged. So we try to make
That's
these
cool.
little touches.
Yeah, one last question in there. This is just a character they want to see in. Thomas J wants to see Deathlock.
Deathlock.
Yeah,
Deathlock.
That's a
yeah.
cool
Number of
version.
I like
Deathlock
him.
possibilities.
Yeah, I was
Great.
looking at that guy actually. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, tech guys. You know, people love the tech guys. So we're looking at Ironheart too. So like,
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
people have been asking for a female tech.
Yeah.
So I think she's good. Well,
Ironheart's great.
Yeah. So we'll look into that and we'll.
Would you
talk
use
to
the
people.
big bulky like prototype costume or the more streamlined red and
I
gold
like the
costume?
streamlined one because we don't
Yeah.
have the Invisible Iron Man costume, and I love that design.
That's
and I think
cool.
that would be a good way to introduce it. Yeah.
Well, guys, thanks for coming by and chatting with us about Marvel Contest of Champions. Of course, if you go to playcontestofchampions.com, you can learn more. Download the app on the iStore, the Google Store, Google
Apple
Play,
Store,
the Apple Store.
and
We'll
your
be
Google
right
Play.
back with cosplayer Ricky Lacati. Yo, 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 welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse. With me is our awesome cosplay expert and producer, Judy Stevens.
Hello, guys.
Who have you brought along with you, Judith?
So I brought you guys one of the cosplay cover variants from this year, Miss Ricky Rillacote.
Hello.
AKA Riddle.
I'm so happy to be here.
I'm happy that you put this on for me.
I did.
We were watching her walk down the hallway holding her tail, and because it attaches via a magnetic part on the back.
It's like square stock. I just kind of pop it on, but otherwise when I don't have the tail on, I've just got this metal rod coming out of my butt. So people are like, what is going on? And they're like, oh, Squirrel Girl, yeah, I see.
Well, I was telling her when she was taking a look out of the floor, and I just turned around, there was a tail in my face. And I'm just like, I thought some animal was attacking me, and I was like, how did an animal get all the way up to our skybox?
I mean, the fact that Squirrel Girl can shove it in her pants, I was like,
Yeah.
I can't even get this.
Have you ever tried?
To shove this in my pants?
Yeah.
No.
That'd be-
Probably some people try to shove it in their pants out there, but no.
That'd be a fun
The beauty of cosplay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this costume is so amazing. It's actually a unique design that you came up with to sort of
I was gonna say, it doesn't
rethink.
look exactly like
Yeah,
the
so
Squirrel
basically what happened was so before Squirrel Girl really blew up, I was like, oh, I love squirrels. I raise and rehab baby squirrels. I want to do my version of Squirrel Girl as if it existed in the sort of Marvel film universe. So I went to artist Brian Stelfreeze, who does the art for Black Panther now, and I said, hey, you've got really good sense of costume design. Can you design this with me? So I showed him pictures of squirrels, and we talked about it, and then and he just came up with
Talked about
this
squirrels.
talked about
Yep.
squirrels,
Yep.
and he just came up with this sort of really cool design, sort of based on what was, because currently it was Captain America was out, and Iron Man was out, and Thor was out, and that was it at the time.
Nice.
And then I made it, and I was like, damn you, Brian, all these crazy lines. But no, it's definitely my own take, as if it existed in the MCU.
How long did it take you to make?
It was definitely many mock-ups,
Okay.
and probably over the course of 9 months, because I did it
Wow.
for a charity calendar
That's
as
how
well.
long it takes to make a baby.
You know what? I weeped about as much as probably giving birth to a baby.
Okay.
I was like, it hurts so bad.
Well, it looks good.
Yeah.
You should be very proud of your baby.
You've taken this into a very weird place.
No?
I'm gonna go there.
That's where we live.
Is this where we live?
That's where we live.
Okay, then.
So I gave birth to this costume.
I'd see, perfect metaphor. It's
Yeah.
very cool.
Well, so if you guys are interested in the cosplay cover, Unbeatable Squirrel Girl cosplay variant is actually on sale. Went on sale last week. If you guys have an opportunity to swing by your local comic book store, pick it up. Hopefully there's still some copies
Yeah,
left.
it's been people have been telling me it's sold out everywhere pretty much.
I want to remind you guys you can interact with us and with our guests by using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. We have one from Michael WS who says, hey, Ricky, who is your favorite character to cosplay as, Marvel or otherwise?
I have to say, in the Marvel world, it's a toss-up between Squirrel Girl and I love Black Cat.
Oh, cool.
So Black Cat was she's like a really fun version, more interesting than Catwoman, I think.
Oh, I like that.
Yes,
We like
great
that.
answer.
She's not as emo, I guess. I'm probably gonna get unliked immediately.
Do you have some Marvel costumes that you are looking to make, or dream costumes?
Oh my gosh, I did female Loki many years ago when Olivier Coipel did.
Yeah.
And before before Hiddleston came out,
Yep.
and I did it, and I really just want to revisit it and ramp it up because now I know a lot more things. I don't know, Squirrel Girl was kind of like it. There's some great Scarlet Witch designs. I mean, I just love the designs of the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
They're always interesting. They're always changing. They're just really dynamic. So yeah.
Sophia wants to know, what was the hardest part to make of the Squirrel Girl costume?
Probably the tail.
I knew it was the tail.
It was like the engineering of getting it to stay on my body and keeping it light, and I can booty tooch something like that. But when I walk, it actually kind of bounces,
That's
and so
cool.
it looks. And I didn't want it strapped to my back, so I had to create a very low profile harness system to kind of hold it all in, and then armature, and yeah. It was
What else could you use your design abilities for? Could you create weapons? It just
my
seems-
Squirrel Girl abilities.
Yeah. No, your design abilities. Obviously, you've created this incredible creation. Imagine if you turned your powers for evil or something like that.
What's weird is, so I can make all of this, but I still have troubles parallel parking.
Yeah.
The most basic functions. I'm like, how do I put food in my mouth? I can't. But I was like, oh, I'll do this crazy design. So I don't know. I don't even like altering my own clothing. So,
Really?
yeah, I hate it.
Well, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's one
You know
thing
what
to
else
make a
is a lot of
costume.
work, Judy? Making a tail.
tail.
You know, I feel like making a costume is one thing. When I have to like fix up my leggings because they ripped, I look at them for like 6 months before I do it.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I paid for these. I don't want to fix them.
Yeah.
So more about the cosplay cover. How did you shoot it?
Mm-hmm.
So both of you, what was the process of creating this cosplay cover?
Well, actually, originally Squirrel Girl wasn't on the original list that Delando sent me, and I was like,
That's Chris Delando.
Chris Delando, sorry.
Marketing.
They're on a last name basis.
We are.
They
you know.
They do not like each other.
So we were going to shoot most of them at San Diego Comic-Con, and I was thinking of cosplayers that were going to be there, and I was like, Squirrel Girl's not on this list, but Squirrel Girl has a book.
Yeah, we love
Can
Squirrel
I have a Squirrel Girl? Can we do? And they were like, yes. Ding, ding, ding,
Oh,
ding,
I
ding.
was so happy when she's like, do you want to be Squirrel Girl? I'm like, yeah, I want to be Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, and we like shot it on the steps, like outside of the convention center on Wednesday afternoon. And it's, yeah, it was
so hot.
It was really hot.
And
yeah.
I had to like have someone like groom my tail. That's the most difficult thing. Like, I know why animals are always grooming themselves now because this thing gets so ratty if I don't groom it. And since I can't move it around me, I'm like trying to like comb it like
I love the idea of
this.
just like you sitting with the squirrels, you're all grooming yourself.
Yeah, dude. When they're little babies, they will groom you. But they didn't. When I took a picture with one of my rescue squirrels, I think he had tail envy because mine was bigger.
He notices he'll never be that big.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Well, you actually had something really exciting happen
But
this
his
week.
nuts are bigger.
Was you came out with a pattern with Simplicity?
I did. I'm really excited. So a few, almost like a year and a half ago, I developed a pattern. There's this pattern company called Simplicity, and they asked me like, what do you think the cost pattern? Because there's so many interesting fabrics that are non-stretch, but it's hard to like incorporate them into like there's a zillion non-stretches in this suit. So actually today I'm debuting it at the booth. So I'm super
very cool.
excited to be able to do that and see what awesome stuff people can make out of it. More Squirrel Girl outfits, hopefully.
More Squirrel Girls. I agree.
I need an army. We need an army of Squirrel Girls.
We should do that.
You
Definitely.
need a Squirrel Girl outfit.
I would love to have a squirrel
You
girl.
want a tail?
I would.
Do you want to try my tail on?
Can I just try it
Yeah,
on?
yeah, just hold it against your back. So just pull it out. Pull it. Yank it. There we go. There you go. Now turn around.
Okay.
Okay.
This is my first cosplay, everyone.
goes.
Yay!
My first cosplay is just as a squirrel, basically. 'Cause I don't have a costume of any sort.
So there you
Thank
go.
you very
There's
much.
the tail.
That was cool. That's a good tail.
Nice. It's nice and light.
Jason Latour. Come on, man. Your wife's watching this.
Everybody gets a tail. That'll be the next exclusive. You
It'd
guys
be
have.
great- it'd be great if you just had like an army of people walking behind you who just have tails,
Yeah.
and they're your squirrels.
And
like,
they're
you
all
get-
grooming each other. It's like a groom train.
Yeah, groom train.
This is sounding very much like a furry party right now.
Yeah, well.
I'm bi-furious.
So where can people find you online if they want to learn more?
People can
about
find me online. I'm on Facebook. I'm under Riddle and on.
Yeah, we have some of your fans right now.
Oh my goodness! I told them I was like, check out Marvel Live.
Yeah.
And then on Twitter and Instagram, I'm RIDD1E. So I post a lot of squirrel stuff, but food, comics, video games, I love it all.
That's awesome.
So thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to be following this up with Paul and Storm, as well as Jonathan Colton. I spoke to those guys a little while ago. What's up, Blake? You have something to say? Do you want to come on the stream? No? All right. So, anyways, Ricky, thank you so much for joining us. Judy, thanks for coming on and lending your expertise. Guys, we've got lots of cool stuff still coming up. Like I said, next we're going to have Paul and Storm as well as Jonathan Colton, and then we'll be back with more great guests, more panel coverage. Go to marvel.com/NYCC 2016 for all the live blogs, all the pictures, all the goodness. We love having you here, and I think I carried this segment pretty well. Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Hey, Ben Morse here at Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016, out here on the beautiful veranda area where I am joined by Paul, Storm, and Jonathan Colton. Gentlemen, how are you all doing?
Doing great, thanks. Very well, thank you. Fantastic.
I understand you guys have a cruise to promote, so let's talk about it. What's the deal with this cruise?
It's called the Joko Cruise. Joko is short for Jonathan Colton. That's me.
Smart.
Right? It's marketing.
Good marketing.
It's clever marketing.
On brand.
It's basically it's a week on board a ship, a cruise ship, with a bunch of musicians and comedians and performers and authors and tabletop gaming, and it's like a Comic-Con on a boat, 1,000 times smaller than Comic-Con. All the good parts of any of your favorite nerd conventions and none of the bad parts. That's the idea.
And where will you guys be traveling?
We're sailing out of San Diego and into the Sea of Cortez on Holland America, and it's March when?
4th.
March 4th.
4th through 11th, yeah. The details men have to kick in. Yeah, March 4th through 11th, 2017.
And we have the whole ship this year, so basically all the stuff that people don't like about cruises, we're simply not going to have it.
Yeah. That's great. You get all people like this all in one place, celebrating kind of nerd convention stuff like that. Is there going to be a lot of stuff aimed at people who like comics, video games, all the like?
Absolutely, all that stuff. But you know, it's basically it's us curating a bunch of different kinds of entertainment that we enjoy. So there's a lot of nerdery, but there's a lot of stuff that people haven't seen before, and it's a good time.
And one of the nice things is the attendees will self-organize and do a lot of events among themselves. We call it the Shadow Cruise, where we just provide spaces and people can do whatever they want, like dance lessons or book clubs or. People have done swing dance lessons. And
that really caught your ear. Dance lessons.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And nerds.
You don't say.
Yeah, nerds can get down. We actually have actual dance nights, and they just are jam-packed.
What kind of dance? Are we talking swing, break dance? What's going on?
I've seen both of those things,
Really?
actually. Yeah, seriously.
We're developing a new style called Break Swing.
Break swing.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's
exclusive to
sweet.
Joko Cruise 2017.
Okay.
I myself do not dance.
Yeah, you're not endorsing.
I can't move my body. I feel awkward.
You're moving great before, moving back and forth.
Was I?
You're moving great before. When
Well, I
you're
mean,
going back and forth.
he's mobile. He just doesn't like to move it in a.
I thought you literally,
in a
No, I
rhythmic
can.
fashion.
I can move
That's a
my
neat
body.
trick.
I can move my body, just not in a cool way.
You just don't like to.
I don't like to. I wish I didn't have a body.
But you don't have to. You can sit in a hot tub the whole time.
There you
Your
go.
choice.
That's right.
Some heavy stuff here, trying to existentialism. I think I understand you guys also have an event tonight, Friday at the Bell House.
That's right. So we're playing a show at the Bell House in Brooklyn. Paul and Storm do a little music. I will do a little music.
No
People.
dancing.
No, I'm not going to do any
no,
dancing.
no,
I've already
dance-
made that clear that I will not be doing any
Dancing
dancing.
is forbidden.
If you take one, if this is like the town from Footloose.
Yes. New York City is very much like the town from Footloose.
You're basically John Lithgow from Footloose.
Essentially,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, the Bell House is actually a wooden bridge.
Yeah, but people should come out. It's been a while since we've been doing shows together. It's an acoustic show. Last time I toured, it was with a band, so it's kind of nice to be back in the swing of things. We do a few songs together, and I don't know. It's a nice, intimate, fun show.
And Jonathan will dance.
I'm not going to dance.
If
Break
you take
swing, break swing.
If you take one thing away from this interview, it's that he is not going to dance.
Yes, there will be no dancing.
Have you been up and paying attention?
I guess
Come
I really
on,
haven't.
Paul.
Yeah.
Too busy coming up
Been
with your own
watching the
answer.
cosplay go by down
It's
here.
true. There's a lot to distract you. Well, speaking of which, what do you guys do when you're at a convention like this? What do you most want to look for?
It's the people watching, really. I mean, you can't beat that. Like, yeah, you can go wander the floor, and that's sort of number two. But the main point for me, seeing everybody strut their stuff.
I guess I look for the fastest path to the exit. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, it is totally fun to see all the costumes. But I do like the Javits Center is so enormous.
Yeah.
And there are so many people here. It's one of those things. It's like you walk around for 5 minutes and you're like, oh, I'm so tired. You essentially enter fight or flight mode, and you're just like, So it's.
I always choose flight.
Yeah, me too. If I can.
Paul, what about you?
This year, actually, I wanted to make sure to mention this on camera to rub it in. I'm going to be looking for copies of Mockingbird 6 and 7 from this Civil War II series because Storm and I are officially Marvel canon. We were actually written into these issues of
Those
Mockingbird.
also take place on a
Here's the thing.
cruise.
They take place on a nerd cruise.
Yeah.
And Storm and I are totally in this these series, as well as the
That's
Double
so
Clicks,
cool.
John Roderick. And Jonathan oddly is not in it for some reason.
You know what? It's an unnamed nerd cruise. They don't mention the name of the cruise, and I'm not actually a character in it, which is weird.
Really weird.
I don't know why it would be that way.
And yet, Chelsea Kane is coming on Joko Cruise 2017.
Oh, no
I
kidding.
have a bone to pick with her about something.
Will there be like a debate that people can watch, a fist fight, something like that?
It's not going to be a debate.
it'll
It's
be a
going to be very
dance-off.
quick.
Yeah.
It's a dance-off. A dance-off.
That'll be quick then, very quick. How did you guys end up in the Mockingbird comic? Do you guys know Chelsea?
I think she knows some mutual friends. Keith Baker, a game designer, I think knows her, or at least he's in the comic as well.
Okay.
And she it's for some reason it occurred to her, I'm gonna do this storyline on a cruise, and they got in touch asking if a few of us could get in it.
Mockingbird is one of our best comics too. I love Mockingbird. It's a
Yeah.
great series.
Yeah, and now we can be our own favorite Marvel characters.
That's right.
Yeah, you can cosplay as yourself.
Yeah. You can cosplay as each other.
Yeah.
Really
We are
mixed-
right now, actually.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the secret.
I didn't know. All right, where can people find you guys online and social media, and where can they learn how to get on the cruise?
You can find Paul and Storm at Paul and Storm on the various social media. Jonathan Colton at Jonathan Colton. Joko Cruises at Joko Cruise or jokocruise.com. You can see our full lineup, which is getting ridiculously overfilled and still filling up.
That's awesome. Good luck, guys. Good luck with the dancing. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
let's shake on it. Ben Morris here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. We'll see you guys soon. Live here at New York Comic Con 2016, we are brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. My name is Ben Morris. I'm back here with Blake Garris, and we have a tremendous guest with us, Mr. Ryan Hurst.
A tremendous guest.
Very excited.
I got to say this on camera. and you
Okay,
told me
go
not to.
for it.
I booked all these guests. Ben has not been amazed when I told him he was coming.
And he's still not. He's
freaked
still not.
out.
I'm trying to be professional. Blake's put on my spot.
He's like,
I
oh,
love-
finally a good one.
I love Sons of Anarchy. Thought you were great in Remember the Titans.
Thanks,
so
dude.
what's up? But let's talk about what you're doing now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your show. What can we update the people with?
Yeah, we're shooting the second season of Outsiders for WGN. You know, it's just this crazy show, man. It was this last year. There was this script that was floating around Hollywood that everybody gravitated towards. You know, Paul Giamatti is producing, David Morse is starring, and I play his son. And it was one of those things. David Morse has been one of my favorite actors forever.
Yeah, that's
You know, he's just that guy. You know what I mean? He's like Gene Hackman or something. You never catch him acting. You love him in everything he's in. And when they told me that he was going to be a part of it, I was just like, get me in there. I don't care. But yeah, it's this wild show about these people who live at the top of this mountain who've lived there forever. And they don't use money. They have their own language, you know. That's slightly Celtic, you know, but then also completely not. There's like echoes of sort of magic in there, but that we never at least in the first 2 seasons, we don't hit it too hard. But yeah, when it was floating around Hollywood, I was just like, I've got to get in there.
Was there? I mean, there were actual people like that exist in the world today. Kind of. Did you delve into any of those stories before?
Not so much. Not so much. It was one of those things like when we read it, because it was so prolific. Like it was just so already laid out that when we got to the set, the production designer is essentially like one of the creators of the show, because the look is so beautiful that when you read it on the page, you're like, I hope they don't screw it up, and when we got there, it was like, it was fantastic.
That's
awesome.
Fantastic. How much time do you spend filming there?
About 6 months, 5.5 months.
So you really get to inhabit this world that they've created.
Yeah.
How is it emerging afterwards and going back to normal life?
It's all good. It's all good. But I tell you, because we're shooting on a mountain, of course they found a location that's literally like a 70-degree incline, which it's okay for us actors, but the crew, man, it's just working out those glutes, man. Just work them out, But I don't miss that when we're done shooting, but it's
Well, you mentioned David too. I mean, what was it like finally working with him, being such a fan of his in the past?
He's just a really serene, very quiet, very intense person. Is my goal the first season, because he's just you could stand beside him for 8 hours and not say a word. And my goal was like, all right, I'm gonna get to cracking jokes back and forth. That was my goal first season. And by the end, he was like, how many writers does it take to change a light bulb? And I was like, I don't know. How many writers does it take to change a light bulb? And he goes, change it. That's a good joke, man.
That's a winner.
That's amazing.
Have you learned anything from him, just being so close and watching and being in scenes and stuff?
It's a little bit like Morgan Freeman, I guess, in a way. Is they just carry this gravitas of they're not like the person who's the captain of the ship, but they bring this sense of community and that everything's going to be all right. And he really exudes that to everybody. And that's one of the, I remember watching, because I've worked with like Tom Hanks twice. And, when you work with celebrities, there's two sort of attitudes that you'll see with celebrities, which is one, like when there's people around watching, is that it's like, don't look at me. It's like, why do you get into this business in the first place? And then there's the other, well, like I remember watching Tom Hanks he was like a pastor or a politician, is that there was somebody's grandma who was 50 yards away who happened to be staring at him, and he would just walk over there and be like, hey, I'm, and really use that as an opportunity to connect with people. And David does the same.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So tell us, for fans who couldn't make it to Comic-Con, what are they going to miss from Outsiders?
Man.
Really make them feel bad.
Yeah.
It's, it's so hard to sum up. It's an action-packed show, all the good old, like, guns, violence, sex, all the stuff that people tune in for. The really good stuff. The stuff, behind the curtain, at the video store. No, it's really just a show where it has all the sort of trappings of a Game of Thrones or Sons of Anarchy, but it also has, this magical element, but it's totally grounded in reality. It also just deals with the sort of corporate greed of this coal company that comes and says, we're kicking you off of this mountain. There's a social commentary that's like really pervasive in the entire thing. And that was really important to the creator, Peter Matei. From the get-go, he was saying, that he wanted to sort of shine a light on it. And this was a vehicle for that. And last year we were talking all about the Second Amendment. We were at the upfronts and they were like, so does this show support, or how is it, and I was like, oh, we're on the right page. We're telling a story on TV where I just get to, ride an ATV through like a big box store wearing pelts, and we're talking about, militias and the Second Amendment and how it relates to police brutality. And it was just like, it was really, that's not commentary, but just kind of, shining a light in that arena.
And you mentioned too, the fan reaction's been amazing since the first season came out. Talk a little on that.
Well, it's one of those things. I'm happy that Sons is over, but I still get the OP. Yeah. Which is like but I'm very happy to announce that it's started to make its way over to Get Ya, which is their sort of call to arms that the Ferals have. So.
How many seasons does it take to get sick of getting screamed that?
Opie?
Yeah, or anything.
No. Well, Opie. I was always just like, I remember with that show, I was like, I said to Kurt, I was like, it had to be that name. It couldn't be. It couldn't be just like. It couldn't be like, hey, Brass Knuckles. It couldn't be. It was Opie. Okay, great.
What was it like transitioning off of Sons of Anarchy? Because that was, that was a heavy show, heavy character to play. There's got to be a little bit of a hangover coming out. How long did it take you to really kind of move on to your next project?
I actually I was cast in something right afterwards that was totally different. It was a show for TNT that only went for one season called King and Maxwell, which was a blast. But like any character, it's such a unique opportunity for actors nowadays that TV is so pervasive and the media outlets are so enormous that it really is a new thing for so many actors to get the opportunity to develop something over 5 years, 7 years. It's kind of a new, for us at least, it's a little bit of a new art form, because you have to approach it with like, these are decisions that I'm making for this character that are not just necessarily going to play for 13 hours. It's going to be for a long time. So it's when you do a movie, it's done. It lives forever, but it's that's it.
Yeah,
right. With this, it's really is a little bit of a new art form that was kind of set aside for a privileged few. When you did like Cheers or something that went for 7 years, you get to kind of like get in there and develop this thing.
Right.
But it's really pervasive now, so it's a lot of fun.
And, I mean, you do cons every once in a while.
Yeah.
Have you ever had like a moment with a fan that's just been really like great for you that you always remember?
I was doing a motorcycle convention.
Nice.
Yeah. You'd think so.
Yeah.
You'd think so. So there was
Not so nice.
there was this guy who made me look tiny.
Okay.
He was giant. He was a mountain of a man.
Okay.
who walked up, and he was in a club, and he was wearing all of his colors, and he came up, and he was like, "You mind if I ask you a effing question, bro?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You sure?" I was like, "Yeah, brother. What's going on?" And he's like, "What do you put in your hair? It looks so." I've tried flat ironing it. I was just like, "Is somebody videotaping this? This is fantastic." That's one of them.
What do you put in your hair?
It's a trade secret, my
Yeah,
friend.
we'll never know.
It's a trade secret.
I gotta ask, because me and Jason Chung were disagreeing about this earlier. One of our camera guys. After that one right there. After you finished Sons, you shaved the beard, right?
Yeah.
So this is new. So you grew it back.
Yeah. No, I actually just picked it up and
Just put it back on.
No,
Just kept it in a bag for a couple years.
No, yeah, I cut it off for the King and Maxwell role, but
Okay.
like I pretty much have this all the time.
You
know.
prefer to have this.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
choice.
So when they called, I got like 3 calls over a weekend from the executive producers of Outsiders when I landed the role, going, "Please don't cut your hair or beard. Please don't cut your." And I was like, "You don't have to tell me, man." I was like, "My beard does half of the acting. Don't worry about it."
How much of the salary does it command?
I have a non-disclosure. I can't tell you about it.
Very cool. So what else do you like to do when you're at conventions like this? Like Blake said, you're kind of a convention veteran. What's your favorite thing to do when you're not promoting?
I love to interact with fans. I love panels. I really have a great time. I love when fans come up and ask me questions that have nothing to do with my career. They just ask weird stuff. I just
like beard questions.
Yeah, beard questions. I had somebody ask me, it was in a panel, and somebody walked up and said, "If you were going to intimidate someone just by eating a sandwich, what kind of sandwich would it be?" I was like, "That is phenomenal."
I got to know the answer to that.
I was like, okay, so I went with a triple decker.
Makes
sense.
sense.
And I was like, but the meat was unimportant, but the coleslaw kind of coming off was a deal closer. It has to just kind of like,
I'm scared.
That's the
You
right
got
answer,
me.
man.
Yeah.
I was with Tommy Flanagan, and he was just like, "Cucumber sandwiches. Next question."
So real quick, tell people how they can watch the show. Where can they find you online? How can we follow more of Ryan Hurst?
You can follow Ryan Hurst at Rambo Donkey Kong.
Love it, of course.
Solid. On Twitter, and you can watch Outsiders on WGN.
Cool. Guys, thank you so much for joining us, Ryan.
Yes.
This was a real pleasure.
Oh, thanks,
we're going to be back with the cast of Black Sails after this. Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse. With me is
Blake Garrison. We are joined by Hannah New, Luke Arnold, Black Sails. Thanks for joining us, guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So tell us what I always say this. What are fans missing if they can't come to the con from you guys?
really shame them.
Yeah, we got some really, so we got some great stuff in the panel. So there's a bunch of us in the panel, got some other cast members here. I think we're going to show about the first 13 or 15 minutes of the premiere of season 4, and as well the new trailer. And there's a few other little secret things as well, which I don't think we can say
I don't know if
yet.
we're allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, but there's some really good stuff
I
coming
talked
up.
to your people, and you guys are totally clear.
This is just the 4 of us here.
No, I'm looking over to them.
Oh no? That was a no?
Yeah.
No, no,
She's
no.
literally saying no.
Yeah, like
It's usually a bit, but that was real.
Yeah. It's just a bit. Don't worry about it. We're not saying anything.
Yeah, but because even unfortunately, like Toby Schmitz, who plays Jack Rackham, can't be here. But for fans of his, there's a special treat related to him.
Yes.
That will be unveiled.
So you guys are on season 4. I feel like that's when you've really you've gotten comfortable a little bit with the characters and really started to inhabit a little. How is it different going into this season than maybe the previous 3?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think for all of us, like all of our characters have evolved enormously. So, I mean, and this season really is like a very kind of self-reflective season because it's coming up to the end of this whole massive story and arc. So every single character kind of questions who they are, why they're there, and what they're fighting for. So yeah, it's an amazing season, and there's so many big events and huge battles, and like it just gets bigger.
Yeah, the show's got bigger and better every season. I think we feel like that. It feels like all the fans think that. And this is the final season, and you really get a sense of that from the beginning. Like, we get I think the actors as well as the characters just got put through the works this season, so no one has it easy.
And what's it like working with stars too? It just keeps getting bigger and bigger as well, it's helping the show, and I guess the show helps stars too, and vice versa.
I mean, it's so great being part of a show, part of a channel that has so many original content shows. And Stars just is like, it's a snowball and it just keeps rolling. And and we've seen our show like gather so much momentum and fan base, and it's all been people who are just so passionate about pirates and so passionate about the subject matter and about the history. So that's what's really amazing for us, because then you get this incredible dialogue with fans.
What is the best part of being a pirate?
There's a lot of good parts. But
and you're kind of on the other side.
I am.
Now,
I'm on the business side, so.
It is.
What would you most want to do if you were a pirate?
I'll say the free rum is a good thing about being a pirate. In the real world, I get a lot of free rum in bars
That's
now.
great.
Yeah.
That's great. I'd probably like to do a bit more sword fighting.
Yeah.
Zach McGowan got a lot of that from the first 2 seasons. So I was quite jealous.
How many Comic-Cons has this been for you guys?
So this is our 4th year, but our 3rd Comic-Con. Yeah, so we started, did season 1 and 2, and a couple of actually no, because Ray was here last year. I think so. We had some presence last year.
Ray
It is
was
our
here.
third one.
He came on the
Yeah.
show. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Has anybody dressed as you guys yet? You seen anybody walking around?
No, we just arrived. So.
But like, I'm really tempted just to be like, where are they?
Yeah,
Where are they?
There's got to be people.
I'm sorry we pulled you away from your people watching the interview. I felt
I
really bad.
know.
She was so excited to come up here and see all the people on the floor, and I was like, oh,
I'm like,
sorry,
oh,
we
sorry,
have to do an interview. We actually have one of our fans, Sophia, writing in asking us, can you tell us what was your favorite moment from shooting the show? You can go all 4 seasons if you want.
Yeah, I think mine would probably be in season 4, but without talking about that, because there was so much good stuff, I'd say the shark hunting, where in season 3, when me and Flint go out and just we're starving and we just almost with our bare hands and a harpoon kill this shark.
Yep.
It's
Been there.
yeah, that's it. Before I had this job, there were some days that were very close to that. That was definitely a real highlight for me.
I mean, and that was such a hard shoot as well, because you're out on the water all day and
And
battling
hadn't
with a big
eaten
piece of rubber.
in months, so
I was going to ask, I want to hear your favorite moment
Yeah.
too, but I was going to ask how working with water and stuff like that, working with the elements, how difficult does that make the show? How big of a role does that play?
It's crazy. Both the storm stuff was really tough in season 3, and for me, I had a real phobia of doing any underwater stuff. And I feel like I've been in the water for most of the show, and in season 4, that really gets taken to the next level. Yeah, I really had to, but it's amazing to get to do, like, the beauty about doing the show, having stars supporting it so much, letting it get bigger every season, shooting in a place like Cape Town, we have the resources of people are ready to do anything. We just kept building more tanks and more ships and more sets.
That's awesome.
And the water was always, like, it's why we could never be on the actual ocean. It'd be impossible. So if we need another tank, we just build another tank.
Yeah. All right, going back, your favorite moment from shooting the show?
God, there's so many. Like I've just
You had
been.
extra time to think about it.
I know, I know. But probably for me, I think was my confrontation scene with Vane in the cell. I think for me that was just, it was a culmination of so much tension, and obviously like working with Zach is always incredible, and especially like doing stunt stuff with Zach. He's like such a past master, and I have managed to draw blood in stunt rehearsals with him, so I was quite nervous about the real thing.
Your
but
own blood or
his?
Okay.
Unfortunately, there was a slight nose explosion. Mistiming of punches. What can you say? But anyway, it's he's just wonderful to work with, and that was a beautifully directed scene as well by Steve Boyum. And so yeah, I kind of, there's so many, but there are moments where you're like, wow, this character really has gone there, and you've been given that kind of material. So yeah.
We have about a minute left. Anything you can tease that you haven't talked about with Black Sails?
I'd say for me, I think it definitely, if you're ever worried about a show not delivering on the finale, this show definitely does. And I know from my side of the story, with the kind of Flint, Billy Bones, Silver, Treasure Island stuff, we make some new characters pop up, and we do a lot of things that really throw towards Treasure Island for the fans of that backstory.
Yeah. No, it's a really epic end to a very complete story. So yeah, it's worth binging, and it's worth getting through and seeing our end finale.
That's awesome. Where can people find you guys on social media and on the internet?
On Twitter, I'm at Long Luke Arnold, and thank you. And Instagram at Scrambled Luke.
And I am at Hannah New UK.
Thank you guys so much for coming
thanks
on.
a lot.
We're going to have more Black Sails in just a second, but while you're waiting, check this out from Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. Oh, hello, and welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. My name, of course, is Ben Morse, and we've got with us Blake Garris.
And the rest of the cast of Black Sails. How
Oh,
you
yeah.
doing?
Hello.
Good.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
So they wouldn't tell us any secrets about the new season, so
They said wait and ask the next group. So what are the secrets?
Wait and ask the next group.
Wait and
Yeah.
ask the next group.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
coming back,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they said they're going to come back and actually tell
Yeah,
us the
yeah,
bits.
yeah.
But in all seriousness, you guys are here promoting the 4th season, the final season of Black Sails. What are you most excited about as you kick off this last season?
I think, I mean, because it's the last season, I think I'm really excited to see people's reactions when they see this whole kind of journey come to an end and how it's all rounded off at the end of it. Because I think season 4, it's pretty full on. There's a lot of action. The stakes are super high this year. So because it all matters so much more, I think it's going to be really great to see an audience that's already invested in the show, see how they react to it.
Yeah, I'm so curious what everyone's going to think kind of when it comes to an end.
Is there any fear of how people build up a finale or anything like that? Having to challenge that?
No, I think
I hope that everyone loves it.
Yeah, I feel like it's come to a really great end. I think what the writers done is, they're really smart. Yeah.
I mean, we're satisfied with the ending, and I think that an audience that is invested in it will feel the same way.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And you had a great question with the rest of the cast.
Thank
like
you.
what? You're welcome. What's been like one of the best moments from working on the show so far?
Stunts. Just all of them.
Wait, the way I phrased it was, what is the best part of being a pirate? Is what I said.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
True.
I can't answer that because I'm not a pirate.
Or if you were a pirate, what do you think the best part of being
About
a
being a
pirate?
pirate.
Pretending to be drunk all the time,
Yeah.
drinking rum.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's always a subtle bit of that underlying,
Yeah,
you
we
know, that's
actually
quite fun.
We got that with the last group too.
Right.
Oh, you did? Yeah. We're all just massive alcoholics.
Yeah, we're very method on the show, so we all got really, really drunk before the takes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tricky because I when you think about it, when you're on the sets, because we've got amazing sets down there in Cape Town, like them in the ships, they're so legit, And I think the 12-year-old me, when I'm in the on the ships and climbing rigging and stuff, I just have this kind of amazing feeling that it's like I can't believe I'm actually doing this job at times. So that's probably for me that's the best bit about it, and having those kind of pinch myself moments.
Yeah. Totally, it's so big. The set is epic.
Yeah.
It's a whole land. It's like Pirate Disneyland.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'll miss driving to work every day and like seeing the ships from the freeway, going
Yeah.
like, oh my god, I work there.
It's like a
so
theme
cool.
park.
It is like a theme park.
So cool. What's conversely the hardest part of working with the elements or working with these big set pieces or anything like that? What are
Heat.
the challenges?
The heat is
Heat,
really
right.
rough. It's extremely hot where we shoot in Cape Town.
And the costumes are always big and
Oof,
heavy.
like-
and stuff.
Costumes are massive, and like, a question,
Layers
like,
and layers.
Why were they wearing so many layers?
Layers,
yeah.
It's
But
not
they do.
practical.
Ridiculous.
You know, and it's crazy because they're so kind of feral and they're pirates, but there's still that you have to
Dress,
uphold.
element
yeah.
of dress, is very, very important.
Oh,
Yeah.
so does anybody ever get like seasick? Is it?
No, because
Well, we're never at sea.
We're never at sea.
But I mean,
do it.
You got a little sick in the storm, no? Wasn't that quite intense? Or not
I didn't get
but
sick. I got very
of.
wet.
You got sick of it.
Sick of the storm.
Yeah.
You caught pneumonia. is
Yeah,
what
we
happened.
did like, I mean, I don't know how many hours of footage we got of the storm, but yeah, I mean, I was up on like the yardarm thing, which is right at the top of the rigging. We had like a couple of set pieces on like a smaller one at the bottom so we could get better shots. But yeah, I mean, on the storm sequence, we're thrown around all over the place. So
What was the longest that you were up there for?
oh man, well, Lucas, our director, he had a shot that he just kept running for like 10 minutes. So we were just getting blasted. It was me and 2 stunt guys on this yardarm getting blasted for like 10 minutes non-stop.
Which is like a very long take in
Yeah, it's
the
a
world
really
of
long take.
television.
That's a long take.
Yeah, that never happens.
That's not normal.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
Yeah.
a lot, but it's extremely long.
So yeah, at times it actually felt like we were, trying to survive a storm. There was points I'm actually hanging on for dear life in the middle of it. So it was.
It moves at quite a speed as well.
Yeah, it was brutal. Yeah, but so much fun.
You're
yeah,
on
it's
a crazy
great.
incline too with that
Yeah.
storm. It was mental.
But you made it out the other side, and here you are.
Yes, I survived. Yes.
So we got less
Luckily.
than a minute left. How can fans check out Black Sails?
Oh, Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime, they can subscribe to Stars.
Stars.
and there's various online formats now.
Don't
that,
pirate the pirate
but
show.
don't pirate
Pirate
it.
the pirate show.
We can be pirates, you can't.
And where can people find you guys on social media and elsewhere on the internet?
I think we all have Twitter and
Yeah, all of our, I think, all of
Yeah.
our own names.
Exactly.
Clara
I'm-
Paget on Instagram and Twitter.
You guys
and
lucked out. You got
Jessica-
them quick.
Exactly. I'm J Parker K on Twitter and J Parker K3 on Instagram.
I'm Tom Hopper Hops on Instagram
Little buddy.
and on Twitter as well. Yeah.
Why not?
Clever.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Guys, thanks
And
so
full
much.
of Black
I do
Sails
hop,
as well.
so,
Guys,
you know,
thanks
why
so
not?
much
Sails.
for joining us.
Thank you.
Do check out Black Sails on Stars and all the other ways they talked about it. We're going to be back with Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell, which is a new show.
No, it's a show on Adult Swim.
Okay, see you in a sec. Hey everyone, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse, with me is Blake Garris.
And we are joined by the minds behind Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. I also am geeking out about all the other stuff you guys do. I mean, you've done Too Many Cooks. Thank you, sir. Aqua Teen Hunger Force here. Banshee here. You're just, can we be
Blake's
best
in
friends?
heaven. This guy's making it go.
Yeah. And then Henry Zabrowski, who is not here.
Here in spirit.
Yeah.
7 cents a pop if you want to buy them online.
Really?
After Comic Con, they'll be free.
Look for these
Yeah,
on eBay
exactly.
tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
They screw you on the shipping though. It's not cheap to buy it, but it's
Yeah.
like $25 shipping.
Yeah.
Smoke-free home. Mint on, string attached still.
Certificate of authenticity.
Yeah, it's 7 cents until Marvel gets involved. And then, yeah, it's like,
That's right.
yeah.
There'll be Reebok.
And there'll be a TM
It
right
can
now.
be double. Yeah, it's a shield actually. We think it's a massive shield.
Yeah. This segment's going for 8 minutes. I assume it's just gonna be this.
No, you,
all.
yeah, you never even asked. You haven't even asked a question yet, have you? Yeah.
No, we
He did
introduced
that
ourselves
weird
and then
bow
just
to
ran.
Chris, and then that was the end of it.
Yeah,
And
right.
it's like,
All right, so
welcome to the place we're at. Yes.
So for those of us who have never seen the show, but maybe you're thinking
Well,
about it,
You mean the idiots?
us great unwashed masses.
nurturing, caring
Give
way,
me
don't
the
deplorables.
Give me the quick rundown of what the show's about and what people can see.
It's like you're in hell.
There you go. That's quick and to the point. I like
Your
it.
boss is Satan.
Yeah.
Like you were telling us earlier, you hate your boss. It's like just like that. Yeah, he was talking like you were saying, a living hell every day.
That wasn't me.
It's like that, but a TV show, but not real. Not like how you were talking
No,
about.
not like what I was saying earlier.
We'll tell the boss that.
So yeah, it's a workplace comedy in hell, and Matt Servito plays Satan. Dana plays one of the demons, Troy. And
I like to think he's the most important demon.
there's a lot of
That's-
violence
that's
in it,
what I-
just like a normal corporate workplace.
Yeah. Except there's more like fire and people getting their limbs ripped off and stuff. But
Slightly.
still like a corporate environment, heavily corporatized environment. Right, Dave?
That's a pretty good idea, actually. They get your limbs pulled off, and then they have to attend like a seminar, an HR seminar, where it's just investigated thoroughly.
Protecting your global information, protecting your limbs.
Right.
Didn't we have an episode where there was all about a meeting about how to sexual harass somebody? Like it was like that's how the hell it's an opposite.
It was a sexual harassment seminar. It was just how to sexually
harass
harass
somebody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Call them sweet cheeks and stuff like that. Yeah. When greeting someone, was that kind of stuff.
When you were coming up with the idea for the show, was it like only like Adult Swim can only have it, or like I couldn't see it on any other channel?
Lifetime was really making a bid for it.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
They were really going for it.
Yeah.
And they were like, but we don't want blood. We want rainbows. Like, well, no. Fire.
Well, it started. We made a super deluxe video years ago, and then we just liked this one demon character, and we decided to expand it there. And then we wrote it up and we pitched it, and many years later, they decided this was an excellent show idea. So yeah,
How
that's
many
how it
years we
started.
talking here? Like decades?
No, we're not that old. Jesus, couple years, couple good years. It was written up, but yeah, we're happy to do it.
And I got to say, for fans of, I mean, I keep bringing it up, but Too Many Cooks or Aqua Teen, what would they expect that's kind of similar? With your
all of it.
Dana Snyder
I'm
is
in
what's
both of
similar
them.
about all
Dave
of it. Yeah, we
wrote
just can't
both
get
of
rid of them.
Co-wrote both of them.
Yeah, Turner's a bastard child right here.
Yeah, I have a lot
He's
of
got to be on
photos
everything.
of Ted Turner and
Yeah.
stuff, so I
Yeah.
get put in stuff that I shouldn't be in, but I'm in it anyway.
What are you guys showing off at Comic Con this year?
We are showing a brand new episode. I think it's starts airing October 23rd, but it involves the character of Gary. Our main character has Satan's child, and we're very excited about it. So we have an Antichrist, very touching Antichrist birth.
This is a very special episode.
Yes, it's a very special episode of Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell.
It's like the Omen, but
I don't
funny.
Wanna, you're right. I don't want to.
I thought the Omen was funny, but
yeah.
What's he doing that he can't come to Comic Con? What's he so important?
He's not allowed to leave the state of Georgia. Legally,
Yes.
just legally.
Yeah, that's all.
It's,
Yeah,
grave robbing apparently is a crime there.
Who knew? I believe he's out of the country at the moment. Is he not?
Yeah, he's like in Scotland.
Yeah, he's in Scotland, I think.
What is this? I just keep.
That's the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah,
The bejeweled fist is right next to like some lube. What is this?
Oh, you'll know the Infinity Gauntlet when you see it. It can be
When you
recognized,
feel
but
it.
Yeah,
You'll feel it first.
Yeah, it will feel like an infinity for sure. For certain.
Infinity and beyond.
That's right.
Yes.
So do you film this show in Georgia?
That's right.
Actually, technically, we're supposed to sing the jingle for
Made
3
in
seconds.
Georgia.
Yeah, we just got $50,000 back on our tax break. Yeah,
That's great.
there you go.
Do you ever get to walk?
Oh, I'm gonna also just say I enjoy Stranger Things. Why am I talking about another show? But it was cool to see some of the same locations we used on our show in Stranger Things.
Copycats is what we're
Yes,
doing.
they're drafting
Find your
after
own
us.
ways.
But
So who came first?
We did. Your pretty face going to. Did he tell you it was 10 years ago?
Yeah, no, we've been there making stuff for even before the tax break. But you know, Atlanta's a great place to shoot. I mean, you can shoot Atlanta for Toronto, Atlanta for New York, Atlanta for LA, Atlanta for Dubai, Atlanta for the surface of Mars.
Atlanta for hell.
Yeah.
That's
Atlanta for Macon.
a lot of variety.
Atlanta
That's
for
right.
Birmingham.
True.
Just don't ever do Atlanta for Atlanta.
That's right, yeah.
Don't
Never
go,
for
don't
Atlanta.
go full Atlanta.
Don't do the
Yeah,
Tyler
that's
Perry
great.
mistake.
Yeah.
Everything's in Atlanta.
You're never working for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Are you guys?
I swear too much.
Are you guys gonna get to walk the floor at all? Are you gonna pick up anything?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Just for the celebrity effect.
I'm interested in getting the Golden Girls action figures,
Oh,
which
yeah.
are on sale somewhere. I don't know where they are, but I gotta find them.
I know someone that can get you
I
one.
believe those are Funko,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, that's right. The real reanimator or whatever it's called, whatever that thing's called, reaction figure.
You a big Golden Girls fan?
My sister-in-law, every year I get her something for the Golden Girls. Now I know what to get her this
Right.
year.
Your sister-in-law.
Yes.
Yeah, my sister-in-law.
His sister-in-law, air quote.
Yeah. She wears the same size clothes as I do. She's very similar to girls. But she's really fun. She loves going out to dinner and just painting the town red.
Hey, I just want. Is season 1 and 2 still on Hulu?
Yes.
Yes,
Season 1 and 2.
please watch
are on
season
Hulu.
1 and 2. Season 3 starts October 23rd. Also, I wanted to talk to you. Dave and I are
11:30.
available to write a Deadpool sequel if you're looking for
right.
someone to do that. We would.
Blake and I are in charge of the committee to
we
find
did.
someone to write the Deadpool sequel. So
I've got like 3 scripts for it. But I have to
It's a
play
quadrology, and we've got.
20 seconds left. Pitch the heck out of Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell.
Your
Or
Pretty
don't.
Face is going to hell this October 20 what?
23rd, 11:30 on a Sunday.
On the Lord's Day, Sabbath.
Watch it.
It's
It's
like
swim.
fire and blood
It's-
and horns.
There's nothing like it
and
on
Infinity
air.
Gauntlets up the bunghole. You're gonna love the show.
Watch the
Pretty Face
show.
is Going to Hell.
The most
Just like that.
Judeo-Christian
Quick
show on
product. Boom.
television.
Hey guys, welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Panagos.
I'm Lorraine Sink. We're here with the gentleman of Zarface.
Yeah. Hi, how's it going?
Do you prefer for one of you to be like colloquially known as Zar and the other Face, or is it really like an elision of the two together?
It's,
in one
there's
thing?
actually three of us, but when we form, it's kind of like a Voltron thing, so
Oh,
we kind
okay.
of become
Do you
Zar
have to
faces.
like sit on each other's shoulders?
Yes, exactly. See, it's kind of,
trench coat
yeah.
on, I'm like, whoa, who's that guy?
Right, and then we have the unveiling, and then all the shiny armor comes out, and then sometimes the pyramid breaks and we fall, but
Oh.
yeah, it's we keep it together most times.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
You guys just came from the big signing at the Marvel booth?
Yes, Yeah, for yeah. Black Panther, and it was amazing, man. The fans are crazy in a really good way, enthusiastic, and it makes us feel really cool to be part of it.
Yeah, so how did that actually happen? How did you get become part of the Black Panther project?
Well, it actually started with Method Man because he was filming his spot for Luke Cage, and they had spoken to him about a song that we did with Method Man and licensing it for the project. And Meth had thrown the alley-oop over to us, and I spoke to Daniel and Chris, and we connected the dots that way. We made a whole new track, man. It was just kind of inspired from the connection. We could have used the previously released song, but we wanted to do something new because we're fans of Black Panther as it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you been fans your whole lives?
Yeah. Yes, all 21 years. I've been, so.
That's the move right there.
Right,
Everybody pays
yeah.
attention. That's how you do it.
Yeah, definitely. Lifelong fans, for real.
So is there a certain issue or artist or writer from the Black Panther series that gets your heart going?
Well, I have to give praises due to Jack Kirby, of course, right off the bat, because that's just, the creator. But I think Ta-Nehisi's doing an amazing job. You know what I mean? I love the Christopher Priest run.
Yes.
I just find Black Panther's story. I'm so thrilled. I've said it a lot that he's just he's becoming a household name. You know what I mean? My son is going as Black Panther for Halloween. He's already got his suit. He's 8 years old, and it's just like, just connecting the dots, man. Because when I was that age, it was not a prayer of Black Panther just having all this accessibility. You know what I'm saying? He was still a cool character, but now he's on the verge of household name. You know what I'm saying?
He's been in a movie. He has his own movie coming out.
Yeah.
Like it's an incredible time
Definitely.
for the character.
Yeah,
It's great.
Definitely.
It's really good.
Back, when I was that age, I could be Cap or I could be Spidey, and that was it. Now we can, we could be Thanos.
Yes. How about you? You go back with Black Panther, or are there other characters that you really gravitate towards?
Oh, and Daredevil's a big one for
Yeah?
me. Really
Oh,
big.
yeah?
Yeah, with the
It's been a good couple of years for Daredevil too.
Yeah, it has been recently too. But he's been he's a big one, I guess, for me. Iron Man. Yeah. He was stalking Frank Miller for a couple years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Tell
one of
us
my.
more about stalking when
that's
we have it on camera.
It's a fun fact. Yeah. So we,
This can be used against you in a court
Yeah, I
of
know
law.
what Yeah.
Yeah, Frank's stuff is so iconic, and so in of the time too, but still feels timeless now.
And the way he took the character during that period and introduced all the martial arts, it was just great.
Sure.
It was yeah.
Are you guys from New York or Jersey? Or
Boston.
Boston.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Boston.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any Boston-based heroes.
Zarface. Donnie Wahlberg.
Say hi to your mother for me.
Yeah. That's a hero with a small H. There's the New Kids on the Block. There's Paul Pierce. He's not from Boston. Anyway.
We have a question come in from the fans. If you have more, use #MarvelNYCC. Wim said Mojo says, where do you find your inspiration to create your music and other things? And then also, what superpowers would you each like to have?
Okay. I think the inspiration musically, a lot of it leaps off, like from the art in comic books and the larger than life attitude of a superhero or a supervillain crushing a city or just having that confidence that doesn't even seem realistic for an actual person to grab. If you can latch on to some of that energy, you can actually, boost your performance and what your creativity. You know what I mean? I think a lot of the influence comes from a lot of characters that we grew up with. In terms of the other question, which I have no idea what it was at this point.
What
Superhero
superpower
Oh,
do
yeah,
you have?
superpowers. Yeah. What about you?
I answered this before, Pro. Not to age past 40.
Solid.
Yeah.
But so the problem with that, and I've thought about this before because I have a lot of time to think about comic books and superpowers, is you don't age, but everyone around you does.
It's fine.
Oh.
Oh, so you're just like, yeah, my family, my friends, I don't care, whatever.
It's cool.
Yeah,
It's
I'll be
like
fine.
Richard from Lost. It's,
Yeah.
You know, the plight.
Richard
I'll find
Alpert.
new friends,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. I would just like to be on a treadmill for more than like 11 minutes. That could be my superpower. I don't have to be Quicksilver or anything like that. If I could just not get bored on a treadmill, I would be happy.
That's a superpower. To the not getting bored part.
Well,
is
yeah.
really hard.
Right? I
At
tried
some
anything.
point, it's just like my legs hurt. I want this to stop now, and
Exactly.
I could make it stop by just not doing it.
And it's almost lunchtime, you know, and that's just like, there's so many factors that play into it. When you're on the treadmill, you're just like, this is not entertaining me. This, you know.
So tell the Marvel fans who are watching this a little bit more about the track you did for the Black Panther project.
Okay, yeah, we made a track for Black Panther, and it was, you know, tailor made for the issue. And it's funny because, as I said, we're so excited about doing it, and I think a lot of our drafts working in the studio to make this song led to our album, because we just tried so many different things, and we had this idea, and a lot of the things that I was doing personally were kind of too on the nose. So I had a lot of Black Panther references throughout the album now, because it's just stuff like, you know.
Yeah, I think we did like 3 tracks in a row, and then when we recorded all in together, which is the track we did for Black Panther, that was like, you were like, all right, this one fits, this one makes sense. It felt right to the 3 of us, and
Yeah.
you know.
So you can listen to the album, and I'm saying stuff like, my stance is quite Panther-like, with a suit the same color as anthracite, but it's not even talking about, it's not even a Black Panther joint.
It's just,
but yeah. So the actual song itself, though, was just, I mean, we're just kind of aiming, you know, to keep it in the arena and channel the energy of T'Challa, but keep it, you know,
natural.
Yeah, keep it natural and not forced. That's a good way to put
And
it.
people can hear that in the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview series, A Nation Under Our Feet.
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
episode 5, yeah.
Episode 5,
Yeah.
awesome.
Like in my heart, I wanted to do a song like Black Panther, Black Panther, Black Panther, Black. You know, that's what I kept going. I was like, let's do that one.
That's
you know?
more my room.
Yeah,
I'm the Black Panther. I'm here to say I like vibranium today.
We did have a rap battle.
Right.
We had a rap battle at the end of the show
Well, no, that
last
was
night.
The vibranium was good. You know, and you could do the Wakanda. Like panda. You know, right? What's that? The song?
Yeah, it's like that song Panda.
Hey, I flubbed that just like you flubbed yours.
We've had this idea to do a Marvel-themed like rap battle series, a video show. So we may be calling upon you.
Hey, I'm ready.
Put some of that stuff together.
I am ready. We can do a freestyle, or we can do it premeditated. We can do whatever you want to do. I'm ready.
What superhero do you think would be the best rapper?
Wow. Banshee, because his voice is just crazy.
But
or
everyone
Black Bolt.
just dies.
Yeah, Black Bolt got his voice just levels people.
Yikes.
So,
You do not battle Black Bolt.
No.
Right, no.
You lose.
Right. Yeah, that'd be good. I would say Professor X, because he's got, his, I don't know.
He's smart and he can read your mind.
Who do you have? I was like, this guy.
Battle.
Yeah. Now we're gonna have a real battle. Yeah. Let's hear about it, Stan.
Stan,
what do you got?
And similarly, are there any particular characters you think would be listening to your music?
Ooh, that's a good question, man. I like that visual from Deadpool where he's on the bridge listening to Salt and Pepper. Although we don't sound like Salt and Pepper, but it's like, we might do a cover of Shoop someday. No, I could see Deadpool. I'd like to see Wolverine kind of tearing through a whole bunch of people listening to our
Nightcrawler.
stuff. Nightcrawler, yeah.
You do it with a German accent.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we've toured Germany plenty times, so it's
When can people check out the album?
The album comes out November 4th.
You can pre-order it right now on getondown.com for physical copies.
Yep.
And
Variant
that's
covers.
Fistful Apparel, is that right?
That's
Fistful
right.
Apparel.
There
That's
you
right.
go.
Yeah, vinyl, CD, maybe cassette, and iTunes, of course, for the digital.
For digital, iTunes, Spotify, we're streaming.
And where can they find you guys online?
At MC Esoteric on Twitter and Instagram. Just that letters MC and then Esoteric. Twitter and Instagram.
At DJ7L, same Instagram.
Yeah.
And
Zarface. Just Google Zarface. CZARFACE.
Shouts to Inspector Deck, who could not be here today.
Yeah.
Third member of Zarface.
Well, thank you guys so much for
Thank you.
joining
Thank
us. We'll be back with Dreamcore LLC on Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. Stick around. Hello, and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. And I'm with the Jokers behind Dreamcore LLC. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Guys.
We're happy to be here.
Thanks for having us.
Oh my gosh, my pleasure. So what have you guys done? Have you guys done a panel yet? Are you here just to see us?
We're here just to see you. We came to New York just to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Me personally.
Yes.
Yes.
We haven't even.
I want to wear the shield.
Okay.
No, the shield's
Put it
fine.
on,
You
would
can.
you?
You can. You
I
can put your
would
arm
love
in
to.
there.
You know, it's
Oh,
not
wow.
bigger than one would think.
Well, you know,
In
Captain
other words,
America's very strong.
You can't give
Well
those
done.
to
Block out all the haters.
There you go.
There it
You
is.
guys, the show looks so cool. It's coming very soon. Can you talk a little bit about where the idea for the show came from?
Well, Daniel created it, and it came from his twisted, sick little mind.
Tell us about it, Daniel. Well, it's on Adult Swim.
It's on Adult Swim.
Just so you know.
Premieres October 23rd.
At 11:45
what's the idea, though?
p.m.
The idea is dream therapy. So we've all been to traditional therapy. We know what traditional therapy is, and that
Yes.
could take years. Now, John Grice plays a doctor. A therapist
Dr.
named Dr.
Roberts.
Roberts, and he can walk you through your dreams.
I go into your dreams and I walk you through them. I walk you right through them.
And those dreams are shown on screen with rotoscope animation, which
And for those of you who don't know rotoscope,
it's great. It's gorgeous. It's like the movie Scanner Darkly or Waking Life, are two
In
examples
fact,
of that.
some of the
older folks,
animators-
Yellow Submarine.
Some of the animators from Scanner and Waking Life are animators on DreamCorp.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And it's amazing.
So it's half live action, and then we go into the dream world, and it's all crazy animated and trippy and
And Steve
surreal.
Merchant plays a robot assistant
To
of
me.
Dr. Roberts named
my
Terry.
my creation, Terry.
I have voiced robots before on video games and the like, so I'm kind of the go-to guy for if you need an English robot voice.
But he does
I've had
have
a lot
a
of experience.
You do
and I
have
did it again.
a lilting.
It's a soothing
I
voice.
appreciate that.
You're like
Thank
a
you.
cousin to Vision.
Yes, I'm hoping one day to get some other good sort of robo voice work, maybe like some kind of speaking clock, or when you phone up for movie listings, things like that.
Oh, nice.
So who
Oh,
knows? We'll
like
see.
movie phone.
That would be great.
You know, it would be
Hello.
A fun fact of that the Marvel people might really enjoy is that the robot itself was built by Jim Henson Studios.
Oh, very
And it's
cool.
operated off screen, and when we speak into it, it lights up.
Oh my God, that's so
yeah.
cool.
So there's a working robot.
It's very
And a
cool.
working
And a working actor.
Yeah.
Well, not at the moment,
So
but
that
you know,
means
looking for
your
work.
job-
Looking for work still.
Hey, listen.
So your job is super easy
3 months
because you
out of the
can
year is
just
not
like
bad.
show up in your sweatpants.
Well, thank you. Yes, that's true. I do show up in my sweatpants. Sometimes not even those. But I also have, I've had some meddling behind the scenes, helping Danny just kind of.
Right, because you're executive producing.
Right. So I'm just there to hold Danny's hand because he gets very gets very
Speaking
nervous
of
and
hand,
jumpy.
my hand's getting a little tired holding this microphone. Could you hold it?
Yeah, Nick, you want to hold the shield?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, there we go.
an itch on it.
Protect
Now you
yourself.
have a
Protect
shield to
yourself.
match your
2016.
hat. Thank goodness.
Oh, you're gonna make me hold this again?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, you guys are on Adult Swim.
This is
Yeah.
lifting
And you
weights.
guys are
we
all
couldn't be happier.
clearly hilarious. Do you guys have a lot of freedom to sort of play? Obviously, you get to play with medium, but to play with comedy,
We don't
and
improvise.
Be weird. No,
We don't do anything. It's all
tight
written.
scripts.
It's all in the mind of Daniel Stetson.
Well, the script is there, and Steve and Nick actually is a writer on the show as well.
Oh, very cool.
And we have a lot of input as far as what the script is going to be. But when the day of work through it, there's a good amount of improv, and it's very free.
But it's unlike most comedies you'll see because Danny has an incredible visual sense, and so he really applies that. So when you enter those dream worlds, as these guys mentioned, it's like nothing you'll see on TV. It's really, it's just beautiful as well as being kind of hypnotic and entertaining and
It's
funny.
absolutely psychedelic. And the thing is that's what is really interesting is as we're filming those scenes, we're filming the animation scenes on a blank space, and he's saying, "Now here's what's going to happen: the hot dogs are going to come floating by here."
Yeah, you're like
and
drowning in macaroni and cheese.
That's right, like
a lot of food
and
scenes.
it looks
Yeah.
amazing. It looks amazing.
So visually, were there any artists that influenced you? Obviously, Scanner Darkly, but were there other artists that you were like, "Hey, I want to
Well, in
take some of that
artists
aesthetic"?
is like Matthew Barney is one of my favorite artists and filmmakers, and I think he's absolutely hilarious as well. So he, as far as a filmmaking standpoint, has always been an inspiration, and I think that if you're watching Matthew, that
Who's Matthew Barney?
Did you make that up?
No, he's a modern artist. Amazing,
I'm just saying,
amazing.
because not all these people watching will know, will they?
Oh.
Obviously, I know.
He's giving you an alley-oop.
He's a huge inspiration of mine, and I think for those of you who have just Googled him, will enjoy that. There's a lot of parallels there. It's just surreal and psychedelic and funny.
And those Matthew Barney pieces that you own have just doubled in value.
Thank
There you go. Where can people go and check out those flying hot dogs and the oceans of macaroni and that kind of thing?
Adult Swim, yeah.
And kicking off October
23rd, 11:45
p.m. We're following Your Pretty Face.
Yeah.
Is going to hell.
Yeah.
And Rick and Morty. And we should talk about the other castmates, too, who
Oh
are
my God,
here.
yes.
Mark Proksch is in it. He's insanely funny.
Oh,
Stephanie
yeah.
Aileen is so talented
Yeah.
and amazing. Ahmed Brucha is an incredible dude. That's it.
And, you know, if you're a Marvel fan, who knows? Maybe Captain America shows up in it. As far as you know, he does.
Yeah. We have a lot of really special guest stars. June Squibb.
June Squibb.
Oh, yes.
Marilyn
Academy
Rice Cub.
Award nominee.
Yeah. It's a lot of
yeah.
fun. A lot of fun.
And do you guys have a social
Liam Neeson.
handle? Liam Neeson.
That's you heard that.
You heard
first.
it right here.
All
Nobody
right.
Nobody else has heard that yet.
Well, you
Not
guys
even Liam.
go watch Dreamcore LLC when it debuts on October 23rd on Adult Swim, and stay here with us on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016.
Thank you, Marvel.
Goodbye.
Bye, Marvel.
Thank you. Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. My name is Ben Morse. I am with my friend Lorraine Sink. Hi friend.
Hi, friend. That was so weird. That's like we're not friends.
Weird. No,
They're
totally
not really friends.
And we've got with us Court Lane.
Hi.
Lord of Animation for Marvel.
It's now official. This is canon now.
Yeah.
You have to be Lord of Animation
Okay.
for Marvel.
We'll get Dan Buckley to put that on my card.
There we go.
Yeah.
Done and done. So you're about to have a panel tomorrow?
Yes. Tomorrow
So-
afternoon.
Marvel Animation.
Marvel Animation, and we have so many animated shows now. It's crazy, and they're so
It's
amazing.
gotten a little out of control.
It's crazy amazing. And Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man has some big milestones coming up, right?
Yes, Ultimate Spider-Man will be hitting this winter 104 episodes, which is the longest running superhero series
So cool.
in animation of all time.
Ever?
Yes, ever.
All
Wow.
Ever.
time.
We're very proud.
That's
We're
great.
going to preview a little bit of what's coming up in the series finale, and it really tells a story from the very first episode. And we touch on some of the plot lines and the themes from day one on this show, and wrap it all up in a big bombastic bow with all kinds of superhero guest stars and the Sinister Six coming together like they've never have before, and really they have all of the heroes at their mercy.
What do you think's allowed this show to have its longevity? What do you think are the qualities that make it a consistent hit?
Well, humor and action. But Peter Parker's story is always relatable, and I think it's just about delivering the kind of Peter Parker stuff that people want to see. His relationships, his flaws, his humor. I think this show in particular has played a lot with the comedy and done stuff like break the fourth wall and have little fun cutaways. But we also reinvented the season, the third season, to have a new theme and a new format, and we tried different sort of arcs, and we did Spider-Verse where we tried different animation styles, and we really pushed ourselves creatively on the third season. Ratings went up in the third season, so we continued to do even more creative exploration in the fourth season. Pretty exhausting stuff and pretty hard for our production crew to try different animation styles and different models, but we're very satisfied with the end result.
Yeah, and I love so much how you guys have like taken inspiration from the comics and Spider-Verse, and now we're seeing the Sinister Six come through and have a greater part. Do you feel that sort of give and take with comics a lot in the animated worlds?
Yeah, we're especially lucky. We have Steve Wacker, who is our VP of Current Series, who was an editor on a lot of the books that we pull stories from, or themes or ideas. Right now we're doing a lot with Ms. Marvel and Avengers, and he was involved in the early days of developing her, and so he's able to provide that context as well. So we're lucky, and we invite publishing folks out for our story summits, and we have folks like Dan Slott and Brian Michael Bendis who serve as consultants and are involved in our story summits too. So it's all connected, and all through Joe, because Joe Quesada is involved in all of it.
I love that so much. And now there's also great stuff coming out for Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, one of my favorites, I know.
Yes. Early next year, we launch season 2, and we are going to show our entire second episode of season 2 at the panel tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Because it's the two-parter where the Avengers and the Guardians, first they battle each other.
Of course.
They are not on the same side, and they have very different methods. And then they have to team up against the High Evolutionary to save the universe. And it's a great storyline. So we're just going to show the audience the second part, and they have to wait to see the season premiere on Disney XD. But we're going to show a lot about that, and we're going to talk a little bit more about all the things that are happening with Guardians over the next year. We announced at San Diego Comic-Con the Rocket and Groot shorts,
which look beautiful.
the producers and directors on the Gorillaz music videos are developing those for us, and they'll be amazing. And this time we're going to be able to talk about some Ant-Man shorts. They're also being produced by French directors and that same studio, Passion Pictures.
Wow.
So we're going to share a little bit about that.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen those, you should just go check them out. I know we posted some art from those.
Yeah.
We first started talking about them over on the Marvel Minute, and I was just, my Twitter was blowing up all day with, oh my God, this art.
And it's all based
know?
on Scotty Young. And Scotty
Yeah.
Young has actually provided extra designs and consulted on it as well. So we're really fortunate. So.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous.
When you talk about the contrast between the Guardians and the Avengers, how are they kind of like different shows, different philosophies that go into making them?
Well, there's definitely a clash of personalities when they meet up, and I think that sort of highlights the differences between the two shows. The Avengers, yeah, they have different personalities, but they come together with a defined purpose. The Guardians are a family that don't really get along, but need each other.
But most
and
families
yeah,
don't.
No, yeah. But a dysfunctional family that is connected to each other in a very special way. They're also all former outlaws. So they have a chip on their shoulder and they're willing to do things in a way that perhaps the Avengers wouldn't. So that's what they find is the problem when they're trying to team up to stop the High Evolutionary. And it creates great character dynamics watching them play off of each other.
I love the High Evolutionary. I think he's a great character. He doesn't get used a lot. Why did you guys think he is the right villain to kind of put in opposition to so many heroes?
Well, to be honest, I'm a huge High Evolutionary fan. The whole Wundagore Mountain, the origin of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver and Chthon, like all of that. I loved that as a kid.
awesome.
I read that whole Knights of Wundagore storyline. That was one of my first comic book storylines. So I've always wanted to use them. It was just about finding the right way and the right story.
And will we be seeing the Guardians go into Avengers?
No, but we will see some Avengers, and in particular Captain Marvel, guest appearing on this season. We'll talk more in the panel about this season because there's a certain character, his name rhymes with Radam Parlock, who will be featured throughout the season.
That's
very
It's gonna be a real
So
brain
it's a
teaser,
big
guys.
cosmic adventure, yes.
Very cool.
And if you guys want to learn everything that's going on from the Marvel Innovation Panel but can't be here at the show, follow us on marvel.com/NYCC2016, and we'll have a great live blog covering the Marvel Animation Panel tomorrow.
And also, you're going to have another panel
Yes.
where you are premiering Hulk Where Monsters Dwell.
Yes.
Can
Hulk,
you talk
yeah.
a little bit about it? Because I don't think people have gotten to see too much of it yet.
I know, because we have been, we have really been waiting, and we're going to kick off the whole marketing campaign on Sunday with a premiere. There'll be footage released online. There'll be more marketing and public relations about the special. It's a feature-length animated movie. It'll be going to a variety of digital platforms and then Netflix. So look out for that information, but you'll
We love
find
our
it
Netflix.
soon enough on iTunes and then Netflix. You'll be able to find it on all those digital platforms. And it is really a team-up movie, Hulk and Doctor Strange.
Very cool.
And a team of Howling Commandos is in the mix.
Nice.
And Nightmare on Halloween is taking over the Earth by through the nightmares of children. And he's able to turn those children
What a
into
jerk.
monsters. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so so Doctor Strange and Hulk have to go into his dream dimension and tackle him. But the twist of the story is Nightmare is able to split up Bruce Banner and the Hulk and put them at odds with each other. And they spend a good portion of the movie battling each other due to Nightmare's manipulations. So it's a really interesting story. And Bruce even has to put on the Hulkbuster armor and battle Hulk in the Hulkbuster armor. And it's a really interesting sort of character analysis of Hulk and Bruce. And then Doctor Strange sort of as a guide for them. And we're very pleased with it.
Yeah.
It's dark, it's spooky, it's fun, it's very Halloween-y.
Sounds super fun.
Yeah.
Now, actually, I have a question about, because you guys have all these television shows, of course, and now you have this feature-length film. What's the difference on working on those two mediums between film and TV?
The writing process on the series is very different. I'd say that's the big thing, in that we have a writer room summit every month or so, and we try and break 5 to 6 episodes, but we keep track of the overall arcs for the season and where we're going, and so it's a very iterative process.
Right.
And you keep having to look back at what you've done before and make sure we're telling some stories that have through lines throughout the season. Whereas the feature length, we just get together, we dream it up, and we create an outline and we go.
Yeah.
So it is an easier process, but it takes a lot longer for that feature length to get done, and it actually comes back in 3 stages. So we get it back in sort of 3 big chunks.
And now, aesthetically, the Hulk film, what kind of was your inspiration? Is it similar to what we would see on Disney XD? Is there a different aesthetic?
It's a little spookier, it's a little darker. It's still kid-friendly, but it definitely has more of an edge than our Disney XD shows.
I love that.
Definitely. So everyone be sure to check out Court, whether you're here, whether you're following at home. Follow that Marvel Animation panel tomorrow. It's going to be huge. Coming up next, we are going to have Class. So we get excited for
It'll be a
that.
first for you, Ben. Sorry, I'm sorry. Not really.
That's why I leave the comedy to the professionals. Okay, so we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Send us.
Oh my God, Ben got booed. Never forget.
Send us questions. Hashtag Marvel NYCC. We are Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016.
Hey everybody, we are back, and we are with the creative minds and the cast behind the new series Class on BBC America. I just want to say, it's nice to meet you before you become megastars, so thanks for taking the time.
So scary, don't say that.
It's not Doctor Who's. This
We're
is a
in
spin-off.
denial.
This
Yes,
is a spin-off
we're
of
in
Doctor
denial.
Who.
We're in denial. Very
Nothing
much in
goes
denial.
wrong with Doctor Who. Knock on wood.
Oh yes, that's right.
I don't even know if this is wood, unfortunately. But so how's everything going? What's the con experience been like so far?
It's been crazy. This has been the most craziest part. Like seeing it in real
Seeing
life.
it,
I've
yeah.
never seen so many people before in my life.
Talk about the show. What's the premise?
Coal Hill School was on the very, very first episode of Doctor Who way back in 1963, and it's shown up over the last 53 years, and wouldn't you know, all that time activity there has caused some problems. And so it's set, and these four play students thrown together with with big monsters to face.
I gotta ask. I'm sure you ask this all the time. Were you fans of Doctor Who before this, or?
Yeah, in the UK, I mean, Doctor Who is a national treasure.
It's an
so
institution.
you can't not be a fan of Doctor Who. Basically. It's a
I
household
mean,
name,
all,
like,
we
you
all
know
grew
it.
up
Yeah.
to Doctor
We
Who
all
as a
had
part of
different
all of our
experiences.
childhood.
Like
So.
I sort of, someone I knew, like Martha, I knew her from home, and then like Patrick came across it when he came to London, and like everyone has their own, but it's a household name. Like you will know what Doctor Who is.
Who's your favorite Doctor?
Matt Smith.
David
Tennant.
David
just
Tennant.
smashed it.
We love
Just-
Peter Capaldi, and he
he's-
is amazing to work with. But
He'll be on later today.
We
Tune in.
love you, but
Peter.
David Tennant.
David
in
just
my
feels
head,
iconic.
He is the Doctor. Like.
I'm glad you said that because David plays Kilgrave on one
Oh,
of
my
our
David.
shows.
I love
So,
He's
yeah.
so good. Yeah.
Jessica Jones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
And we got a guy. I don't know what your shirt says. I think it's like in some
not his
foreign
Batman or
language.
anything.
But you're making up for it with his Daredevil.
And he's got shoes, but
I'm a Marvel fanboy before anything.
So did you? So for your panel, did you show an episode, or you showed a clip, or what?
Showed a teaser.
Can you explain
Teaser and a
for
full
the
trailer.
fans who couldn't make it to the con?
It was really good.
Shame on you.
It
Naturals
blew
was
some
fantastic.
minds.
Yeah, that was really cool. Really cool. I mean, a lot of them were screaming. They've seen stuff that they didn't expect at all.
I think it
Wow.
definitely sort of solidified the idea that this is not a kids show. This is a real show about real stuff. Like, yeah.
Is it true? Someone told me this was y'all's first time in America.
Well, yeah.
New York.
New
It's,
York.
it's my first time in the US. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I've been to Utah.
Yeah, that's America. That's America.
It is indeed America.
Yeah. So yeah, I have been before.
Tell us about Utah.
It's for Sunday.
So it was for a film festival for a film night at Sundance.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I went to Utah in 2012.
Anything you want to do while you're here? Any like New York?
I want to get in there.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
I kind of want to jump out this window and
No.
dive into it. Like, that would be the best.
That, eat all of the food in
Oh
New
my
York.
God, 11!
I am so sorry.
Turn back around.
It's
turn
fine.
back around.
Everyone's cussing. They're just cussing
I
and
love
cussing.
11. I love Stranger Things.
I would do it too. So are you gonna have time to walk the floor?
I hope
so, man.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I'm curious too. If you jumped out the window, are we liable or is BBC? Because
I'm liable.
yeah. Oh, you are.
I'm liable.
Oh.
Just me.
So are you all on social media? Where can fans follow you and talk
That's
online?
what
Twitter, Instagram.
YouTube. I got a YouTube
Wait,
channel.
so do it now. Plug it.
Yeah, plug it. Euphoric, spelled EUPHAURIC. I'm a gamer. I
Follow
love
me.
I'm so happy to be here.
I'm on Instagram, Sophie.Hopkins.
Yeah, are we plugging? My Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, all Fadi El Saeed.
Instagram and Twitter is Vivian O'Clara, my name, basically. How exciting, yes.
Yes.
No,
Well, because I'm old. Yeah. I'm on bulletin board. You look at your old Mac 2000. No, just Patrick Ness books. Just start just. It's all good. Yeah.
Tell us about the how the show came to be though from your end.
They came to me, asked if I wanted to write for Doctor Who, which is a great opportunity, really fantastic. So of course I said no. No, I said that, but really it was a really great opportunity. But I had just done a bunch of stuff for other people, and I said I'd love to. Can you come back? But right now I want to do something for myself. That's wholly mine. And they said, well, we're thinking of spin-off set in a school, and it just suddenly clicked. And I said, oh, you do this, and then you do this, and then you do this, and it just all came together. And you never know where ideas going to kind of come from, so you just chase them when they happen.
And when you guys being fans of Doctor Who, when you heard you were going to be a part of this family, what's that reaction like?
Crazy.
Mind blown.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually had time to take it in properly how much of a part it had with Doctor Who. But just being here and just seeing all of this is just so crazy. This is such a dream for all of us, and particularly Greg, as you can see.
Putting on everything on the table. No, yeah. Doctor Who is huge. Yeah, we proper can't. Like,
Yeah.
it's just,
No, I think
we
the
love it. Like,
yeah.
we all put our heart into it, and it's just.
And we love it because obviously we've created it, but just it's generally well you are a part of this.
Of course we did. Of course we
Yeah.
did. I'm teasing.
But yeah, no, it's generally I feel like it's going to be a great show.
And as
So I'm
young
really
people,
excited.
we can be like, yeah, this is real, this is truth. People are going to watch this, and that's what excites us the most.
It's representative of us.
It's, yeah, very true.
Have you gotten to meet any of the doctors as of yet?
Yeah, Peter.
Just Peter.
We were. Yeah, do you know Peter's in the first episode?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Exclusively on Marvel.
Except not, because that was already announced. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the show's about what happens when the Doctor leaves and what happens to the people left behind, and so we need to have the Doctor look at our world through his eyes so we can see it, and then he backs away, and we. What do you do when your world's changed? What do you do when you find out that it's bigger than you ever thought?
Less than a minute left. Did they announce when the first episode airs? No.
BBC America will be in the spring.
Yeah,
And they're gonna
2007.
They're going to pair it with a brand new Doctor Who series.
So I want to get you guys on camera. Like I said, after you're super famous, you will come back on the show.
Yeah.
Please.
Of course, please have us again.
We got it.
Of course, and I won't swear that time.
So what are you gonna do when you're at the con? You're gonna see anything
Just
specific?
take pictures with lots of people and just tell them how amazing they all look and how much just. I don't know.
That's a true fan. Well, guys, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having us.
And if you run, you can catch 11 and maybe get a.
I doubt it.
So stay tuned for more. We got the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. cast next.
Peace.
and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink, and I'm joined with the stars of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Chloe Bennett, Gabriel Luna, Jeff Loeb, the true star, and of course Clark Gregg. Oh my gosh, you guys, you were just out on the floor.
Yes.
Doing
They were out making
something
trouble.
crazy,
They were out
making
making
trouble.
It was Clark's idea. It was Clark's
Is this-
idea.
I don't think so.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
We were doing some cosplay so we could walk around and maybe get some good T-shirts, and then we surprised a few people and asked them who their favorite
We may have
character
pinned
was.
down people in cosplay and asked them what their favorite show is, and if it wasn't Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., we were like, keep going. Tell us more. Give us some more information on what your show is, Agents of
Oh, my favorite character is Melinda May. If you had to choose a
Choose
second
second
female
favorite
character,
character.
who would it be?
Who do you guys all dress up as?
I was Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, Star-Lord.
I was the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider.
Amazing.
Thanks, boss.
Amazing. I love it. You guys, and congratulations on season 4. Critics are freaking out about it. The show is phenomenal. And there's something really interesting about this season, I think, because last season you really dealt with aliens, and now we're kind of delving into the occult, new character. What has it been like joining the Marvel Universe for you and getting to be such an iconic character?
I mean, I was in the writer's room with Craig, one of our writers. He has like a little tiki bar in there. And I was looking
we don't know
I
anything
mean,
about
that's-
that.
Oh,
That's
no,
an
wait,
official
what?
thing. No one actually knows
So-
that happens. He clearly
Like we said,
is
New
not
guy.
talking about
like we
Tiki
said,
Bar.
he's new to Marvel, so
No.
things like that.
So
he was on another floor
Yes.
somewhere else.
Well, anyway, on the wall is the Hulk, is Cap, is everyone, and I'm like, man, I'm just like, dude, we exist in the same world as these guys. He's like, man, you're the effing Ghost Rider. I was like, oh, well, cool, yeah, thanks. No, it feels great. I'm really, really excited.
Amazing. And now, Clark, for Phil, it's kind of hard for him, isn't it? Because he's, given over his control of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is it like, sort of giving it up? Is it hard to let go of the control?
I got a script at the end of last year that had a flash forward. Me and Agent Mackenzie, Mac, played by the amazing Henry Simmons, out on a mission, apparently partners now. And what we discovered was that Daisy had gone rogue and was apparently following Nine Inch Nails around on the road, dressed as very goth. And she and Coulson makes a phone call in the middle of it, and he says, well, we're going to have to tell the director. And some people, the higher-ups at Marvel say, decided to demote Phil Coulson back to Agent Phil Coulson. But as
Wasn't a demotion.
yeah, there's a story there.
It was
a
more
lateral
of
move.
It was more of a move.
It was a move.
Lateral.
Well,
Certainly wasn't an upward move. But I
But
did
it put
look.
you back in the field, and you got to wear those nifty outfits, and you got to do the very thing that you're great at, which is to go, "Hi, Agent Coulson."
Go through the door.
Go to
That's
the-
very true. I didn't die, and I didn't lose any vital organs, so I felt like it was a
So
win.
you got away unscathed, more or less.
Oh, come on.
And something I love about what the story arc does for your character is it pulls
Sorry,
the
there are
audience's
straight
heart.
up people taking pictures up my dress down there.
Let's move you
Of
closer
course, they're
this
dressed
way.
as DC characers. Those naughty.
Oh, I'm
Nailed
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry.
This way.
Perfect.
Because we don't have any pervy Marvel fans. You're one of them.
Yes.
But
it works. It works.
But as I was saying, something I love about what it does for your character and the storyline is I feel it really pulls the audience's heart toward what you're going through with the other director sort of taking control and all of us wanting Phil to have control. Don't you think?
I guess. I mean, it's funny. I'd been thinking about it before they even sent me those pages, which is Nick Fury shows up, makes him the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't mention S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer existed when he did that. But I think there's a way that there's a part of Phil Coulson that's most comfortable, field agent, going through the door in the field. The episodes last season where he's kind of in the plane telling people to be careful as they go into a really dangerous situation just didn't feel good.
Yeah.
So I think a part of him is relieved, but it's really hard to watch somebody else run it, even if they are very patriotic.
Yes, very patriotic. And Chloe, for Quake, now in your third name iteration of full Quake.
Can't wait to see what comes next.
And you're sort of in your dark Quake phase.
What do you mean by that?
Well, because
What
you
gives
have,
that away?
Eyeliner.
Eyeliner.
But what is she going through right now? Of course, she lost her boyfriend. She's going
Another
through
one.
a dark time. Oh
I
gosh, you're
know.
having a really bad dating record.
I mean, like,
And
just,
parents'
I'm
record.
pretty much like anyone close to her record, and I think that's what she's doing. I think anyone she's gotten close to, whether it's her, she discovered her parents, or they become a Nazi Hydra soldier, or they sacrifice their life to kill the other boyfriend, the guy who. It's a long story, but yes, I think she's kind of just been. I think she's distancing herself from the people that she cares about in her own kind of twisted way to protect them and kind of protect herself from getting hurt again. It's not going well, but that's what she's doing. And
She's a dame to die for.
Yeah, but the outfits, it's cool. It's definitely harder to fight with like 8 pounds of necklaces on, but
you do it with style.
Thank you. We actually came here on a red eye last night, and we came straight from set, and I had full goth makeup and bruises and everything.
Yeah.
So
Why bruises? What do you mean? What's happening? Give us a
Well-
spoiler. What episode was that?
Well,
Next question.
It was just from
Secrets.
But just so you know, Chloe's underwear has its own Twitter account now.
Oh no.
Wow.
And it's trending.
But now, I did notice you posted a picture of Quake and Bake, which I appreciate the new names.
Yes.
You guys were sort of reluctant partners, which I'm looking forward to seeing more of. Will we get a little bit of that maybe for next episode?
Absolutely.
I don't
Well,
remember.
we won't
No, no.
say too much.
Well,
so
well, we got in the car together.
We
don't
will
know-
be having a panel. When's it? Tonight?
Tonight.
7:30.
7:30, and there's going to be super cool surprises at said panel.
That
We will-
might help that
That might answer
question.
that question.
Ooh.
And help
Well,
me
you guys
remember.
tune in to Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. on ABC.
Our new
and
time slot.
you guys check out that panel on our live blog at marvel.com/NYCC2016.
At 10 o'clock, you might not even have to come to Comic-Con to see Chloe's underwear.
butt.
Oh
No.
no, there
It's
you go.
all
you
here.
guys.
Everyone down there is
Stay right
watching.
here with us
Thank
on
you
Marvel
so
Live.
much.
it's me, Ben Morse, back on Marvel Live, New York Comic Con 2016. I've got with me the cast of Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I'm so excited. You guys want to go down the list and just introduce yourselves?
I'm Samuel Barnett, and I play Dirk Gently.
I'm Fiona Durf. I play Bart Kurlish.
I'm Jade Ishett, and I play Farrah Black.
I'm Hannah Marks, and I play Amanda.
My name is Umpo Koaho, and I play Ken.
Very cool. And now this is a brand new show on BBC America. Guys, give us the rundown. What is the show about? Why do we want to watch it? Why should we tune in? Why can we not miss it?
So the show is about a detective.
That
who's
makes
a
sense.
really,
That's
a
right there in the
really,
name.
really
Right
bad
there in the
detective,
name.
though.
Yeah.
Terrible detective who thinks he's really good.
Okay.
Who's trying to solve the
That would
mystery.
be you?
Yeah, that would be me.
Nice.
Who's trying to solve the mystery of Patrick Spring, who is a billionaire who's been murdered, and his daughter Lydia has disappeared. But why should people watch this? Because it is completely unique.
Yeah.
It's got a whole set of characters and storylines that have never been seen before.
Okay.
It's one of the most brilliant, insane, plot-twisting, genre-bending shows out
Got
there.
me excited. So what characters do each of you guys play?
I play Bart Kurlish, who is the delete key of the universe, but
Whoa.
actually just a lonely girl trying to do her best.
Oh.
And I play Farrah. She's the badass bodyguard. She
Yeah.
takes care of.
I knew that right
Dirk.
when you
You
walked
saw
in.
it.
I
I
saw
know.
it.
I can't
Saw
hide
it
it. What can I
immediately.
say?
It's the
I said,
heels,
don't
right?
mess, I said,
yeah.
don't mess with that girl,
Don't
Ben.
do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. So I take care of Dirk. I take care of Todd. She's pretty bad. She'll like take down 4 guys in 3 seconds and just fear for your life when Farrah
Cool,
comes for
very
you.
cool.
But she's also really she
Heart of
comes down
gold.
on herself really hard. She does have a heart of gold. When anyone comes after her, she's a mama bear. Whenever people come
wow.
after her people, she like goes hard for them.
Nice.
But she can come down on herself really hard when she's not like perfect. So she's got some things going on.
I play Amanda. I'm Elijah Wood's sister on the show, and
Is his name Elijah Wood on the show?
Yeah, that's the
His
character's
name,
name.
yeah.
It's
The
a
actors,
weird
that's so
coincidence.
weird.
He plays Todd.
It's the way the show is. Everything is connected.
Yes.
is connected.
True. So yeah, I play a sister, and I used to be really cool and fun and punk and a drummer in a band, and now I have this really weird, completely made up disease. So I'm stuck in my house all the time, and eventually I'm able to escape and join in the mystery.
Cool. And last but not least.
Hello. I play Ken. Ken is a electrician of sorts, aka a hacker, hack the planet type of stuff, And he kind of meets Bart fortuitously. Is that a way to put it? And she basically alters his life at first for the worse, but then for the better, I feel like. It's a very cool relationship of sorts, complete odd couple type of deal. And almost like, no, I go with odd couple. And Ken is a very scared person that meets this killer and becomes less scared and starts to grow a pair and becomes empowered by the Bart character, I feel like.
We love each other.
Yeah, they become very good friends. And the oddest of friendships, but it works.
I can tell you guys
It
are all
works.
very close already. How long have you been working on the show?
I guess since we all met properly in May earlier
Wow.
this year. Yeah.
I would guess you guys have known each other much longer. You get some good chemistry going.
Sometimes it really
Thank
feels
you.
like
Can I just say that
Long days.
Long days. Yeah.
I just want to say that Fiona only mentioned herself as lonely in the delete key and didn't say she's a mass murderer on the show.
Oh, well, I'm a holistic detective and she's a
I'm-
holistic assassin.
I'm a holistic assassin.
You
So
mentioned those things.
key.
And I'm like the search key of the universe,
Okay.
and she's the delete key.
So if are you all keys or
No.
Am I like the space key then?
Yeah, you could
I'm
be
like
the space key.
I'm like kind of useful, but arguably useless.
Am I the underscore?
You could
I
be
think
under
I'm a
the
lock. Space key.
I'm not a
You're
key.
the caps lock.
I'm a lock.
You're the caps lock.
Wow, that's a vital key. The
Yeah.
caps lock is vital, actually.
I
Space
kill.
Star is a much more vital key.
I
than the
mean,
caps
I
lock.
don't know.
It makes sense of things.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I be an asterisk?
Sure.
Sure, yeah, no.
Great.
you're more
I'm
than
just
that.
naming keys.
Yeah, I know. We know. We know.
You want to be an apostrophe. You want to be an apostrophe.
So is this you guys' first Comic-Con? Have you been to Comic-Cons before? What's the experience like?
I've been to a ton of cons, but this is my first New York con, so
Okay.
it's awesome and it's everything that I thought it was, and it's as big as I thought it was. But it's so cool, man. It's just cool.
I was at
you know?
Comic-Con New York for the Child's Play series that I play in, which is awesome. I think it was 3 years ago. It
Okay,
was
cool.
really fun.
How's it changed? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You're good.
No, I'm sorry.
The
Please
f-
don't
will
hurt-
come
don't
for
hurt
you.
me.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm just going to have to step in here.
Oh, wow.
Back down,
We've
back
made
down.
it clear. We've made it clear.
No, I'm really sweet. Stop, please.
It's still really big and really fun. I'll say that. It's awesome.
And we did Comic-Con in San Diego.
Oh, you guys got to go out to San Diego.
Yeah.
Cool.
But we didn't get to like go down onto the floor or anything
Right,
like we have
which
today.
is
We've just
You
been
guys
in,
got to go on the
we've
floor
just
today?
been in the
Yeah.
Dirk Gently escape room.
Very cool.
We got out.
Did you escape?
Yeah, we did.
We escaped and
Yeah,
we
we
won.
They cheated, but it's fine.
I didn't contribute
Whatever.
much. I didn't
Fine.
contribute
That's all right,
much.
man. When I go to escape rooms, I contribute very little.
But I'm quite a detective, though. I am quite a detective, but I just didn't contribute.
So is there anything else you guys are hoping to see before you have to shuffle out of here?
I think we've actually got lots more interviews. We're
Oh,
not gonna.
nice.
I think we've
We'll
got like a
forget
really
that.
packed schedule. So
Really?
Well, we
yeah.
saw Clark Gregg. We just saw Clark Gregg come out of the room,
Out of
and
here,
that
right
was-
out of here. That's cool.
That was very cool to see him. I'm a big fan of that guy.
I heard that people from
Yeah.
Stranger Things might be here.
Oh my God! If
Well,
they're here, I
are
really
they
want to see
here?
them.
We also just had our screening at Madison Square
We
Garden.
just had a
Yes.
screening. We had
Was that
the world
You
premiere.
guys.
Was that CM Punk that was just in here?
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
I think
Shout out
is
to
he
Big
still
Bob.
in here?
Still here?
Yep.
Also, Beyond on Freeform. I want to see.
Yeah.
Beyond on Freeform.
So, all right, tell me a little bit more about specifically for people who come to comic conventions. Obviously, you know, it's people who are into comics, into video games, and stuff like that. Why are they going to want to watch Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency? Which I'm going to say the full thing as many times as I can.
I think
Good.
good.
Love it.
Good.
Credit to you.
Good.
That I'm able to
I'm
credit to
impressed
you.
with you.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I should put it this way: that Dirk Gently was originally written by Douglas Adams as a character for a Doctor Who series.
Really? Okay.
But it didn't work in that, so he developed it into the novels. So it's got a sort of Doctor Who, almost Doctor Who, Sherlock kind of. What's the word? Supernatural? Yeah. What do we? Super Who-lock. It's a Super Who-lock. It is. I got there. It's a Super Who-lock show. So I think it will really appeal to this audience at Comic-Con here, and it's about the. You know, Dirk's thing is that he believes in the interconnectedness of all things. He receives messages from the universe, and he follows them instinctively, and that's how he solves mysteries. It's a complete mess the way he does it.
Well, also there is a Dirk Gently comic book.
What? There certainly is.
Yeah, that
Is it
Max
also- is it
Landis
published
and
by Marvel?
No,
by
IDW.
Oh, then I, sorry.
shade.
God, I think we've just been rinsed.
Mommy, I'm in a comic.
Oh,
Not
God.
familiar. Not
I'm feeling
familiar.
really bad
Also,
now.
Dirk Gently's science fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, I kill more people per episode than I think has been done in
Ever.
a series.
Yeah.
It's
And you're
fantasy.
really happy about it.
It's really
Like,
fun.
thrilled
loves it.
about it.
But it's genre and it's fun. It's just a fun time. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Thriller.
Yeah,
lot of blood,
it's dark,
lot of
violent,
gore.
funny.
Now, you mentioned Elijah Woods on the show.
Yeah.
What is his character?
So he plays my very, very reluctant assistant,
Okay.
Todd Brotzman. Like, Dirk lands in Todd's life when Todd is having a really terrible day. So you have Dirk being an awful detective.
Okay.
You have Elijah's character, Todd, being a completely reluctant assistant who has no interest in solving mysteries. And those are the two people driving
Yeah.
the
It
show.
sounds like you guys are going to
So
do really well.
Yeah. But actually, like, they kind of need each other.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys need
'Cause they're useless on
whatever
their
you
own.
can get.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, are there any things that you guys personally geek out about? Stuff like comics, games, anything like that? Are you are you into anything you can check out on the floor today?
Dude, Luke Cage, man.
Luke
Luke
Cage?
Cage came
I
out.
like
Watch
this
Luke
guy a
Cage.
lot.
I just watched it.
Let's
It's like
keep him
the
for
most
another
profoundly impactful series I think I've ever watched. And then, of course, I can't wait for the Black Panther movie, man. Shout out Chadwick Boseman, man. Shout out Mike Coulter.
Can we just keep him around for every interview?
Shut up, my guy.
This is great. What kind of hobbies and stuff are the rest of you guys into? What are you going to enjoy while you're here at Comic Con? Soak up. No?
We've been really
Yes.
busy since
Yes.
we
Right.
got here. I mean,
And also, I live here, so I'll be like,
Yeah.
just
Oh, all right.
I live
lazing
here
about the city, living in New York City for a while.
I just want to get down there again and have a walk around and see people in costumes and all that. Because at San Diego Comic Con, we didn't get to do any of that.
Right.
Because we were so
Next time
busy.
you-
I feel like
time
we
you-
should dress up next
you
time.
gotta
I
do
think
the
we all really want to see people cosplay as our characters.
Yeah.
Hopefully next
course.
year.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Somebody
Right.
cosplaying as Ken. I'd love to meet a couple celebrities if they're here. You know what I mean? Whoever's here is. I'm such a fan of a lot of people, man. It'd just be cool to meet whoever here, you know? Definitely. I'll slap hands with CM real quick, you know, show him some love, too.
Very cool. Well, we got a few minutes left here. Not a few minutes. We have a few seconds left. Guys, I'm just getting lost in the magic
That's
of
what
this,
our show
the
is.
magic of this interview.
Yes.
Why don't you guys run down and say where people can find you on social media, on the internet, if they want to learn more about the show?
Okay, so you can go to BBC America. .com to find out, and it's also, I think,
Premiering.
Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. We're premiering
October
22nd of October on BBC America.
9/8 Central.
9/8 Central.
9/8 Central.
As a Brit, I never know what that
International.
means.
Netflix in December, and, then
that's
at Dirk
Gently's
Gently BBC.
Holistic Detective Agency.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to be right back with the Venture Brothers. Guys, thank you so much for coming
you.
on.
Thank
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank
Right
you.
back.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Singh.
I'm Ryan Panagos, and we're joined by
Doc Hammer and
Jackson Public.
How's it going, gentlemen?
No, fine. Thank you for
Great.
asking.
Yeah, no problem.
We were just here. We just came down from the Comic Con pit.
Ooh, how was that?
Brought us up there. It's lovely. And
Is there
tight and
like a
sweaty.
booth or a signing that you guys are doing?
I took my October very seriously and wore tweed. So I'm getting a little.
You're a little schwitzy?
We've got a little
hot,
AC.
a little hot,
Hopefully, it
but
gets
I will
you.
maintain
Uncommonly moist
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen you sweat.
But a
actually.
freshness. Like if you wanted to get all up in, as the kids say, help yourself. It is.
I'm
come
so.
on, come
Do
on,
we
just
want to do
smell it.
this?
I'm
Smell my
fine with
outfit. How
this.
dare you?
With
This
no
is
more
good.
odor than a fresh
Please
baked
give
biscuit.
this.
Yeah.
You smell great.
Yeah, nothing wrong with me.
So fresh and so clean.
Yeah, I glow.
You guys, we already have questions coming in from the internet.
Super duper.
DJ Fanko would like to know, will
DJ who?
Fanko.
DJ Fanko?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I?
I thought it was DJ Panko.
Well-
It was DJ Breaded Panko.
Ooh, that's his
Yeah.
breaded counterpart.
Yeah.
Will Doc Hammer be creating a piece of art this weekend in the daily studio series you have between segments?
What?
No, unfortunately, I don't think so. We've been showing art all
No,
day.
no.
But will you guys be showing any art here today?
No.
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 We didn't know
Nothing.
anything about this.
This
You
all
just,
new stuff.
you
So
just
you were
walked
just-
in and we
Are
threw you in a bag.
Are you ready
We
to
pulled
find
you
out?
in.
DJ Panko doesn't know this about me either. I just found out that there's something called Twitch. That's how on top of things I am.
Congratulations.
And we're
Yeah.
doing that
Yeah.
later or
Yeah,
something.
I didn't even know
Yeah,
that.
I don't know.
So the art show, no. I don't even know that Twitch exists.
Were you
till
just
now.
on a Twitch stream? Is that why you?
No, somebody's talking to me
I
about
think
Twitch,
later.
and like,
I don't
I think you got it wrong. I don't think there's I think you mean Twitter. I think you mean, yeah, it's not Twitch. They keep coming up with new. I don't care.
So you
Any
guys-
other DJ questions?
No, no other DJs are online. It's just this one DJ. He's
Yeah.
got a corner on the market.
Yeah.
But you guys.
I can answer questions like DJ related questions.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, well, not with good answers, but
Oh.
I can. I
Oh,
can
okay.
all right.
If the Venture Brothers were a song, what would the song be?
Ooh. Is there a song
That's-
called The Venture Brothers? We would be a song called The Venture Brothers.
We do have a theme song. I guess it would be that song.
What's it called? Battle Act?
What
What's
is-
it called?
I don't even know what it's called. I forget what it's called. No Vacancy?
No Vacancy?
Is it called?
It might be called
Maybe?
No Vacancy.
Yeah.
We don't know the name of the theme song to our own show.
And it's been
Because
what,
we
8
haven't
years?
used it in
How- yeah.
several seasons.
We haven't
used
needed
the
to-
actual theme
yeah.
song in so
We
long.
just used
Yeah.
because that way we
Just
can
that
get a little
stinger?
bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That way
we can get a
30
few
more seconds
of show.
Yeah.
Comedy. Yeah, because we're not
Yeah.
good editors. We want it all in. We want it all in. Where do we take away from? The action-packed title sequence.
Well, how-
Come on, the days are over that you have to sit through it. Everybody,
True.
you'll either fast forward through it, or some things it just does it automatically. I don't know what I was watching, either Amazon or Netflix, and
Oh, it skipped
I'm
it for
watching
you?
in a row, and it starts skipping the. I'm like, you love
I wish
me.
it could do that.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching Luke Cage right now.
And you're like,
it's-
bro, I don't care about this anymore.
Yeah, I like it. Good title sequence, but yeah, 2
But
is enough.
There are
3 is enough.
There are some shows that
from binging.
they try to deliver information inside that.
That's nice.
Like Pinky Blink Blinks.
Yeah.
Pinky Blind Balls. Pinky Blink Balls. Blinding Pinkies. I don't even know the name of the show.
I love that British Pinky Blanks,
yeah.
whatever
Piggy
you call
blanket.
it.
Yeah. Piggy blankets.
Piggy Blankets.
Yeah, yeah.
Pinky Pock. Yeah, they'll have a little bit of information in the show.
Yeah.
Like, don't remember last time when we blew
Right,
something
right.
up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Over the Nick Cave song.
Right.
Which I can hear again.
Sure.
I don't mind.
Great
hearing
song.
it. If I have to hear it, rather hear that than.
How tight do you guys write and produce the shows? If you're trying to get those extra couple seconds from pulling away from the theme song.
Oh, pulling out 12 seconds from our show is a problem. 12
Yeah.
seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
would be a
Pulling out a
nightmare.
full second is like, I think we can do this. Like,
Okay.
that's how tight we're dealing with it. Page count.
Yeah.
When we're.
Oh, I think we delivered a few that were exactly 22 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
what we get. Yeah.
And is the network just like,
And
"Ugh."
A little
sometimes
bit of
if
a
we're
breath.
really close, we'll just do it on purpose. Like, oh, if
Yeah,
we
no,
just
we can just do this. Yeah, we can
you
deliver
can actually
the perfect
you can actually
show.
put 4 frames back.
Yeah.
To get us up to
The perfect show. We need
Yeah.
a little breath right here, anyways. 4-frame breath.
I mean, do you kind of script it that tightly where it's
Oh,
like
oh.
joke, joke, joke,
Oh,
joke, joke?
Oh, no, first of all, you like to assume that we're writing joke. I live in that fantasy world too. It's actually not.
Violence.
Oh, no. Unnecessary narrative. Unnecessary narrative. Then when it comes to me, way too much information that will never be on the screen.
Yeah.
Like near poetic scene descriptions where I could just get rid of those. And some fear of contractions. Like, I just like to use all the words.
Like cannot, do
Cannot,
not,
yeah.
will not, all the
Right.
nots.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I do that.
You also apostrophe S everything that's plural.
That might be spell check. That might be spell check.
Blame spell check.
Because I am a horrible speller and dyslexic. Like, I think if I wasn't dyslexic, I'd even be a bad speller. So it's terrible. And when I make real bombs, like, I can't believe that's a word, I cut it and paste it onto another document called No Way. Like, I have a list of words that I've spelled crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy, like crazy.
I want to see that.
You will be.
That's amazing.
Why isn't that a special feature
That should
on
be
our
your
DVD that
Tumblr.
just came
Oh
out?
my God. Yeah, we have a DVD coming
Yeah, we're
out.
supposed to
We
watch
should
it.
have a special figure. This is how he spells two.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's the DVD? Is it
Season
season
six.
Okay.
Yeah, I've spelled of
I
OV.
guess it's a Blu-ray
OV.
too.
OV.
It makes sense.
Yeah, something of OV. Yeah, real dyslexic. Not that like crap stuff. Like
That's
you
what it
spell
sounds
words.
like.
Like phonetic Cockney or something.
I include the number 6 into a lot of words because
Ooh.
it looks like a B in my head. 6 P B, all the same letter.
I can see that.
Yeah. 6 should never be included. Like I'm looking for it. Like oh no, that's a 6.
Are you secretly an android?
I am secretly Spectrum, like an idiot. Like not I don't want to like my peeps. I know that we're supposed to be cool to us. I got real mental problems. I'm not faking this, and I'm getting sweaty. I was gonna pass out.
It's
right
all
now.
right. No, lean on me.
I want you to hold me as I confess how weird I am.
I
Season
love it.
6, though. Tell our fans a little bit about what happened in season 6. Are we getting?
Why should we tell them when they could purchase a DVD?
Well, you know,
There
you
you
want
go.
the
Where are those?
craziness with all the characters,
Yeah.
with Brock and
Everybody's
everybody.
got a neighborhood DVD store. Not in years. And you just go get your DVD. That's because that's how you watch stuff nowadays. It's not being piped right into your room. You go get a DVD. And why? So we can blather on top of an episode that you
with
saw.
the
That's the new
commentary,
information.
Yeah, you get
commentary.
Do you ever do multiple commentaries for an episode just because you're just like, this didn't
We
work
have
for
more to
us?
say.
Have we done commentaries twice?
Yeah.
Because we screwed something up.
We'll
or-
record them poorly.
Or we're told to edit so much out that we're like, well, we can't
Yeah.
just bleep all this.
Yeah, we went on for 15 minutes about something that we're
Some
not allowed
legal
to say.
issue.
Yeah. Yeah. So we like try to pull it out and like, what do you put in there? Like a big beep or something, or just a dead space? So we just go, oh, we'll just re-record it. And every time we re-record it, he says we're re-recording this. So you never get a sense of like, oh, they're funny today. Because we did it twice. It's like, yeah, we're doing this for a second time. Is that a countdown for how much time we have?
That is a countdown. Well, you guys go check out season 6. Go buy it at your local DVD store.
Get it at, like what your local
Suncoast
one.
Video.
Go your local one.
Yeah, FYE
Yeah.
or
CBS
Sam
maybe,
Goody.
I don't know.
Nutties, yeah.
Yeah. And stay here on Marvel Live. We're going to have the cast of Humans up next. Stick around.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna know you
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse. I am here with the cast of AMC's Humans. Guys, welcome to the show. You want to go down the line and introduce yourselves real quick?
Yeah, I'm Tom Goodman-Hill. I play Joe.
Hello, I'm Sam Palladio. I play Ed.
Hello, I'm Gemma Chan. I play Mia.
Hi, I'm Colin Morgan, and I play Leo.
And for folks who may not be familiar with you guys' show, give us the real quick rundown of what it's about, what each of your characters are, and why they should watch it.
It kicks off. It's about synths, which are like robots, synthetic humans who live in our normal society. And it's about the effect of it on domestic life, on a family, the Hawkins family, who bring Anita into their house.
Are you a synthetic?
I'm a human, but I play a synthetic.
Oh, you play a synthetic. Okay.
Yes.
I was like, this is highly sophisticated.
Yeah.
Like, you seem like a very nice young lady.
I'm real. So I play Anita / Mia, who Joe purchases a kind of impulse buy. He's a very kind of harassed dad who's overworked, and it kind of, her impact on the family, she affects every family member in a different way. It's a lot about the philosophical and emotional impact of this technology.
But Anita has her own family, which is where Colin comes in there.
Yeah,
Yes.
Leo is a mixture of both. He's a hybrid. He's a cyborg. He's both. So he is human, was born a human, but has synthetic technology in his body as well. So he's this kind of weird mashup of the both. And
How does that look visually on camera?
exactly the same as
Exactly the same as we're looking at right now?
Yeah, it's all internal, It's all in the acting.
I love it.
It's all in the details.
Now you guys are going into your second season, correct?
Yeah, we've shot it.
Just finished. And
I get to join in this
Yeah.
second season, which is
Awesome.
fantastic. I was a big fan of the first season, so I joined the cast as Ed, who's a human, who is just a young guy, really struggling with life, struggling with running a business and caring for his sick mother, and myself and Anita. Partner up, and I need help in my business, in my cafe. So we have this. We start working together, and it's my first time interacting with a synth and getting to adjust to how to be around a synth and how they work, and so it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, and like you guys said, it seems like it's a very psychologically heavy show, philosophical, all stuff like that. Do you still get to kind of have some fun and get some action scenes and some comedy in there?
No.
No fun. No fun on Humans. If you're looking for a show that is not fun,
Came to the right
we've
place.
got one for you. No, but seriously.
No, seriously.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun.
It's very fun.
You can tell, right? We're having fun.
Okay, cool.
That was a
very.
joke.
There's a fun vibe. That was a joke. That was a
Like we have on Human.
That was a human joke. So you guys, is this your first con?
Yes.
It's mine,
And-
yeah.
And you are getting
yeah.
ready to experience the con floor. We were talking about this before we went on. Are you guys ready? Do you know what you're getting into?
No,
Yeah.
but we just saw the best thing just arriving, like a whole 5 guys dressed as all of the Thundercats doing the whole
no
thing.
way!
They're incredible.
I love
Like
the
full thing,
Thundercats.
the masks, the whole
Wow.
costumes, everything.
Yeah.
They're doing and getting into.
So you guys
formation.
thinking of maybe
It's great.
cosplaying next year? You know,
I'm already.
you're cosplaying
Yeah.
your character on Humans.
Uh-huh.
As we know, you've got all your makeup done already
It's
to
all
look like a
here.
cyborg.
Yeah. It's all
So,
inside.
very perfect. All right. Well, before we let you guys go, how can people find out more about the show? How can they watch it? Is there resources online? Is there going to be something here at the show that they can do?
Well, yeah, actually, this evening we're having our big panel
Oh,
at
nice.
8 p.m.
Okay.
And so we're showing a little sneak peek of season 2 and some of the fantastic actors that we have and some of the great storylines that are in this season. And yeah, season 1 came out last year in the UK and here in the States. So fans are in for a real treat with this next chapter.
Cool. And for people who want to follow each of you guys on social media, on the internet, anything like that, do we have some Twitter handles, things like that?
Yeah. There's
hashtag humans. Hashtag
AMC.
humans AMC.
Yeah.
We 3 are on.
Yeah, we're on there.
Not this one.
No?
No.
Why not?
It's secretive.
Cyborg thing?
Yeah, you know, it interacts with the Wi-Fi. You know, yeah.
Totally understandable.
Freeze.
All right, well, giving one last sell to the Comic-Con audience, to the people who love stuff like sci-fi and comics and things you guys are doing, why should they tune into Humans? Huddle up, figure it out.
It's brain melt. Because
Well,
humans is what it'll be like if your iPhone could get up and walk around. And you want to know what that's like.
That's a pretty compelling sales right
Yeah.
there.
And if she looked hot.
And you could have sex with your iPhone.
Exactly. Exactly. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Anywhere you want.
Very cool. Well, thank you guys for coming on. We're going to have the cast of Doctor Who on next. Please tune to AMC to watch Humans. Please stick with us here on Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. Send us your questions. Use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Check out everything that's going on at marvel.com/NYCC 2016. And we will be right back on the other side of this break. Thank you guys so much for coming on. And remember, watch Humans on AMC.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Singh, joined by nerd gods, the cast of Doctor Who, Stephen Moffat, Peter Capaldi, Pearl, Mackie, and Brian Minchin. You guys, I'm so excited. Huge Doctor Who fan. Hey, what is it like for you guys being here? This must be your first one with the show, of course.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This is my first time in New York. It's my first Comic
Oh,
Con.
wow.
I'm literally like, what? This is mad. There's so many people out there, man. Have you seen them? Look at them.
Now, Bill is new to the Whoniverse, so what is it like for you just walking into this very storied past?
For me personally, or for
Yeah.
Bill?
For either, really.
Well, I think for me, I mean, it's incredible. It's an incredible opportunity as an actress, you know, to be part of one of the best shows in TV. I mean, I'm counting my lucky stars every day. But I think for Bill, I think one of the great things about Bill is that she is really new to it, which is kind of different from, you know, previous companions. She's completely new to the world. She doesn't know anything about it. So, in a way, what's good about that is that, you know, you get to see the Doctor through her eyes, you know, you get to see the whole world sort of through her eyes, through her kind of, you know, fresh opinion, which is quite, it's really different. She doesn't always react in the way that the Doctor expects as well, which is...
She's a great character.
Yeah, which is cool.
And Pearl plays her beautifully. And it's that newness, that freshness, that sense of not coming from the Doctor Who universe, you know, coming from the real world, which we haven't had for a while, I think.
Yeah.
And it's it's really reinvigorated, I think, the series a lot.
Now, you've been with the series is your fourth season, is
This
that
is
right?
my third.
Your third.
Yeah.
And how has it been switching between companions? Does it change the show for you?
It does,
Yeah.
but that's really good because it's very stimulating and it's much more interesting when you've got new people to go to work with every day, and it makes you shake up your own concepts about who the Doctor is and how you should work. And I think it's a good idea never to get too comfortable. You know, luckily your doctor doesn't allow you to get too comfortable because there's too much work to do. But it's great. I think change is the essence of Doctor Who, and so to have a new and fabulous companion is a very welcome change. That's not to say that Jenna wasn't fabulous also, but she was new to me too.
Now, as you two work on writing the show and creating, what were you hoping that Bill as a character would open up in the iteration now of the show?
Well, in a way, to give it a new beginning, to give it a brand new first episode, which you can do with a new Doctor Who companion. You actually begin it again. If you look at the original first episode, Unearthly Child, or the newer one, Rose, it starts with some ordinary person meeting the Doctor and getting to know that fabulous world, which brings the audience in. So we're really doing this quite blatantly as a new version of episode 1. You could start here, and hopefully lots of people will.
Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Now, real question. The Doctor, if given an infinity gauntlet, this is the most powerful weapon in the universe. It can bend reality.
It's not. It's not the most powerful weapon in the universe.
Who says who?
I mean...
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, Doctor Who would take that on in a second. That'd be
Yeah.
nothing to him. He'd turn it down. It's just, frankly, actually, I don't think it's even metal.
It's
is
not
it?
even life
No.
size. It's just made of rubber.
Nothing. No, I didn't even feel that.
You don't think the Doctor would want to take care of some things, maybe some Daleks, or no?
No,
Cybermen?
it wouldn't be cool
Nothing?
enough, would it?
No.
No.
Just punch things.
No, it's too straightforward, man.
He reasons with them, then blows them up.
Is that the secret to writing an episode?
Yeah, a lot of reasoning, and then towards the end, a big explosion and people running is broadly speaking what we do. But some lovely dialogue and urgent standing along the way.
And this is just made of rubber and there's elastic band inside.
Yeah,
Put
this
your
is
fingers
just, you
around.
know, forget Marvel,
Don't show the
watch
inner-
Doctor Who. That's what we're saying. I mean,
Now, if you guys could have a superpower, what would it be? I have to know.
I'd want all the ones that Superman's got because he's got the best ones. No offense, Marvel, but he
I've
is the
never
boss
heard
one.
of that character, but I'll Google him right after this.
Yeah, go on.
I'd like to be able to sing really well.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
How would you fight crime with that?
Easy.
Lull them to sleep.
Lull them to sleep, yeah. I hypnotize people with my beautiful voice.
action scenes would be
awesome.
That's a good idea.
You
As
can
long as
get
they
a
get on
tank
that.
and play guitar.
That's right.
I would stop time.
Ooh.
So I
for
could
your
just sort
show.
of chill out and like,
You
you
got
know, wander around. Yeah, everyone goes like that, and I'm just like, hey,
Hey.
how's
Hey,
it?
look.
Sweet,
That's
goodbye.
right.
Quite good,
Like
though. We can do that for the show.
That's right, yeah.
yeah, and you know, have a little nap every now and again. That'd be pretty cool.
And quickly, Brian, before we head out.
Flying. I'd love to
8
fly.
seconds.
That'd be awesome.
You'd love to fly.
Perfect. Well, when can
My
we
son
watch
likes
Doctor Who?
Marvel best, so by the way, I can just say that.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You can watch it at Christmas Day and next year.
There you go. Watch it on Christmas Day and next year. And stay here with Marvel Live for even more coming up next.
Hello. Hi, welcome back.
Hi.
You are watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Ben Morris, and we are welcoming once again our friends from D3 Go, our friends from Demiurge, our friends from Marvel Puzzle Quest.
Bop, 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 bop.
Welcome back, guys, and happy 3-year birthday.
Oh my
Thank you
gosh,
so much.
yeah.
Yeah.
It feels big great. Time.
Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome. So what are the celebrations for this 3-year anniversary?
Right now we have a bunch of bonus ISO in all of our anniversary events. We have a new event called BFF Mode, which is 2 heroes that you pit together and against another team of 2 heroes. It's a PvP event. We've got a special anniversary vault. Where you're giving out Gwenpool.
Yes.
Well, Gwenpool's our new character.
So
We're
that was
also at the event. Anybody can grab this. There's only one code on here. But with Marvel Insider, you can get a free comic of Gwenpool.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Download, digital download.
Now, why Gwenpool as the character to celebrate the big 3?
Well, Devil Dino is also the big anniversary character, and we actually revamped him. But
Ooh.
Gwenpool, we just wanted to release her. She was an awesome character, and we thought it was the right time.
Yeah.
She's just full of party and fun, you know. So.
And she has some crazy. I was reading our article on it the other day. She has some crazy abilities
Yeah.
that go way outside the norm.
Yeah,
for
one
what
of
you
them.
guys produce.
One of them we don't want to ruin what all the combos are, but
Okay.
definitely one of the comments. One of the combos is Iceman, Moon Knight, and Black Panther, and I won't tell you what it does, but it's definitely not big head mode.
Iceman.
Gotta remember that one.
All right.
Is it some? I don't know. I feel like it's something ice cream, like nighttime ice cream. I don't know.
She's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So how can we get Gwenpool? What are
So
the
is this the only way?
No, there are
In the
different
anniversary event, you can unlock her in all the vaults, and you can also win her as an award in the PvP events.
It's awesome.
Yeah, what we're doing with Marvel Insider is the Gwenpool comics. So if you go to Marvel Insider and sign up, you get the Gwenpool comic free. So feel free to go ahead and read the comic and earn the character in the game. So it's all about Gwenpool in this anniversary right now, along with all the other events we got. So it's pretty cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So how many events are you guys running at any given time? It's
Oh,
always
it
felt
always
like,
varies.
like you got plate spinning
Plate
and all the
spinning, man.
puzzles and all the good stuff. It's great.
Yeah, we have the PvE and PvP events. So PvE, we have a few story events every once in a while. We might do like a heroic version of some of the tutorial stuff or a new one. We had just announced we're doing a Doctor Strange event around the movie,
yeah.
so that will have a story event around then. Then we usually do 3 to 4 different PvP events as well.
Who's responsible for kind of plotting out the story of Marvel Puzzle Quest? Who works on that?
It depends. I know for Howard the Duck, we got Chip and
Cool.
Joe did
I'm
the
so
art.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so
No,
sorry.
they were great.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that
but
was
then
a
we
great
end up
April
giving
Bit.
it to Alex Irvine, who does a lot of the story.
Right.
He
Great,
writes
we
a lot
love
of the
Alex,
story,
yeah.
Alex
Yeah,
Irvine.
he's great. He's right now working on Doctor Strange.
Oh, cool. So Alex
Yeah.
is working on the Doctor Strange event.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And walk our fans through who maybe haven't played or haven't caught up in recent times what a story event is going to look like and feel like for them.
So basically, it's art that is taken from reference of the movie or whatever, and the artist at Demiurge will create the art of the background. And you're taking you go on these little nodes that you unlock, and as you beat one, another one comes out, and it might open another chapter, and you just keep going through all these different nodes, and you
Sure.
get different pieces of the story, and you end up fighting villains and enemies from the movie and stuff like that.
That's great.
How long does it take to put together the average event?
Oh, it varies. This one, we've been working on it for like months, you know, it just depends. Like, it's getting the art through Marvel to make sure that they're good with everything, and then the studio has to look at it, the movie studio, to make sure that they're happy with it as well. So with the movie ones, it takes a little bit longer. Some of the smaller ones aren't as long. So,
Yeah.
Chip and Joe were super busy, so that was kind of hard. So
Sure.
we padded that for a while.
They're
you
not
know?
that busy.
Yeah.
Don't listen to what they're telling you.
Chip is probably just lounging in the sun.
Chip's got plenty of time.
Shirtless right now.
Right. In the sun-filled Canadian
Canada has sun.
beaches.
I'm fairly certain Canada gets some bit of sun.
There are vampires up there, Ryan.
Yeah.
We have a question from our friend Sophia, who has been tweeting us all show long. Wants to know, how many hours do you spend playing Marvel Puzzle Quest, and who is your favorite character?
Oh.
Well, that depends. Yeah. You want to start off with that one?
I'll let
You want
you
me
go
to start
first.
up?
Yeah, you go first.
I like Cyclops.
Yeah?
Cyclops is great. Cyclops is a lot of fun. Magneto Classic's another good one. He brings a lot of power into
I
the
feel
game.
like you said Cyclops like you felt you needed to apologize or something.
I don't need to apologize. Cyclops is really great. It's actually
Yeah.
one of the fun ones in the game.
Be Cyclops, be proud, man.
I am proud Cyclops fan. I think I play, every day you at least got to do a Deadpool daily because the daily rewards are really big in the game. So as long as you get in once, you get a pretty cool reward. So it really depends if it's a character I really need in the game. I'll play for, maybe an hour or 2 hours to get really early to the right character I want. Or if I just need just a random reward and make sure I'm stick around with my folks in the Alliance, I'll just play for a game or two. So it really depends for the day.
For me, yeah, I play pretty much all day anyways. either debug or normal. But yeah, my favorite characters are, I think, Green Goblin and Howard the Duck. They were the two big characters that I started with, when I worked at on this project. So for me, those are my favorite, and I love Green Goblin because of that crazy power he has where you select one and it changes the board and whatever. And then Howard the Duck, when he turns invisible, it's just super awesome.
Yeah. So you mentioned respecing and like redoing Devil Dinosaur. What goes into thinking about that, and actually like what does that change in a character?
Yeah, since we've been live for 3 years, we're just, right now, this year in particular, we've been going through a lot of fixes. So to make sure, we listen to the community a lot. And they've been complaining about certain things, or they just use the same
Well, they're giving constructive feedback.
Yeah, I guess you can call it that, yeah.
I think a lot of people are annoyed with Devil Dino's dancing, right? He just did that one move and only did that 1 AP damage.
It was funny, when we revamped him, they're like, he didn't stop dancing, right? We're like, yeah, of course he didn't stop dancing. But anyways,
that had to be fixed.
We go through and we just make sure to listen to what all the complaints are, or, constructive criticism, and make sure that we answer them to, make sure that people are happy. Trying to get the new players involved and have them not feel beat down by the old players.
Sure.
There's a lot of stuff like that we've been working on this year, and I think it's been paying off really well.
And the anniversary time was a perfect time for it, because Devil Down is only really available during the anniversary time. So if you're ever going to change it, right now is really the time to change it.
We had another question come in from Richard Cabeza. Wants to know any plans to add Songbird in Puzzle Quest.
Ooh, we get so many recommendations. That's a good one.
Songbird. I'll have to check. I don't think it's on the list right now, but we're constantly reviving the list.
You heard it here first. Songbird. Going to
Songbird. All right. Wait,
that's
what?
a guarantee.
Breaking news.
But I don't know about that. Hold on.
You don't see Songbird. Complain to these guys.
How many characters are in the game at this point?
We just hit 100. Are we at 105?
It's like 120 is what I thought.
No way.
Yeah.
I knew we had 100
500
recently.
characters in
Exactly.
Marvel Puzzle.
That's what he said.
Including Songbird.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Actually, we're getting a lot of Dazzler lately.
Yeah,
rightfully so.
If you put Dazzler in, which design would you use of Dazzler?
Yeah, you got 70s Disco Dazzler.
Yep.
You've got like more recent
Mojo Rebellion, like blue
Oh
costume.
yeah, Mojo Rebellion. You've got
Yeah.
the darker edged gothy punk.
goth.
Dazzler. You got Dazzler Thor. Dazzler Thor.
It seems like the 70s disco one is the
All
most
right,
popular.
all right, that's fair.
Let's go
Staying
back.
Alive was one of the powers I saw.
Oh. Wait, powers you saw because you're making?
No,
Oh, you heard it here first. Dazzler's
She's so
powers
sneaky.
coming to the game.
Dazzler and her Staying Alive power coming soon to Marvel Puzzle Quest.
Awesome.
Guys, while you're up here, do you want to take a spin at this wheel?
We did this last year,
Yeah,
remember?
I think
I
you did
spin
very
last
well.
year and we didn't have very good luck, so
Okay.
Josh,
Okay.
you do it.
Let's see what
All
happens here.
Do it hard.
Hard as you need to.
As hard as you like. What do we land on? Someone tell me.
Spider. Ooh.
Spider who?
Spider who?
What is that one?
Huh?
Let's find that one in here. We've got so many of these. I'm really bummed you guys didn't hit Alien Race or Cheese, because that's the one that's, it's gonna throw you for a loop.
So, guess if a character is a real version of Spider-Man or not.
Oh, man.
Guess if a character is a real version of Spider-Man or not.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you guys 3. You gotta get 2 out of 3 to win.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
lose, you have to make Songbird and Dazzler for Marvel Puzzle Quest.
And if you win, we get Songbird and
Dazzler
Dazzler.
Puzzle
Puzzle
Quest.
Quest.
Sounds good.
All right, General Spider, true or false?
I'm going with false.
That sounds true. Anything general, that's
All right,
authority.
there's a rift between you.
Oh, wow.
What's your
It's
pick?
a
You want to say
civil
false? He's the
war.
producer, so I'm going to go with what Josh says.
I'm going to say false.
You're
False,
correct. It was false.
Oh, good.
2, Spider Monkey. Spider Monkey, true or false?
That doesn't sound true either. False. Yeah, false.
False?
Yeah.
You're sure you're going with false?
Yeah.
You really want to go with false? It is true.
Marvel Apes.
Spider Monkey from
Marvel Apes.
Is that our
So
next
now there's
character,
going to be a
I
Marvel
think?
Apes component to
All right.
Yeah.
Puzzle Quest.
Last chance.
This is it.
This is it. This decides whether or not we get Dazzler and Songbird. Spider Cheetah. Spider Cheetah.
I gotta go false on that one too.
Let's go false.
Let's go false. And it's a big win.
Yay!
Win for the guys from Marvel Puzzle Quest.
They nailed it.
They
So
are
we're gonna
gonna get to work on Songbird and Dazzler.
Very exciting.
We are gonna be bringing you guys Beyond coming up soon. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Where can people get the game? They can just buy it online for free and
It's
play the heck out of
iOS
it.
store and
iOS
Amazon
store. Very
Google
nice.
store, all those.
All the good spots.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
it's awesome. It's super fun, guys.
It's awesome.
Check it out.
Fun.
Play it. We'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, we are back with some family ABC Freeform's Beyond, the star, the creators. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Welcome to the family.
Thanks for
Welcome
having us.
to Comic-Con. What's the experience been like so far?
Miserable.
I believe it.
I'm joking, of course.
We haven't gotten to go down there yet,
Yeah.
which I'm looking
Are
forward
you
to.
gonna have time to? at all,
I hope
or-
so. Yeah.
We're gonna try because I mean it's just packed today and it looks absolutely amazing.
Well,
Look
we
at
had
that.
the unique experience of watching Berkeley see his banner for the very first time.
Which is very cool, very
Yeah.
surreal seeing me up
Yeah.
there, having us down here.
Well,
and it was,
the truth is, he hasn't been the same since. He's acting very, very strange.
I'm still in a
ever
bit of a
since he saw
daze.
this.
It's-
Oh, I was, yeah, your ego.
Oh, yeah. I am the poster. Yeah.
All the green M&Ms have to be taken out now. It's really annoying.
I think he said the words "I am Comic-Con." Is that
I
what
think it's like paraphrase,
Did I get
but I
that
think
right?
it was something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You have discovered me.
Yes, exactly.
So you're well. I don't want to make your ego even bigger, but you're a superhero now, basically. Tell us about your powers. I
Yeah.
only saw a quick teaser last night, but
That's cool. Yeah. So Holden is bestowed with these telekinetic abilities, which is a sci-fi element that we have in the show, and he is able to manipulate matter and energy around him and move things with his mind. Is really the bottom line.
and you're kind of hesitant to have these powers in the
It's
first place,
I mean,
right?
it's something that's a big undertaking, and at the beginning, it's really just through these big emotional sort of times that these powers display themselves, which he doesn't have control of right away. So it's definitely this origin of finding out he has them, how is he going to control them, and who knows what they really are.
And talk about the creative process and getting the show on the air.
Okay.
start.
Yeah, well, we'll start back with me because you wrote the script.
Yes. It started there.
It started there.
And this is your
Came
first
out of
time
his
working
crazy.
with people like this, right? Like superhero stuff. You've never really
never done anything's brand new
People like
experience.
this.
for me.
Not you. I was
Actually,
pointing at you.
This type.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
What do you mean by that?
I made the calculated choice of not hiring Adam, I think twice on shows that I was doing.
Was Heroes one of them?
That was actually a good thing because he went on. I could have changed the course of history had I hired you, and you wouldn't have written this thing on spec, and then it wouldn't have come to me.
I wrote the script to be hired on a Tim Crane show, basically.
And then, ironically, we got it. So my company Imperative that I have with a couple of partners, we got a hold of this script and packaged it all up to go sell it out to the real world, and then hired David here.
I had just passed on some of Adam's material myself, and
Seems to be a general theme.
If you throw a coin, you can hit about 12 people that have passed on.
I don't even want you in this interview.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going to write a script and I'll show you. Yeah.
No, I'd been working with Spielberg and Amblin on Falling Skies, and Tim and I were old buds, and he had just gotten this thing on its feet. And honestly, I wasn't looking to join a show, but I read the script. It was the same script I had read as a writing sample, and I realized that they had actually executed this thing. And when I saw the pilot, it was so much fun, and it was so delicate. It was so specific. They really captured something I hadn't seen before. I couldn't say no.
Let's talk though about a little bit about that, like the collective of your minds and all the great things you worked on. Kind of just go through the list.
Our credits?
Our credits?
Yes.
Let's see. I was in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when I was in 5th grade. Mike TV, pretty good. Well, no, Tim and I met years ago when you were doing. I was working with Sam Raimi, and you were doing.
I was probably doing
Crossing Jordan, yeah.
at the time.
We were doing Hercules and Xena, and we stayed in touch and worked on your show Touch over a couple years ago with Kiefer Sutherland, and so we just talk all the time about all kinds of stuff, and then this was happening.
And for you, when you first saw the script, what were you thinking?
It was really something cool, and yes, I suppose you'd like to hear my answer. It was really something cool and different, and as Tim and David were saying, just something that you read it and you go, wow, like this is something really cool. And I mean, it's just no to Adam's talent of getting his creativity down on paper, but it read so brilliantly, and this character really intrigued me, and I mean, it's just been really an honor to be able to put him to life.
And what can you guys tease for us now for the fans who couldn't make it to Comic-Con?
Ooh, good question.
Well, I think our forefathers are not sci-fi gods. They're really Lewis Carroll and C.S. Lewis and the Wachowskis and Baum. You know, it's about world building. It's about creating worlds that aren't ours, that maybe inform who we are in ways in our minds that we don't know, and to make those worlds aesthetically real, like Peter Jackson real, on a television schedule and budget, has just never been done before. And that's our goal, and that's what we think we're pulling off.
And you're on. Oh, you were about to.
Oh,
had the
no,
mic up.
I think we hope to give people something that they haven't quite seen before. I think it takes a lot of familiar tropes and in kind of zigzags and unexpected places.
What would you? I mean, could you compare it to anything remotely, or?
Well, it's a combination of many different things.
Really
I mean, it's from writing it. I'm a huge Spielberg fan, but also I love Rian Johnson and Jeff Nichols and these filmmakers that take very grounded approaches to genre material. So it'll be interesting.
And the show has a little bit of everything. I mean, it really does. It's a family drama, and it's a coming of age in a funny way. It's got some humor. It's got amazing special effects. So it works on a lot of levels. There's a lot of sort of entry points into the show.
And talk about working with Freeform as well, because some of the shows on that are just blowing up too. It's got to be great to be on that channel.
Yeah, and they really, listen, they are creating a brand and a really interesting brand, and I think this is going to sort of fit, and not only fit, but help push that forward for them.
Yeah, we had a great opportunity with Battlestar Galactica on the Sci-Fi Channel to help, bring them into kind of a new age, a new network known for maybe different kinds of stuff than they had been known for before. And I think we're taking a similar approach with this show. All of us were sort of, persuaded by the brass at the network that this was going to be their spearhead to or one of their spearheads to recraft the audience and their goals in terms of their demographics, to make the network a little bit more adult, maybe a little bit more sophisticated, and we're thrilled to be a part of that.
It was very freeing, simply because the network, they were looking to take a risk on some darker material, and as writers, that's all you could ever want is the freedom to take risks and to push the characters and the story into unexpected places, and they were really supportive of that.
That's great. Quickly, before we go, how can fans reach you online?
I've got Twitter and Instagram and at Berkeley Duffield, and you can search that online.
I have a BlackBerry. Do they still exist?
BBM Adam.
Yeah.
I think they can find me.
You can email me at tkring at... Just kidding.
And the show will air in
January.
Stay tuned.
Of 2017, that's important.
Yes,
Of
not
2017.
January.
Thanks so much,
Not
guys.
last
We really
January.
appreciate it. Stay tuned for more.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
keeping holding back on living every day. A hard-earned heart attack, well, it's taking him away. It got me thinking that we've got it all. We're better if we're broken. We've got it all when every word is spoken. We've got it all. We're running against time. We've got it all. We're better if we're broken. We've got it all when every word is spoken. We've got it all. We're better if we're broken. We've got it all when every word is spoken. We've got it all. Running against time. I wanna know you inside. Start a war and you break all the battles you fake. It's alright. I wanna see your light. Give you another fight. Watch you win and begin with the battles within. It's alright. Oh yeah. It's alright. Don't you feel it in your soul? You're losing control tonight. I wanna see you let go more than ever before. Watch you own your mistakes and your heart as it breaks. It's alright. Oh yeah. It's alright. Don't you feel it in your soul? You're losing control tonight. It's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, losing control tonight. Oh yeah. It's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, you're losing control tonight. Oh yeah. It's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, you're losing control tonight.
Ready? Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here, New York Comic Con 2016. I'm with some very special guests. Introduce yourselves, sirs.
I'm Greg Sipes, voice of Michelangelo. I'm Ciro Agnelli, executive producer of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
So tell us, what do you guys have for fans to show them at this convention if they couldn't make it to the con this year?
Well, there's a lot of surprises going down at this Comic-Con. Sir, do you want to give them a little? There's a big Ice Cream Kitty song and music video being revealed today, which I'm really excited about. But there's other stuff happening too. We're revealing the Super Shredder finally today, and a couple other characters. One I guess I could talk about is we had Mark Hamill was gracious enough to come and do a voice with us, so we're gonna reveal his character Kovaxis, and that's pretty neat. We've shown a picture before, one of my concept sketches, but I think today we're gonna actually show a clip. So it's gonna be a pretty packed day.
I want to ask you personally, like when I get to interview voiceover actors, that's when I kind of geek out because they just do everything. Does it still kind of get to you every once in a while, especially like Mark Hamill, who's done a million voices?
Well, the Mark Hamill thing was crazy. I mean, if we go back to when that first happened for me, I used to run a show at Disney I created called Super Robot, and he was the main villain. So I had him for like 2 years. Every week I got to hang out with Mark Hamill, and I don't think that feeling ever kind of really wore off because then later I was the showrunner on Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and I brought him back as Ulysses Claw, which I really loved him as Claw. And then when he came in, and it had been like probably like 3 or 4 years since I seen him, I was just like, oh! It's like, he had become, at that point he was becoming more Yoda than Luke. And then so then years go by and he comes back in, and now he's the return of Skywalker, and I was tripping. I think when he showed up for that day, it was literally a day or two before he was flying back out to shoot Episode 8. So he was in like fighting shape with his beard. I geeked out a little bit. I think so.
Speaking of geeking out, though, I mean, I got to thank you for Mightiest Heroes because that was a great show.
Yeah, I tried really hard to. My whole thing is Marvel Silver Keys. I'm really into that stuff. I grew up in the Bronze Age, so I like all the Marvel stuff, like Nova. At that time, Luke Cage was coming out, all that stuff, Heroes for Hire. But my stuff, my bread and butter is Silver Age. I love Silver Surfer. I kind of wish I got to put Silver Surfer in that show. I never got there, but Earth's Mightiest Heroes, yeah, I tried really hard to capture those old books.
That's awesome.
But in a way, like modernize them just a little bit so that you wouldn't know, It was Why a good isn't show.
there a Silver Surfer show yet?
There was years and years and years ago, but I think I just don't. Silver Surfer's a tricky character. I don't think it caught on.
Perfect for it now,
Yeah.
especially with the Iron Fist series coming out, like more of the Zen kind of.
Surfer's great.
Yeah.
So tell me, I mean, you come to the cons being the voice of Michelangelo, my personal favorite character. What kind of what's it like talking to the fans, doing the signings and all that?
Ah, man, it's a great responsibility and a blessing being a turtle, and it's really kind of the best perk of having the job is connecting with the fans and getting to travel around the world and do these cons. It's a great time, and I love it.
You've probably been asked this before, but I mean, taking on that mantle, it's got to be a little scary at first.
Yeah, I try not to think about it. I just
Sorry
do
to
it.
bring it up.
No. No, it's really, again, it's a great responsibility. And when Ciro basically gave me the role, I just knew, I was like, whoa, thank you, universe. This only happens one time in your life, So it's awesome.
Well, how can fans check out the new season of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I'm pretty sure we're still on Sundays at 11 a.m. when we premiere. So I think the new episodes of Turtles, are premiering sometime in November. I don't know the exact date.
Thanks again, guys. Really appreciate it. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for more.
Hey everybody, Ben Morris here at New York Comic Con 2016 Marvel Live. We are killing it today, and we have got Prodigy with us. Prodigy, how are you doing, man?
Oh man, all good. It's great to be here, man.
You just said this is your first Comic Con ever.
First one.
What observations have you made so far?
Well, number one, I see that everybody's out here enjoying themselves. They look like they really having fun. Like, you know what I mean? Smiles on everybody's faces, and it's just a great experience to see all the cosplay and, like, you know what I mean? See the little kids to the older people. Man, everybody's just enjoying themselves and having fun, man. That's
what it's all about.
Yeah, that's all I see, man. That's good, man.
Now, who would you, if you had to cosplay, who would you cosplay as from Marvel?
Who would I cosplay as, man? I might just be Black Panther for real, man. You know what I mean? I might have to stick with that. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Now, you just released a song for one of our Black Panther videos. How was that?
Yeah. Oh, man, it's dope. It's called Beast With It. You know what I mean? It's me and my homie Mark the Beast that produced it. It's pretty dope, man. It's like a cross between, like, hardcore hip-hop and EDM, you know what I mean? Because we figured, like, Black Panther, he's real energetic. He got a lot of,
lot of
like
technology.
yeah, just straight ill energy when he's fighting and running and whatnot. So we wanted to make a song with that same type of energy. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So what's the challenge of taking a character and making a song specifically like that? You were talking about taking some of the elements of the character and putting them in. How do you do that when it comes down to lyrics and beats and stuff like that?
Just from watching the character and knowing what he's about and his background, you know, that's what made us pick like the certain type of style of beat and the style of lyrics that I wrote to it. Like, you know, it just, we try to make it fit the energy. Basically, that's what it was. Try to fit the energy of Black Panther, like, you know what I mean?
Very cool. I understand you also have a new book out. Want to talk about that?
New book is called Commissary Kitchen, my infamous prison cookbook. And it's full with about maybe 17, something like that, recipes, all the stuff that I used to make when I was locked up, you know what I mean? The whole book is recipes using a toaster oven and a microwave, you know? So what we're doing is we're going on like a big college tour, and we're talking to the kids, you know, the college students and all that about, you know, a lot of the messed up things that's going on in the prison system, you know what I mean, that need to be changed. And just like discussing the recipes and the food, because like being locked up, when I was cooking for like an hour or two, that time that it takes to prepare a meal, it's like takes your mind off of where you at. Like, you know what I mean? It was like relaxing and you forget where you at. So that's what helped me out. And also, you know, the food in jail is like terrible, man.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's terrible. So you would rather prepare your own food. Like even now in the world, you hear horror stories about people doing stuff to fast food and stuff like that. So, you know, it's good to prepare your own food, even if you're home. But the style of recipes that's in the book, it's like college dormitory style food. Like it's simple recipes, like microwave and toaster oven. So I think a lot of college students would be into the book, and just people that are interested in, like, you know, want to know about prison life and the food and what's really going on. I think they would enjoy it too, because each recipe comes with, you know, like a backstory of how I learned and all that type of stuff. Yeah.
You get one on the air here. What's like your favorite recipe from the book?
My favorite recipe from the book, hands down, is barbecue salmon over rice.
Oh man,
crazy.
Barbecued salmon?
Barbecue
You're
salmon.
cooking it
We
there?
were making restaurant style food in there, straight
That's
up.
good.
Yeah.
I gotta hear a few more now. What are a couple others?
I'll give you another one. Is macaroni salad with apples.
Oh wow, okay.
That one is good too. That one is good too. Hell yeah.
All right, so we can check out the Black Panther song. That's available now.
Right.
The book is available now.
Right.
Where can people find you online to get more information?
You can follow me on Instagram at Prodigy Mob Deep, Twitter at Prodigy Mob Deep, Facebook, all that, man. You know what I mean? Google me here.
And it's always a pleasure. Hello, Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. My name is Ben Morris. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Joe Kelly.
You got to get
It's
out more.
true, man. You are the man. You are one of the greatest Deadpool writers of all time.
Thank you.
Prolific in many other characters, and you're back to Deadpool, right? In Spider-Man Deadpool. How is that coming back to the character after all these years?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. The fan response has been incredible. I love working with Ed. Deadpool's a cornerstone of my career, so to go back to him, you know, for many years it was like, oh, should I
Yeah.
go back? But to do Deadpool and Spider-Man, which was my favorite character growing up together in a book, it's a dream come true.
Now,
It's
what-
really been wonderful.
What made Spidey your favorite character growing up?
Partly, I mean, he was always there. Like, I can't remember a time where Spider-Man wasn't there. So it's like, you know, the cartoon, the comics. I just always loved him, you know, and always felt like, you know, we talk about Marvel Comics, happened in New York City. So it's like you felt like, oh, I might go to New York City and see Spider-Man someday. So, and just love that he was a kid having problems, you know.
As far as meshing the two, you got Spider-Man, who's like your favorite character just from a fan point of view. Deadpool, this character has meant so much to you professionally. How do you marry those two characters and make sure they both get enough love as you mix up this little soup every month?
Well, it's been great. I mean, you know, working with Nick and Devin and Jordan, like everybody's been, you know, shepherding me appropriately. So it's like there are jokes that they know I should not put in a Spider-Man title, which is good. They keep me on the straight
Joe,
and
come
narrow.
on.
You know, we gotta be careful.
Okay.
But no, what's great is their status quo is at the beginning of the arc. Spidey hated Deadpool, and Deadpool's in love with Spidey, basically, and that dynamic is so fun. So who gets to be the straight man, who gets to be the, you know, the ball breaker, kind of goes back and forth from episode to episode. And as the arc has moved on, their relationship gets to evolve. So, you know, there's Deadpool jokes, there's Spidey jokes, and now they start to mush and mangle together, and I love it. I mean, Any time I get to write comedy, I'm happy, and especially the darker stuff that we can do with that.
And luckily, you're very funny, so that works out well.
Just looking.
But I mean, the thing that's at the heart of the book for me is the friendship between these two guys, like you said, and the one's been developing. Probably my favorite issue was the one where Deadpool introduced Spidey to his daughter and kind of tried to elicit, that response from me. That was really a heart-tugging issue. How do you see their friendship evolving? How do you see it going from here? Like, where does it come from, and where is it headed?
Well, Deadpool, because nothing is ever simple for Deadpool, of course wants to be buddies with Spidey, looks up to him, but had that ulterior motive. The book's out, so hopefully this is not a spoiler.
Sorry, guys. Go pick up the first trade.
Yes, where he was, he's hired to kill Peter Parker. So it's that, is he just trying to be his friend, or is he trying to sneak in there? And in Deadpool's world, he could do both. Yeah. Once they've gotten past this aspect of it, he's really hoping, good things can happen. Like, I could actually be a good guy. Spidey's inspiring to Deadpool. He's what he wants to be. So, and then Spider-Man, actually, who's been really wrapped up with, with Parker Industries and all that, the high pressure aspects of his life, gets to see kind of what he used to be, like really cutting loose and somebody who doesn't give a crap about anything and will just do whatever. And it allows him to sort of unleash a little bit of his inner demons. And that combination has really fed their relationship. They understand each other in a deeper way, I think.
One of the other things I like is you've really dug into what's going on in the lives of both characters. Like you said, you have all the Parker Industries stuff for Peter Parker. We've seen some of his supporting cast for Deadpool. We've seen Shikla. We've seen the Mercs for Money. What's it like working in those elements and kind of making it seem like this is not just this one-off team-up? It really invests both universes.
Oh, it's been great, and everybody, the guys who are on the main titles have been very kind to let me use those characters, and I love them. Shikla is a character I really grew to love. When I first was like, Deadpool's getting married, like my brain wanted to go in different directions. And then I read that stuff, and I really like her as a character, and they're so much fun to play off against each other. So yeah, it gives a book its own kind of gravity. It doesn't feel like it's just off in its own universe, even though we're on our own schedule, that's for sure. But it's helpful to keep everybody grounded to their own universes, and they're great characters.
Now, with the villains, you've mostly focused on coming up with new threats to these guys. Why that? Why focus on coming up with new characters? Why not use the extensive Spider-Man Rogues Gallery or the not so extensive Deadpool Rogues Gallery?
I tend to like almost any book that I start off. I like to try to play around with new characters or lesser known characters, just because the other stuff comes so fully loaded. I mean, Spidey's villains especially are super loaded. So to play around with some new stuff is my comfort zone. Let you focus on the heroes and then have some mysteries about the villains. Now we're getting into Itsy Bitsy, which is an arc that I'm really psyched about. Super creepy new villain who's also really funny. Yeah. Ed just draws the hell out of her. I mean, so those characters also come with their own. To be perfectly honest, a lot of times I'll be like, "Hey, could I use so and so?" And I'll be like, "Oh no, they're in another book, or there's something coming up." So getting to use Mysterio was like super.
Yeah.
I love Mysterio and Bubble Helmet and all. I'll take the whole thing. So we use them when we can, but I'll go for the more obscure usually to start.
Talk to me about your relationship with Ed McGuinness and how he has grown since you guys worked together. God knows how many years ago on the original Deadpool. How has he expanded his repertoire?
Oh my gosh, Ed really, literally is somebody who just gets better and better. I hadn't followed his work super closely, and then I saw Nova, and I was just like, oh my, this is Ed? Like I was really blown away by what he was doing. So to hit this level of evolution now too, I mean, he's always been a good storyteller. There's always a lot of kinetic energy in what he does, but his storytelling has gotten stronger. His level of detail has gotten stronger. He's one of the sweetest guys in comics. He really is. He's ridiculously nice. I actually sometimes worry I'm going to offend him.
People have said it now that I don't think it's a lie.
Yeah. I worry that I'm going to offend him with the script sometimes. That's how nice he is. But he's got thick skin, and he'll draw whatever he wants. But he wants big fun action, so it's actually good for me because sometimes I will get a little cerebral or I'll get a little too much into wordy comedy, because I love that. I love banter. I love dialogue. So to have Ed saying, "Hey, could I blow some stuff up? Could you give me a big, nice, dramatic fight scene?" It's a good balance.
A question we've been asking a lot of different people who worked on Spider-Man this weekend is, who is your favorite Spider-Man character who's not Spider-Man? So anyone from the supporting cast, the villains, any other heroes?
Wow. The first person that came to mind, like just out of nowhere, without any thought, so this is completely gut reaction, is the Prowler.
Interesting.
I have
the
a
Prowler.
Yeah, I have a
I
complete,
love that.
and I think Slot and I share this.
Yeah,
It's like,
Slot said J. Jonah Jameson,
Uh-huh.
but I said to him, I was like, no, that is not true, Dan Slott. You meant the Prowler.
I have a strange affinity for the Prowler. I don't know why, but that's the first. If I thought about it a little bit longer, it'd probably be Mary Jane.
Yeah, I said Mary Jane.
Yeah.
We're cool. All right, very good. Nice, good answer. It's the right answer. Close it down. No, so what kind of, now that you're moving forward in Spider-Man Deadpool, how long do you see this going? I mean, do you see this as an indefinite thing? Are you guys only going for so long?
Well, I like to always build this stuff in arcs. I mean, besides for the obvious, people tend to look at trades and that sort of thing. Doing things in arcs for me just makes more sense. I think it's a safer way to tell a story. You know you have an end point. So we'll see how long it goes. I mean, I'm having a great time. I'd be happy to stick along as long as people want to have me. So
Cool, very cool. And now you're having the experience of being here at the con with your son, which is very cool. What's the best parts of bringing your kid to Comic-Con?
Well, first of all, he knows more characters than I do, which is awesome.
That's awesome.
He's a big Overwatch fan, and seeing all the cosplay like really drives.
He's explaining to you who everyone is.
Yeah,
as they
exactly.
walk by?
All the backstories. No, he's. It's fun to see this stuff through his eyes because he's getting invested in it in a way that those of us who are a little more cynical just don't. Like, this is pure stuff for him. It's stuff that he really loves. It really speaks to him, and all the Marvel stuff, especially like the cinematic universe. We're right now in the middle of Luke Cage. Like, we're having a great time, and for him and me to be bonding over that stuff is really fantastic. So to get to share this stuff with him live is wonderful.
Let people know as we wind down here what you've got coming up, how people can find you online, how people can find you on social media, how can they get more Joe Kelly?
Well, there's more Spidey Deadpool coming up. That arc, we've got a couple of fill-in issues, but look for the Itsy Bitsy arc that's out now, and that's going to continue through the next year. You can find me on Twitter at Joe Kelly MOA, and manofaction.tv is the website. So,
what are you guys up to, Man of Action, real quick?
Real quick, Ben 10, new Ben 10 is coming out soon.
My show.
Mega Man.
Show that's about me.
Yes, another Mega Man, a Mega Man reboot or new series that we're developing.
Love Mega Man.
Gosh, so many other things. A couple of video games, a couple of movies, and I Kill Giants is actually shooting right this second.
Yeah, congratulations on
Thank you
that. That's
very much.
cool. All right, Joe, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, guys.
Guys, we're going to go to an interview I did this morning with Ta-Nehisi Coates and Christopher Priest. Very cool. And we'll be back here with more on the other side from Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
Stoop down. The air is better down here, man.
You don't think I know that?
You right.
Down there all my life.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Get off of me, Robin. Putting all that damn gel on my pants.
Hey everyone, Ben Morse here at Marvel Live for Marvel New York Comic Con 2016. I'm here with the man, the writer of Black Panther, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Ta-Nehisi, how's the convention treating you?
I'm a little overwhelmed. This is the first Comic Con I've ever been to, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I almost wish I didn't have to work because I just stand around looking for a while. This is pretty incredible, man.
Have you had a lot of fans come up to you and engage you and stuff like that?
Yeah, a few. There was a panel yesterday, and there was some good folks there. Talked a lot about Black Panther, but it's a different world for me because I think my experience with comic books has been much more like just me going home and reading them and not really participating in the community. So this is mind-blowing,
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, you got a lot of questions when you first started out about how do you write a comic? How do you adjust from doing the type of writing you do on a regular basis to the comic writing? Now that you've had a few months under your belt, what lessons have you learned?
I don't know. Don't be late. Try really, really hard. Don't be late. No, I think the best way to learn, with any sort of writing is to read a ton and then practice. And, it is what it is. There's no way, faking the practice, If the comic book is no better, a year from now or 2 years from now than it is right now, it probably means that I wasn't getting in that practice, But as long as I'm reading and getting into practice, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. One thing I love about your Black Panther is that you kind of walk a nice line between telling a self-contained story, what's going on in Wakanda, but also bringing in elements of the Marvel Universe. I love that you brought in Ezekiel Stane. I love that, you're still focusing on the stuff with Shuri. How do you find that balance between I want to tell my story, but also I want to play with this rich tapestry around me?
not that hard, honestly. You know,
not for you.
No, it's not that hard, period. Because it's like it's within the DNA of the Marvel Universe that had that, that sort of thing, be the case. That all the other comic books I've read all my life, that's been the case. And so it feels natural. I'm always looking for some sort of opportunity to bring, folks in and, just make sure they fit.
I know you're going to be on the Black Panther 50th anniversary panel coming up today. What has made Black Panther such an enduring character that for 50 years he's been a headliner, a guest star, whatever he does, he's a popular character and still remains so?
Gotta be the suit, man. I mean, suit is just, as actors said, suit is just cool as hell, you know what I mean? But I think it was something really revolutionary about having, this, black dude, out of Africa who was a genius. I mean, that was not something that people were really doing in the 1960s. It's just way, way ahead of its time. Revolutionary character.
I want to talk to you about the new series you got coming up, Black Panther: World of Wakanda.
Right.
Set the table for me on this book. I know you're collaborating with Roxane Gay. Right. You're collaborating with a lot of great people. Right. What's the book about, and why should people check it out?
Well, the book is a much more direct and focused look at Wakanda. I mean, if you consider how I would say the first 4 issues of the Black Panther, were World of Wakanda is that it's really strictly focused on that. Give some backstory to some of the characters that were introduced in World of Wakanda. Roxane Gay is going to write the first arc, the first issue. Yona Harvey, and I co-wrote a story that's going to be in there too for about 10 pages. And so I'm just looking forward to that, opening, the world up, and I hope people enjoy it.
You've worked with 2 artists so far, Brian Stelfreeze and Chris Sprouse. Compare and contrast. What's the difference between writing for different artists, or are you just kind of putting your scripts out there and letting them interpret
Man,
it?
you know what? I've been tremendously lucky. It's been a frictionless process. I mean, Brian was the first one, and so he very much helped design, Wakanda as it looks, the characters as they look, and, Chris picked that up. But Chris is incredible. I mean, I just got some pages from him, I think it was like Monday, from my editor, Will Moss. Just mind-blowing stuff, man.
What's your favorite thing about getting pages in and getting to see the stuff before everyone else does?
Jesus, it's seeing it come to life. It's seeing something that was like way in the back of your head actually materialize, and there it is in front of you. And with an artist's interpretation that is way different than maybe you saw it, but also something that you never could have invented on your own. It's incredible, absolutely incredible.
Who are some of your big influences on Black Panther? Who do you look to as like some of the people you look up to?
Well, I mean, I was raised, on Chris Claremont. I mean, that was just a huge thing. Earlier Black Panther writers, Christopher Priest, Don McGregor, folks like that right there. Yeah,
right here,
so I mean,
man.
that's a huge influence.
I don't think you guys have ever met.
Ta-Nehisi.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
I think we're gonna have talk to both of you guys for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
So, Christopher, how's the con treating you?
Oh, we're just like San Diego, it's hot, crowded, and busy, but it's amazing to be here. Let's put it that way.
We were just talking about kind of the endurance of Black Panther as this character has lasted 50 years. What do you think makes the character so enduring? Why do people still flock to him after all this time?
Well, because he's a different archetype than the mainstream superhero character. He's first of all, he's not a superhero. He's a king. His costume is a badge of office. So he has some unique qualities that are just different. And I think what I liked about it the most is that when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, when they created him, his race was almost secondary. It was like he was just unique as an African, as a person, and he created this character that is just unique and stands on his own. And it just it's something I would just endure for all time, I think.
Now, something that Ta-Nehisi's doing that I don't know if you even know about it, because it's literally the last page of your last issue, but you're bringing in a new version of The Crew, which Christopher came up with.
Yeah, of course.
Now, where did the idea for doing that come from?
I love that comic book. I mean, I just absolutely adored it, and I couldn't believe it only went 6 issues. Yeah. And originally, I was just going to do the exact same lineup that, he had. But if you're paying attention to the Marvel Universe, other events, happened that, made that, not possible. And then we started, rethinking, okay, so who could we have? How could we actually do this? But tremendous series. Just adored it.
What are your memories of doing The Crew, Christopher? Because it was short, but it definitely obviously made an impact on Ta-Nehisi and a lot of other people.
I remember it got canceled before issue 1 shipped. And it had nothing to do with the book or the sales. It was like Marvel at that time was doing some sort of event, some major launch event of a new label, a new imprint. I forgot what it was. And for some reason, The Crew got included in that, even though we weren't really part of that event. So when the numbers came in for the event and they decided to go a different way, they canceled a bunch of books and they canceled us along with them, even though we had nothing to do with that. So it was kind of one of those traumatic events that, that's kind of opened the door to me going, okay, well, maybe I'll stop doing this for a while.
So how do you feel years later hearing that the crew, which only ran for 6 issues, is now being used in another run of Black Panther?
Well, I'm just going to have to drag him out and shoot him now, pretty much. But no, that's terrific. That's really gratifying. I'm always surprised to run into anyone who actually even read the book, let alone knows anything about it.
It was, his rendition of Rhodey, like in that book. So I'm nerding out right now, but his rendition of Rhodey was just, who I wouldn't say wasn't a side. I don't want to say he was a side character in the Iron Man books, but it was so focused on him, and I had never seen his personality, really considered it in that sort of way. And that was, I really wanted to write that character. As I said, other events interceded and didn't allow for that, but his really was just such an attractive character,
Christopher, what kind of lessons that you learned writing Black Panther would you pass on to the current generation of Black Panther writers? What do people need to know about writing T'Challa?
Well, I think the first lesson would be something he doesn't have to worry about is don't worry about the sales, because you don't have to worry about the sales. But we were fighting for our lives every issue when we were doing Black Panther. So there was a lot of pressure on the editors and then subsequently on me to up the sales. So every month we're trying a different stunt. We're having a different thing going on. And you can't be very creative when you're trying to be sales driven. As far as the character himself, just find your own voice and find your own Panther. I did mine, you do yours, and you're doing a great job, and I'm just really amazed to meet you, and you're very tall.
That's the first thing I noticed as well. You are very tall.
Yeah, it's useless. I don't play basketball or anything. It's completely useless on a writer.
Well, if you want to look around for people, try to find stuff.
Right.
Tell the weather.
Right.
So, Ta-Nehisi, before we let you go, what's coming up on Black Panther? What are the next things we can expect in the reading?
Well, you'll see. In a couple weeks, you'll see the crew actually in action. That's the first thing that's going to happen, and so that'll go through. I think the next couple issues or so, and that probably will not be the end of them. You'll probably see more of them, later on in the Panther and in Black Panther and in other titles. So looking forward to that.
How did you pick the new lineup for the crew? How did you decide who was going to be in there?
Well, some of it was previous relationships with, Black Panther. The Storm thing, I wanted to go back to, what I mean? I thought like that was kind of the left of the sort of way that allowed, some, going back to Reggie Hudlin in his run. He had this relationship between Luke Cage and the Black Panther. I always just sort of liked the Misty Knights. You know what I mean? I just wanted to take any opportunity to write Misty Knight. Manifold and Black Panther at the beginning actually of Secret Wars. There's this really, really painful scene where he sacrificed himself for the universe. So there was the seed of some sort of relationship between those two too. So really, I guess it was, all of those characters' unique relationship with the Black Panther, with the exception of Misty.
All right, so as a fan, if you had one question to ask Christopher Priest, what would it be?
You know what I want to know? I want to know how in the world you came up with that story for Spider-Man versus Wolverine, which I read when I must have been like 10 years old and completely like blew. I was like, this is a comic book? This is an actual comic book? And you talk about like inspirational stuff. I mean, I don't think people don't know that, about Christopher Priest. Like, it's not just Black Panther. It didn't start then. I mean, you're talking about like 15 years before Black Panther. To say nothing of, the Power Man and Iron Fist stuff and that, sort of thing. I just, so I have no idea how you came up with that story. It was such an original take on Spider-Man,
I think I was editing Spider-Man at the time, so I was really intimately familiar with him. But as far as the story itself, it was a Cold War story about the Berlin Wall and things like that. And I don't know, I think it was just, I had my shot and I wanted to take it, and I wanted to make it the best story. I wanted to be like the best Spider-Man story you ever read in your life, And of course, it sold like hotcakes. And Marvel never asked me to do it again.
It's looking at me. I had nothing to do with it, man. I wasn't even a gleam in my father's eye at that point. But it's great to have you guys here together. Two of the great Black Panther writers, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Christopher Priest. Ta-Nehisi, I think we're going to let you go. And Christopher, we're going to talk to you a little more. Or we're going to keep going. All right. Oh, no, we're done. We're just going to let you guys go. Okay. We're going to let you guys go to the 50th anniversary of Black Panther panel. Thank you so much for appearing on here. Thank you so much for coming on here. Really enjoy it. You guys are both legends in my eyes. Thank you. This is Marvel.
Hello, Marvel fans. Welcome back. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos.
I'm Ben Morris, aka H&M, and we have with us Razor Ramon Perez.
Oh, yes, from the wrestling.
He's here.
I've lost a little bit of weight, trimmed down a little bit for this. Yeah.
Hey man, so we just announced recently, kind of subtly, that
Yes.
you're going to be the new artist on Nova.
Yeah, artist and co-writer.
I don't know, co-writer too?
Yeah.
I didn't know that part.
He told me the news yesterday, and there's a genuine reaction of me go, "What?" I was so excited.
We love Nova. Nova is my favorite character.
Yes.
Richard Rider is my favorite character.
Oh,
I've been
really?
waiting for him to
Okay.
come back. I have a whole sketchbook of Rich Rider sketches. I got one from Jim Lee.
Oh, damn.
It's done almost entirely in whiteout pen. It's very cool.
Oh, interesting.
But you're
Okay.
definitely gonna have to draw me a Rich Rider. Before.
Oh, yeah, no, I think I worked that in.
Just before all is said and done.
I like
you
Jim
know.
Lee than me, so it's,
Yeah.
it's like it's fine.
I
It
know.
works
I'm
out.
gonna paste you on top of Jim Lee. That guy. Yesterday's news. Ramon Perez. But how'd you get involved in the series?
Oh, well, basically with the whole new Marvel Now next wave of books, I was approached to do a few different series, and the concept of having both Rich Rider and Sam in the
Yeah.
same book, two Novas, one young, one
So
old, was
cool.
really appealing. So I was like, this is an interesting dynamic. I'd love to be a part of this book.
Now you're working with
Jeff Loveness.
Jeff Loveness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And how is that relationship going so far?
Oh, it's great. Like, we are two very different kinds of storytellers, so we're coming at it from two different angles, but we're meeting in this really awesome area in the middle, and our storytelling sensibilities are kind of complementing each other. So I think it's going to make for a really fun, energetic, and interesting storyline.
Have you guys met before?
Never actually physically
Okay,
met, no.
yeah,
We've
yeah.
had meetings on the
So-
phone,
yeah.
you know, that kind of thing, but never actually physically.
He's great. I adore him. He's really fun, and his books are really funny.
Yeah,
which I think is going to be a great comedy. And you do
exactly.
such great emotion and
Yes.
comedy. Like
Oh,
I
thanks,
can see
man.
the comedy that you can put into the
Yeah, we have
story
some-
is going to be really great.
Yeah, we have some nice stuff like that way playing. Yeah.
I saw the first covers. They're gorgeous.
Oh,
They
thank
look
you.
Really,
Yeah,
really good.
yeah. I think we're excited. We're excited. I was just talking to Devin, my editor, today, and just jazz. We're announcing the official announcement tomorrow.
Yep.
But
Whatever. You guys get it. Yeah, you get it too. If you turn into Marvel Live, you get exclusive news before
Yeah.
it's exclusive.
Yeah, we do that.
I like it.
We do that. So, what new tricks are you taking out artistically? I know it seems like every time you take on a new project, you have a new little flourish or a new little twist.
I
what
do like to play. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you trying out with Nova?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to do something a little bit different than what I did on my Hawkeye run, because Hawkeye was a much more of a street level storyline, and I was kind of riffing off of David Aja's work a little bit, but also with the flashbacks, I was going more like misty memory kind of stuff, and with the new Nova stuff, I really want to do like I said, kinetic stuff, really colorful, fun. I've been reading a lot of manga stuff lately. I kind of revisited Marvel's Next Wave series by Imminent.
Oh boy!
You know what I mean? So
We
like
love
that
us
kind
some
of
Next Wave.
Yeah, and that kind of I love that energy
You're
in that
saying
book.
all the right things, Mr. Perez.
Just hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah.
And then Ian Herring's gonna be joining me again as a colorist, so
so
we work
good.
well together because we like to mix it up and try different things. So
This is gonna be like Perma Book of the Week on our podcast.
I hope
Can't
so.
help
I like it,
is.
yeah.
Locked in. We're gonna have to start having non-Nova division like Book of the Week.
But yeah, no, I'm pretty excited. I like to, like I said, try new things, and I've been playing around with the character designs, the costumes, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
I want to ask so many questions about the
So
book,
many.
but there's it's a ways off. I'm assuming we got a little
It's launching
time.
in December,
Yeah,
so you got a little bit of
December.
time.
We got 2 months, and so
yeah, Jeff and I are a few issues in. We've got the whole first 7 or 8 issues plotted out,
Wow,
the storyline.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's great.
And we're hoping for some really big things to happen with Nova and the Guardians, and like maybe some other huge Galaxy Marvel U characters.
So you're leaning into the cosmic stuff.
Yeah, I think Marvel and I was talking with Devin, my editor. They really want to push Nova back into the cosmic
Yeah,
scene, like
for
really
sure.
make him a major player. So I think that's going to be one of our focuses on the story. Like we're still going to involve him in the Earthbound stuff. I mean, he has a family. Rich is back. He has his family. You know what I mean? So we really want to kind of like balance the two out. Go big and then go home for a little bit and have some fun there, and then go back and forth.
Were you a big Nova fan previously?
Never at all. No.
Garbage
I'm sorry.
character, says Ramon Perez.
But I think
Ramon
actually.
Perez working on character he hates. Spotlight.
But I think it's really interesting because I don't know much about him.
Okay.
I really just immersed myself in him. Like I knew of him. I saw him a bit in the New Warriors. I read about him a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Sam's storyline I never really read at all. So like Devin was really kind. He sent me all the issues. I read up on the whole thing.
Devin Lewis?
Yeah.
Very kind? Okay.
Are we talking about the same Marvel play?
Whatever you say.
You can play this back later, Devin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got to immerse myself in the character and just learn kind of like everything at once. So I really like everything's fresh in my head, and we're going in writing, and so I think actually it makes for a better thing. And I'm not tied to anything that's kind of been established before. I'm going to go for a good, fun story and not be, I guess, religious about the what came before kind of thing. Even though we're not going to ruin anything that came
Well,
before.
no, I was
but
going to ask. I mean, one of the appealing things I think about Rich Rider right now is, like, you know, I've always found him an appealing character, but the thing that coming in at this angle, having him back on Earth sometimes, he really is like that guy you went to high school with who went off and joined the army.
Yeah.
And came back. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the guy who's seen stuff.
Yeah.
Like in your neighborhood, and he's come back, and now he's trying to readjust with his friends
Yeah.
and family. Are
Yeah.
you guys going to lean into that a little bit?
Well, definitely. I mean, he basically saved the universe,
Yeah.
died doing it, and now, I guess in Marvel continuity, it's only been a few years since he's been gone, but a lot's happened, right? Like the political landscape of the Marvel U's changed. Like he's coming back. It's almost like a war veteran coming back after a war and going like, this world I fought to save is very different. So it's going to be an interesting juxtaposition because we're going to have Rich with that angle, and then we have the more lighthearted stuff with Sam, more like, you know, teen in high school growing up kind of thing, right? So we have a nice dual storyline going with the two characters.
Yeah, and I love that with Rich, you can have that the element of perspective that he can bring to someone like Sam, or
Yes.
even to the rest of most of the people on Earth. It's like, okay, you guys are dealing with all this, and that's great.
Yeah.
But I was up there,
Yeah,
and I ripped out a space god's body.
Intestines or
yeah, and I ripped his whole body out.
One of
and
the
I
best
won.
scenes ever
Yeah.
in Marvel history. I maintain.
Yeah, he's going to be having trouble sleeping at night for a while, but,
Yeah.
you know, but exactly,
Are
right?
you guys going to actually lean into some of that almost PTSD?
A little
elements
bit,
of
yeah.
it?
We're going to play into that a little bit.
I would
mean,
imagine he would like
it's
it
very
seems like
relevant
it'd
to
be
what,
natural and
yeah.
relevant,
And I mean, we don't want to alienate readers with
No.
delving too much into the whole history with Annihilation and the World Mind and all
But
that
if you guys
stuff.
haven't read Annihilation, go do it now.
Yeah, available on Marvel Unlimited,
great.
bookstores, comic shops, the Marvel app.
Yep. There's so many ways to read.
So
it.
much
It's
reading to do,
Yeah.
you know. But you don't need to
Sorry,
read any of
actually,
it
you don't-
beforehand.
you don't need
but it
to
does
read
help.
any of it.
I mean,
But it's pretty great
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
So
Good comics is good comics.
No.
We want people to read good comics.
exactly, and you got a lot of them here.
Yeah,
So,
we try.
yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about the relationship between Sam and Rich. Obviously, you can't give away too much because we haven't seen it yet. But
Yeah,
how
you
was
know,
the
we-
interaction?
Tiny little.
Yeah, we saw a snippet
I
in the final issue of Nova.
I think we're going to play around a little bit because, you know, like you said, that he has PTSD. He's like, is he going to put the helm back on? Like, is this a guy, like, he's been and done it all as that hero. Is he going to go back in and don the helm again and go potentially through those same scenarios and give up? You know, he's like,
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be kind of like a reverse mentorship, I think. We'll have, like, Rich kind of looking out for Sam and teaching him, like, you know, this is a kid who just has the helmet. He's learning the new tricks. He's learning to be a hero. Rich has done that. He can, like, father figure Sam in that regard. But then you have Sam who's, like, he's full of energy. He's excited. He loves being a hero. He hasn't seen the worst side of things, whereas this other guy has. So he's like, it's almost like Sam is re-inspiring Rich
That's cool.
to be a hero again. You know what I mean? So it's an interesting dynamic, which I think we're going to play with quite a bit in the first arc. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, and I want to ask about, like, oh, will we see the Nova Corps? We're going to learn more about Sam's dad and all this stuff, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
'Cause
we're
I
gonna
don't-
things will
one
come.
thing at a
story.
time.
Yeah.
One thing at a time.
You got-
Let's get these characters together.
Yes.
Let's get them on the same page, and let's. What's I think another cool aspect of Sam Alexander, I think, is that he is one of the few young heroes who's consistently been drawn like it's a kid.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like this is just a smaller adult.
Yeah.
How do you maintain something like that?
I don't know. I just draw him as a kid, but, but I mean, I'm going out of the way to make sure he looks like a 15-year-old boy. He's not going to be like ripped or anything like that, or you know what I mean. He's basically he doesn't work out. He's a kid. His power comes from the helmet. He dons the helmet. He gets armored up, and he's invincible to you know a certain degree.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to make sure he plays off being a kid and you know maybe having Rich around being the more physical heroic acumen kind of thing might play into that a little bit, but you know, at the end of the day, I think and we're actually also delving more into his his school life, and his friends at school, and his family life, because I think that kind of got brushed aside a little bit in the last series, and we really want to bring that back and show his side of the culture as well, because he's got a Latino background, or he's half Latino in the series. So
I'm excited by that as
Yeah.
half Colombian.
there you go. See,
Yeah.
and we really want to like flesh him out as a character. He's just not the kid in space.
Yeah.
He's this whole other aspect, and he doesn't live in New York, which is also interesting. He's like in Arizona, you know, a small town, you know, tight little family, and you know, we'll see where it goes.
Are you familiar with the Nova Rogues Gallery?
Actually, it was funny that you mentioned that because I was like, when I first came on the project, I started going through all the rogues, and I was like, I want to bring back like Dr. Sun or
Dr.
something.
What is the diamond guy?
Diamond head. Yeah, literally a diamond head.
You got a
I'm just-
diamond. Just he's like, no BS. I've got a diamond on my head. I'm gonna call myself
And
Diamond.
what I love too is, and you can redesign it to your heart's content. But
Yeah.
I remember he had the diamond head, then he had like a diamond symbol.
Just in
on
case
his
if you didn't
chest.
get it.
Yeah, just in case his crystal skin is not a giveaway as to why he was called Diamond Head. It was
No, I
tremendous.
look forward to bringing back some of these characters because one of my favorite things to do in comics is to take a C-list or a B-list villain that's so bizarre and wacky looking,
Or
especially
an
from
A-lister like Diamond Head.
my apologies. Yes,
Yeah.
yep, and bring them back to the current audience and see just have fun with them. You know,
Yeah.
you don't know what you can do with them.
Oh, there's so many crazy Nova villains.
Yeah.
Powerhouse, Condor.
Condor, yeah, like
Yeah.
where are these villains? Why are they attacking Nova, this galactic character, and you have Condor and Diamond Head? Like, what is
It's
that?
amazing. And of course, the Sphinx was his big arch
I don't know that one.
Oh, you don't know the Sphinx?
Oh, I didn't come across him.
Oh, the Sphinx is like this
Big New Warriors.
Yeah, he's a big New
villain.
Warriors.
Oh, okay,
villain.
so it came out a little bit later on.
No,
Oh.
he was Nova's original. Like he was Nova's like Green Goblin, but
Ooh, some rewrites are going to happen soon
he
now.
ended up being so big that when the New Warriors needed a villain for like big crossovers, they're like, oh, we'll go up against the Sphinx. He hates Nova already.
Yeah.
He's this immortal guy. The whole idea is that
Oh my God.
he was the wizard in the court of Egypt. When
Oh my God.
When Moses challenged Egypt.
Well,
and he
okay.
we will talk after.
We All gotta right, stop that
We'll
okay.
talk after
Or
we
else
have- yeah.
this is
There's a
never
lot
gonna
more you
stop.
need to know about the
Do
Sphinx.
you have a dossier you can hand me afterwards?
No.
We get
This
him on
is-
the phone
This
and
is
you are
the
ready to
dossier,
go.
buddy.
Yeah.
I've been memorizing this for years.
We gotta
Amazing.
slow this down because we have the Ninja Turtles voice cast coming up, and then Gina Davis,
Oh,
which
sure.
is awesome.
Amazing. Can I
Uh,
hang out?
you better believe there's a League of Your
Yes.
Own question
Stick
asked to
around.
her. Ramon, where are they going to find you online?
RamonPerez.com, easiest place to find me. Links to all my social media, art, everything else. So easy. RamonPerez.com.
All right, guys. So we've got Ninja Turtles animated voice cast, then Gina Davis. It's all happening right here at Marvel Live, New York Comic Con.
Big Blake with Marvel.com here. We're two legendary voiceover actors, part of the Marvel family as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're currently Groot in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Galaxy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, good for you, man. Cool.
And you're currently on Ultimate Spider-Man.
I am. I'm on Ultimate
Yes.
Spider-Man, and years ago, I was Hydro Man on the original cartoon version of Spider-Man back in
know
like
that.
the 80s. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Well, we're here for Ninja Turtles. What can fans who couldn't come to the con, what are they going to miss from you guys at certain panels? You doing a signing? What's the situation?
Both. We're doing.
Yeah, we're going to be doing some signing. We're going to be doing a little scene, a couple scenes.
Script reading.
Yeah, from a couple episodes, short one, and yeah, the panel and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah, a little Q&A. And
know.
but probably, as a result of everybody having a cell phone, you'll be able to find it. I'm sure there'll be maybe there'll be pieces you'll put on your website, but just have a look, you guys. Afterwards, start Googling. Maybe in the next 24 hours, you know, New York Comic Con 2016. Somebody will put pieces and probably the whole turtle panel up there.
Tweets.
Yeah,
it'll
be
be
cool.
on Facebook.
So
you
you'll
know,
see it.
Instagram. You'll see it,
Yeah.
especially from Greg Sipes. You'll be seeing a lot.
He'll
of
be,
that.
yeah. Michelangelo will be tweeting and face chatting and
With his,
booger eating or whatever the hell they call
famous-
it. Yeah. Whatever you kids do, yeah.
I gotta say too, like I've interviewed you before, and every time you do like a Yakko impression, I get red in the face.
Now
and
let's
just
see.
don't even know.
Oh wait,
I know.
now
I
what's
asked
going
for
to
that.
happen? Oh wait, no, you get maybe he gets all pink like Pinky.
Oh, God,
oh
I
look,
asked for
look,
that.
look, look, look. His face is turning the same color as my name. Narv. Hey Dad. And look, he's
deserve
getting
that.
all excited on the other side of the camera. La la
This
la.
happens every
la.
time.
Hello, nurse. Sorry, wrong show.
He is. He's really red.
I know.
It's great.
I deserve that.
That's great.
What do you guys kind of personally like? Who have you like kind of like nerded out over that you've got to meet working in the industry?
Oh man.
I nerded out when I got to meet Rob because he was one of the
Thanks,
first
man.
people I've worked with
And Welker.
in the business. Frank Welker, of course,
Tress.
you know, Tress McNeil.
Yeah.
My God, Billy
Billy
West, Maurice LaMarche.
They still blow
there's
my
so
mind.
many legends out there that still can't believe, and they were still working.
Well, I remember
working, you know.
years ago, probably before you were born, I remember I was working on a Jetsons project at Hanna-Barbera, and I got to work with Mel Blanc.
Oh wow!
Wow.
And it took me a little while to muster up my courage, but I was sitting next to him at Hanna-Barbera, and I said, you know, Mr. Blanc, I'm so sorry if this is overstepping, but would you mind? And before I got it out of my mouth, he said, "Yeah, what's up, Doc?" And it really did. It just made me do what you did. I couldn't get my breath. It was such a direct hit in the childhood, you know. Beautiful. But June Foray, who just turned 99, was Rocky and Natasha. I've interviewed her on my podcast. I worked with her probably 24 times. I met her when she was 70, you know, so it's a pretty cool thing. And when you walk in a room and these people open their mouths and you just, oh my God, I heard that guy when I was 8 years old.
Dan
So,
Castellaneta.
Danny Castellaneta,
Julie Kavner
right?
and Nancy Cartwright.
Oh, it's fantastic. But it's great, and the experience that you have, when it's very flattering, honestly, because I've been around. So when I get to meet somebody like you guys, and I say Narf, and you do that, look at that! Isn't that beautiful? It's the most, or Turtle Power, or Cowabunga, or Booyakasha. All it does is make people happy. It's the most beautiful thing, man,
It really is.
and it's cross-generational, and it doesn't matter where you're from. It is just a lovely expression of a deep connection with these characters. So we're the grateful beneficiaries of that incredible love. It's huge.
And the thing too is like we're getting to interview different, you know, voiceover artists. It seems like the community is really tight too.
Oh,
There's
man.
not like a struggle between
No.
each other as well.
That's absolutely right. There is a healthy competition because we always, like a high tide raises all boats. Kevin, Billy West, all the people we mentioned, they make us, I get better. It's like playing golf with people who are better golfers. You get better.
That's how I feel about you, working with you.
We can't help it, right?
I've always felt that.
We all
about
make
working
each
with
other
you. As a matter
better.
of fact, there comes a time, Rob. No, I'm just
Yeah, that's
kidding.
right. I'm out.
No,
I'm too old.
Just
This
kidding.
is time. This is like
You
Soylent
can
Green.
take the man out of prison. You know,
That's
you
right.
just-
Yeah, he's the Wizard of Oz, the
yeah,
prison
yeah,
version.
Yeah, that's good.
On
On a very special term.
Yeah, on a very But no, the fact is that there is a friendly competition, but there is no pretense and there is no desperation to try to ace out somebody else from a job. In fact, often what will happen is we might get a couple of callbacks for the same gig, and then when you hear it on TV, you go, "Wow, I didn't get it," and they made exactly the right choice.
That's amazing.
So then you call up Billy West and say, "Billy, good for you. You got the job, and you should have gotten it." And it's all it's a healthy competition that makes everybody better, and we really do have a deep love and respect for each
We
other.
do. In the animation world with voiceover, there really is no animosity.
No.
I mean, it's just the camaraderie is really positive. You know, where it could be quite tense doing an on-camera audition or another play audition. You feel the tension. Somebody stays to themselves. At an audition for a show for animation,
Oh, man,
us sitting in the room waiting to
we
go
just have
in,
a blast.
we're laughing and goofing off
Yeah.
most of the time instead of practicing your lines.
Yeah,
So,
we're having a blast. We
yeah.
really, it is not contrived. We really do love each other.
We really do.
It's a great group of people.
And touching on kind of what we talked about earlier, like I mean, you're doing Ninja Turtles now. You're working on Marvel. You guys get to work on some of the biggest properties. Is there ever like a pressure anymore to like kind of do well for the property when you first begin a different role?
That depends on the director and the producer, who they are. I mean, if they're very cool about it and very confident in us,
Exactly.
it tends to make things slide really nicely. So things flow, and the cast gels, and the
Yeah,
writing's
because
good.
by the time we come on board,
know.
they've been often working on a project for a year before we're hired.
Right. Right.
But we always, I mean, Kevin said in a recent interview, and this is it sounds very trite, but it's true. We're just grateful to be working.
Yes.
And the fact that you guys make a fuss over us, we appreciate it, believe me. But trust me, there never is a time at which I take this for granted. Never. And I've done over 2,000 half hours, and I can't wait to get back to work. And I'm telling you, I know how many talented people there are out there. Many of them are my close personal friends, but I do not take this for granted. And so we always want to give the producers an embarrassment of riches. We always want the producers to go, holy Jesus, I got 8 takes of Kevin Michael Richardson on this line, and every one of them is perfect. And I don't
Same
know,
for you.
I
Same
don't
for
know
you,
which
Rob.
one to use.
Same for you.
That's what we
Same
strive
for you.
for, because nobody gets in. All you guys know this, who are actors and performers out there. Nobody gets into this to make a lot of money. You do it because it's a Jones. You do it because you can't not do it. Now there comes a point at which you're so far in that's how you put braces on your kids' teeth, right? And pay for college. But you don't get started unless you have a deep, deep passion to
Passion.
do it.
That's
And
right.
that never goes away. And when it does, it's time to do something else.
Yeah,
Really?
You have the passion to play, to
Yeah.
want to play and play with others, and do it on a microphone,
Yeah.
and then get paid for it,
Oh.
which is the bonus. I'm like, you're paying us for this?
Yeah.
You know, it's really a bonus. It's
Really.
amazing, man.
Last question. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is on Sundays at 10 a.m.
I think you have to check your local
Check your-
listings.
yeah, there you
10
go.
or 11. Turtles is always on 10 or 11 at time-wise, or does it matter? Oh, hell, just check.
Find out
check your
listings,
local listings.
Yeah, the internet exists.
Yeah.
It's- and anything else fans can check out from you guys besides the Marvel stuff? Any other shows you're currently working on?
Is Cleveland show still happening?
Cleveland show is still running, and it's in syndication, thank God.
Please do some of that.
it's in-
Cleveland Junior, folks. Listen.
Daddy, will you wipe me?
And I also play Lester the Redneck. That's right. Nothing like a cold beer to cool down your wife punching hand.
My name's Kevin. I'm just looking for a woman who can take a punch.
Guys, it's such an honor.
Thank you,
Thank
man.
you so much.
Pleasure.
Stay tuned for more.
Hey, he's going to get all pink again. Hey, Dad, look, he's getting all pink.
Oh,
No,
God.
Turtle power, cowabunga.
So this is how many Comic Cons has this been for you so far?
Well, I've been to Comic-Con before. This year, I went to the San Diego. And this is
That was
the
your
second
first
one.
time?
Yeah.
How is it for you? Having a good time? Or?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. There's so much energy and fun going on, and really passionate people who are fans and everything. It's great fun.
Have you ever seen anyone dressed as like an iconic character from one of the films you were in?
No. What would it be? Let's think. What would it be if somebody was dressed as me? Well, maybe Charlie Baltimore. That would be fun. I don't know if people would know who you were if you dressed up as me from like The Fly or something.
League of Their Own, maybe.
League of Their Own,
Yeah.
you would clearly know. Yeah.
So
yeah.
how's it been doing press for The Exorcist? The fan reaction's great. Everything seems to be going
Yeah,
well.
it is. It's been fantastic, and I get to watch the pilot with a huge crowd of people at Comic-Con in San Diego, and it was great reaction. They were like screaming, "Don't go in there!" And yeah, it was really fun.
And I hear you're showing episode 3 today.
Yes, episode 3 this afternoon. with a crowd.
Anything you can tease about upcoming Exorcist?
Well, yeah, things are getting worse if you've been following the show. And you can catch up on Hulu or Fox, what is it? Fox.com. You can catch up, which you should, so you can watch, the episode 3 caught up. But it's really getting bad. And soon the medical profession is going to get involved. A little bit like in the movie, that some people start thinking, well, maybe it's just medical. But my character is pretty sure that's not the case. And then by 5, The Exorcism is going to start.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is called The Exorcist after all. So yeah.
Well, thanks for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey Marvelites, Lorraine Sink here, down in the Marvel booth at the Philips Norelco One Blade Razor Transformation Station, where our fans become superheroes with their own facial hair, just like their favorite superhero. They have the Dum Dum Duggan all the way to the Odin and everything in between. Our stylist Mike is behind us working on some superhero facial hair. So let's take a look at some transformations from this transformation station. You can get your own One Blade at phillips.com/oneblade, but you gotta be here if you want a superhero style from our friend Mike. You guys stay here at Marvel Live with more coming up next.
Tell me, like, for fans who couldn't make it out to Comic-Con, what have they missed as far as The Exorcist goes?
Ooh, well, fans who didn't make it, I hope they are able to still tune in and watch our episodes. You can watch them on Hulu and Fox Now. But I'm looking forward to our panel. We're going to see episode 3 today, which actually, for my character, gives you a lot of backstory as to what she was going through in the pilot. We have a bit of a flashback. And episode 3, you also start to see the major decline of my sister character.
And how is this? You guys were at San Diego.
Yeah.
Right. How's the conventions been for you now that you've been going to these?
San Diego was the most hectic experience of my entire life. That was so overwhelming, but awesome. It's just mayhem. There are so many people in such a small space. It was crazy.
Did you have any time to actually like go on the floor? It was just like a signing, a panel, and you're
Yeah,
out.
you kind of you get straight to the point. You do the viewing, you do the panel, you do the signings, and then luckily the next day I was able to sort of just explore on my own. And it's crazy. You're like shoulder to shoulder with everybody. San Diego's nuts.
So last question, tell us what can fans expect from the upcoming episodes of The Exorcist?
Fans can expect some face-off with the demons. They can expect an exorcism, and they can expect some pretty shocking twists and turns. A lot of people in our family have some big decisions to make.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, Ben Morse here, Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm joined by Jean Grey. How are you doing? Enjoying the show?
I'm having a great time.
Obviously, big comic influenced performer with a name like that. I'm gonna go ahead and ask it. I'm sure other people have asked you before on Marvel stuff, but how did you come up with the name?
I had my original rap name was What.
Okay.
And I actually kept that name for years and put out projects through it. And I wanted to change my name when I was starting like my real solo career. And I've been saying for the past 2 years, if I could go back then, I probably would have chosen Deadpool. But I feel like I exude enough Deadpool that Jean Grey is just fine. That people get it.
And why do you dig Deadpool?
We're very similar.
Okay.
We're very similar. A lot of sarcasm, and also I'm horribly disfigured.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, no.
You covered up nicely.
Thank you.
You covered up very nicely.
Thank you.
So I understand you just worked with us recently on a song for one of the Black Panther videos. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It was anytime you get an email from Marvel, may be different for you, but for me, thoroughly excited. And especially that it was for Black Panther, and how important it is to see superheroes of color right now is incredible. I'm also African, so I was very, very excited. There were tears. There may have been tears. May have been tears.
So how did you approach the actual creation of the song, like basing it on the character? What elements of the character in the story did you focus in on?
I think it was a very good note, and I was like, I wanted to create something totally new and that wasn't on anything else at all. and the advice I got was don't be too literal. And so the song that I recorded for myself, which I didn't send, was actually just me saying Black Panther for like 98 bars. And I was like, don't send that, Gene. Don't send that. So maybe just approach it a different way. And there's a lot of layers and a lot of melodic things, a lot of African harmonies and dissonant chords that, you get the feel of it without having to be so spot on.
If you could write another song for another Marvel character, who would it be? Would it be Deadpool? Would it be Jean Grey? Who would it be? You can do a whole album.
Oh, a whole album? Woo. Yeah, I would love to do an entire just like Jean Grey album, but I feel like that would be never ending.
Yeah.
Like just because there's so many levels and ins and outs and so much death.
Yeah, so much
death.
So much rebirth.
So much rebirth.
Yeah.
I think delving into some Phoenix and coming out of that, I think that would be awesome.
Well, where can people find out more about you online on social media, places like that?
Online, you can kind of find me everywhere. If you just type in Jean Grey, it's Grae. You can follow me on Twitter at Jean Greasy. You can follow my Instagram, Jeannie Grigio, and you can get, I've done about 17 albums and 3 books in the past 3 years that you can find on jeangrey.bandcamp.com.
Cool. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us here. Don't exit that way. Stay with us. Don't go into the light. Guys, we'll be right back here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016.
Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here, and we are with Jon Glaser. I know you. We've met before. I'm always a huge fan of everything. We're best friends. I can't even say everything you do is gold. What's the secret?
The secret is just being good, man. You just gotta be born good. You gotta be born good. I don't know.
So tell us about the new show for truTV.
The new show is called Jon Glaser Loves Gear. It's kind of like a fake-ish reality show. It's mostly scripted, but it has reality elements. It is rooted in this genuine, earnest, passion and love of gear, which has a wide definition. It could be like a cool bike goggle, or I like this sock, or this massage ball that goes in your backpack. But it could be like the dog gear. I love my dog's harness because it's got this cool little, clip on it, whatever. Just pick the activity you like. Like I told my friend about it, and she said, oh my God, I love these Japanese pens right now, and the cartridges, and I like the case and how it slides in there, all that. That's sort of where the show, that's where it lives, and then it goes off on these stupid tangents about whatever, based on each episode's story.
So are you just fascinated by this idea, or do you actually like gear?
I actually do like gear. I did this bit on stage where I talked about my raincoat. And it's just it's a jokeless bit where I just literally talk about all the features on my raincoat, and then I open it up to a Q&A with the audience about the raincoat. And it's fun to do because it's loose and spontaneous, but it does come from that genuine place. And it's mostly scripted story in the episodes, and it follows the topic, but then goes off on tangents.
I gotta be, honestly, fans probably know you most now from Parks and Rec, but you've been in so many other things, and you've always been so great to the fans even before that. I heard, there's a sub story where you were sick or something?
A sub story where I was sick. Oh, man.
I'll tell you about it later. But
a sub story?
Yeah, I think you were sick and you were supposed to go on stage or something
Oh, yes. That's a bit I've done and the first time I did it was for real, where I had to cancel last minute. I felt bad, so I sent a 6-foot party sub and then had the person read an apology letter. And I've done that bit a lot. It's pretty fun.
Well, what's it like? Like I said, you're so great with all the fans. Where does that come from?
I guess it's just trying your best to acknowledge fans, because they're the ones that like your shows and help you get to do other things. And without fans, you're not doing things or getting to a certain level, I guess. I haven't really thought about it too much. To me, it just seems natural that you would try to acknowledge and thank fans, and I think most performers do.
And I gotta mention too, is this new show gonna have Delocated's got its own vibe to it, and then I'm blanking on the werewolf, Neon Joe. Yeah, it's just gonna have kind of a similar element, or it's its own?
Well, it's very different in that I'm playing a version of myself, kind of playing an a-hole version of myself. So it's a heightened reality, but it feels more like a reality show. We were joking during the pilot that it felt like Delocated without the ski mask, because I am playing such a jerk.
Awesome.
So it has that quality to it where it's still a comedy show, even though it's this fake reality show. So it definitely goes off on tangents and gets weird and still has that sensibility that I think fans of mine and the people that are in my shows have done. Uh-oh, got to wrap.
Give us the wrap.
Oh, well, we got to wrap. Sorry, it's got to be short.
John, it's
We'll do
always
our panel in a few minutes.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
One of our all-time favorite creators making his last New York Comic-Con appearance ever. The one, the only, the living legend, Mr. Stan Lee. All right, we're going to start the signing. If you have your autographed item, please come up.
Sign this. I will 1 second. It's already open. It's already open, Stan. Where do you want it? That's where you'll get it. Look, he writes just like anybody else. Have your item out, guys. Have them out. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for everything. All right. Nice meeting you and you too. Thank you. Hi. Hi, sir. Thank you. Now I'm going to take a while. Yes, you want me to sign that here. If that's where you want to sign it. See if I can do it for Hey, nice Tony Snake issue. Great cover. Thank you. Great cover. May I present this to you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Hi there. I haven't done anything yet. Hi there. How are you? Hey, Max, I've got mine and hers. They're going to bring stand out. I tried to finish it. I just came up. Good. I'm glad. That way. That way. There you are. Hey, how are you? Who are you dressed as? Ultron. Oh, boy. I better behave myself. There you go. Try to decide, but I'm going to go with the hat. There you are. Yep. Right. When I wear this hat, I thought you just the hat. I would never wear that hat when I got outside. Why?
There's no more under there. Still a wrap? What?
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
It's Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam, Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ben Morse.
I'm Ryan Panagos.
I am Charles Soule.
That's right. We're here with the Soul Man on Friday afternoon.
That's what everyone calls me.
Ready
The
to-
Soul Man. Yeah.
Like the
Everybody.
movie from the 80s?
Yeah, like my mom calls me that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why does your mom? Wait, what does your? Why shouldn't your mom be called like the Soul Woman?
Like Chuck?
Or
Like
is she not?
She calls me that.
She calls you the Soul Man.
Yeah, the Soul Man.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good. I feel like there's more questions here, but let's go. In
No,
that
this is
direction.
all I want to talk
go in a
about
different
on this
direction.
panel.
What other nicknames did your mom give you throughout your life?
Sport.
Tiger?
Well, this
Slugger?
is not an all ages. I mean, it's an all ages panel, right? So
Yeah.
I can't really. Yeah, I can't say any of the other ones. None of them,
It's a hard
unfortunately.
PG-13.
Yeah.
Hard PG-13.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay.
No, it was filthy.
I'm so
It was
sorry
either,
for your
either the
upbringing.
when it was good, it was the Soul Man.
Yeah.
When I wasn't, it was
Ooh.
everything else.
Ooh,
Everything
boy.
else.
So
Yeah.
Death of X is out there. You are co-writing it with Jeff Lemire.
Yes. The
Aaron
Lemire
Cooter-
Man.
The Lemire Man.
That's what his mom called him.
Yes.
Yeah. Aaron Cooter is drawing it.
Yes. And Maury Hollowell is coloring it and doing a
Maury
heck of a
Hollowell's
job.
coloring it. The whole thing was great. I loved the first issue.
Thank you.
He especially loved all the crystal scenes.
I loved all the Crystal
Your
scenes.
favorite, right? As I understand it.
Everyone knows, I hate Crystal. From when I was a kid, she was cheating on Quicksilver with Black Knight, and I thought it was inappropriate. Then I dug up a little more details on it. I found out she cheated on Johnny Storm with Quicksilver. She cheated on Quicksilver with some real estate agent. Basically, it's a
With some real estate agent?
Yeah,
With some
for real.
real estate agent?
in the
Just going around selling houses and then like just,
Who
getting
was
in there.
he? Some Norm. He was
Some flat scan.
Yeah, flat scan. So it takes a lot to get me to like a Crystal story. But she was so obnoxious in this story too. She was so happy that they were going out and saving lives and making
I think
things
she
happen.
was, but at the same time, I thought when they got to all the craziness, all the warring parts,
She was all business.
Yeah, she was all business,
Yeah.
and she did a great job being
Everything
a leader.
she needed to do
Yes.
to save people. She
Look,
did fine.
Charles, you
she-
write
yeah.
you
Good
write
job.
my
She did
favorite
fine.
Crystal of all time. How's that?
Okay, which I
Okay?
understand is
Low
a
bar.
incredibly low bar, but I will
bar.
take it.
And
Thank
you.
you.
have leapt over it magnificently, like
Hey, all
like a
right.
gazelle.
A gazelle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no,
That's
Death of
good.
X #1
A
was
soul
pretty
gazelle.
Yes, a soul gazelle.
Death of X #1 super intense.
Yeah.
Where are we headed from here? What's coming up #2? Whereas we head into IVX.
Honestly, it gets, the whole arc of the Death of X IVX story is, so Death of X is the story that kind of put the X-Men and the Inhumans at odds and started their Cold War that they've been having for the last 8 months or so. And then IVX is when that explodes into open craziness. Hot war. Exactly. That's what they call it. Yeah. So the arc of it needs to just go up and up, and the tension needs to ratchet tighter and tighter and tighter, and the stakes need to get higher and higher and higher, and that's really what we're doing. Death of X is a prologue that is in some ways very focused on Emma Frost and Cyclops, who are two X-people who we have not really seen in the books for a while, and it's been a blast to write them. I would write Emma Frost all day long. And Cyclops is also very cool.
Yeah.
And so it's been neat to see those characters and kind of focus on them a little bit and do cool things with them. And then IVX is the entire mega cast of all the Inhumans and all the X-Men universe, which is like, I don't know, 7 trillion characters.
Who's the deepest pull in human that you're using in IVX?
Deepest pull in human?
Yeah. Which I recognize there are deeper pull
I
X-Men.
mean, I will say, over the last couple of years, you've gone pretty deep with the Inhumans.
Very
I mean,
deep.
making Eldrak
Yeah.
show up in
Eldrak is
multiple
cool.
issues.
Yeah.
Eldrak was the show, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, there's an opportunity for me to go to really go mega deep with the Inhuman stuff. I haven't. Jeff and I haven't.
Maggot deep for a sec, like you're talking about
Maggot.
the X-Men.
Yes, Maggot. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's. Jeff and I have not finished writing IVX yet, so
Okay.
there's lots of possibilities
Sure.
here.
So we can see anybody.
You could see anybody, and there's been a lot of cool Inhuman stories told over the years. There's a lot of places we could go, and their power sets are all, it all makes sense. And you have a big, gigantic war with X-Men and mutants. You gotta, pull out all the stops, really.
Tee out the bench, baby.
Exactly. Everybody's got to be on deck.
How many co-writing gigs have you done before? Is this have you done much?
This is where I was going to.
I'm not like I'm trying to rack my brain. I can't think of many.
I haven't done it very many times.
Okay.
I would say this is my third where I've
Okay.
actually been sort of actively sharing scripts with somebody else.
How's it going?
Is it
Well,
a lot of tension?
Is it okay?
Is it
Yeah.
like little knife fights?
Well, Lemire, thank God, is Canadian.
Oh,
so
well, you're
it-
fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just
So it's
steamroll
totally
right over
fine.
Just a wonderful people.
No, he's great, and it's nice when you feel like the guy who's doing the other half of the heavy lifting is as good as Jeff Lemire. So it's mostly we just let Aaron Kuder draw everything, and then Lanil Yu, the amazing Lanil Yu, is drawing the IVX series. So we just sort of type some words and then they draw things, and it's great.
Now, Aaron's written stuff himself in the past. So
He
does
did.
he have input as well when you guys are breaking the story?
Yeah,
Or is he
it's
just
been-
going full art.
Well, he's full art, but the way that he approaches it is, he'll take the beats that we give him and alter them, and in very cool ways. He'll add things to, there's neat scenes with a lot of characters, and we'll generally give direction for the ones that are talking or something like that, the ones that are focused on. But then in the background, he'll have them doing cool things, and it's just really makes it live, just like this show, which is live.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no,
live.
everything's
Yeah.
happening
Yeah.
all the time.
Uh-huh.
But unlike one of the characters in the pivotal
good
scene.
segue.
Oh, are we supposed to? Are we allowed to?
I don't know.
I mean,
let's
the
not
book is
spoil
out.
it.
I don't
Let's
want to
not
spoil it too
spoil
much,
it.
but there's
We can talk about
Death
it.
is
We
in
know
the
who
title
we're
of the
talking
series.
about.
It's true. It's
Death
true.
plays a major
And
role
death,
in this first issue.
Death comes a calling
Yeah.
for a beloved character.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there's a huge body count
Yes,
in this
body
issue.
count
Huge
in
body
issue
count.
one alone.
Yes.
And this is so. Have you had any backlash here at the
Yes,
show?
my Twitter's been very fun.
I can imagine.
It's been a
Must have
great
very
time.
fun
For a character
Uh,
or characters who may have not been even in the spotlight for a long time.
Yeah, I really like that character.
Sure, I think
and
everyone does.
Yeah, and I've written that particular. I love this dancing around it, but I really like that character, and it's fun to write. It used to be fun to write him. Now
Yeah,
this
now it's
character is
probably
dead. Now it's kind of a drag. Yeah.
There's a great story left to tell though of
Oh,
that character's corpse and the collection
Yep,
there.
absolutely. I think that there is a. If there's any character, this at some point come back to the show, and this will all make a lot more sense than it does right now. Where the. There's a way out for that,
there's an
probably.
easy out.
Easy
Yeah,
out.
for sure.
But
They've used it before.
yeah,
This is
but
not the first
yeah, sure. But it gave that scene a lot of impact.
Oh, yeah.
In a way that we needed.
Visually.
Yeah, it was
And-
cool,
and
right?
Emotionally too.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Emotional, Like
Yeah.
it was great. It had an effect.
Yeah, I would even go so far as to say it had multiple effects.
What?
Oh, yeah,
look at
that's-
this guy.
He shoots, he scores.
Yes. We would be remiss not to talk about Daredevil.
Daredevil, yes.
Yeah.
Is that how it's pronounced?
Well, that's how I'm trying to make it happen, and hasn't really picked up.
Well,
but
anything we can do to help.
Daredevil.
Daredevil.
Yeah.
Yep. We're gonna
Um,
change the television show too.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We can do that.
It's happening.
As two of the pretty important guys on
Yeah.
Daredevil.
Who else would
Yeah.
wear this robe but
Yeah.
someone with a lot of power?
And I got this medallion.
I have my show badge and a
looks good.
microphone. So, in Daredevil.
You got a nice watch. Where you get that
Thanks,
watch,
man.
Soul.
You're gonna shake his hand, it's gonna be gone.
So Daredevil,
Yeah,
Daredevil,
Daredevil.
the book that I'm
Daredevil.
writing. Issue 12 comes out on Wednesday, which is the next chapter
I
in
can't
the.
believe you seriously still have your hand behind your back.
I'm.
I wouldn't trust
someone
this guy.
asked about your watch.
That's
That's the.
absurd.
Listen, I've lived in New York for a long time.
Okay,
I
fair
know the
enough.
business. So. Daredevil, issue 12 comes out on Wednesday. It is part 3 of the Dark Art storyline, which is
I
about
love this new villain you're putting
Muse. Yeah,
Yes.
he is a creepy serial killer jerk who is murdering lots of people and turning them into works of art. And his motivation is sort of that anything he does is justified as long as it's making cool art. And as an artist and creator myself, and as someone who knows many of them,
Someone who is killed for art.
absolutely, I think most of us
You
have.
heard it here first,
Yep.
folks. Charles Soule
All
has
the-
killed a man.
All the real. Amen. All the really good ones have. All the really good ones have. But it's neat to be able to sort of tell the parallel story between this sort of. It's a story about artists and creators, but it's also a story about a terrifying new villain for Daredevil to face and beat down. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe he doesn't beat him down. Blind Spot also has a really pivotal role through this story, which is cool. And then as we move past that story, we get a 2-issue arc that I cannot wait to have out. It's about Bullseye shows up, the scary old Bullseye, and
I like that character.
Yeah, yeah.
Bullseye.
And in issue
Call me
16,
Bullseye.
in issue 16, the whole issue. It's me and Gordon Suzuka is the artist, sort of swinging for the fences.
good.
It's so good. And the whole thing takes place. So on page 1, Bullseye shoots his sniper rifle, basically, and the whole issue takes place between it leaving the barrel of his rifle and hitting Matt.
That sounds
That's
awesome.
awesome.
And so it's all like very internal and Matt, but yet it's still very action-packed and cool. And I literally have no idea how Goran's going to do it, but I cannot wait to see it. That's like the
I'm
best.
Gonna make him do it.
Yeah, it's the best high wire act in comics is when you do something like that and you're like, these guys are so good, they're going to pull it off.
Now I
you know?
assume you're going with the iconic Colin Farrell version of Bullseye.
Oh, absolutely.
I love
100%. There is no other.
He thinks I'm joking, but I love Colin Farrell as Bullseye.
He loves that
was
movie so
the
much.
man.
You know, you have very specific, particular
Yeah.
tastes.
It's really
in terms
it
of your
makes him a
Marvel
very
fandom. Yeah.
interesting person.
Yeah. Crystal sucks. Colin Farrell Bullseye though.
Colin Farrell Bullseye.
Yeah. Mhm.
Dynamic performance.
Yeah.
Matched
Very.
only by Affleck's power.
Come on, all right,
stop.
let's move away from that avenue. Away from that avenue. You also have. We're not going to really talk too much about the book, but you have like a show, and you have your band.
Yes, yes.
And
The
you're
Wizard,
playing
the
a show.
Wizard band. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a book for another company that
Yeah.
I'm doing that is about wizards, and so there's a wizard band performing tonight at Bowmore Lanes. You know, should be cool. Yeah.
Are you dressing up? Do you get to put on?
Well, the thing is, who knows what's
Do you do
under
a go-go
the wizard
dancer?
beard?
Yeah.
Anybody could be under the wizard beard and wizard hat. Could be anybody under there.
It's true. It's
Could
true.
be me.
Yeah.
Could be somebody else.
Could be Gilgamesh. No, not Gilgamesh.
No, not
He's not a
Gilgamesh.
wizard.
He's not a wizard.
Gargamel.
Gargamel is definitely a
Gargamel,
wizard.
wizard. Yeah. Could be Gargamel.
Gargamel is an incredibly powerful dark wizard.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So you got to watch out if you come
Yeah.
to the wizard party. Is what
Cool.
we're saying. Yeah.
I like that.
So it's
All
gonna
right,
be fun.
we got about 45 seconds left. Charles, give one last plug on everything you're doing. Tell people where they can find you
Wow,
online.
45 seconds,
Tell them what
Jesus.
your address is.
okay.
If they wanted to link up with you on LinkedIn.
If they want my watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm watching that watch, buddy.
I know you are. So, best place to find me online is on Twitter. It's just my name, Charles Soule, at Charles Soule. I'm currently writing the stuff we've talked about today, as well as the Uncanny Inhuman series. Bunch of cool Star Wars stuff, the Poe Dameron series, which is a blast.
didn't even get to that, sorry.
Yeah, Star Wars.
You're gonna have to come back.
I will come back.
Yeah.
It's been a great time.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that. As far as, again, best place to get me is really Twitter or my website, charlessoule.com, Facebook, all the usual spots. And best of all is in the books. So thanks so
Right on.
much.
Very cool. Guys, we're going to be back in just a sec with Jim Starlin. He just walked in the door. He is here. We're going to talk to him on the air here on Marvel Live, New York Comic Con 2016.
Hey, welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos.
I am Ben Morse, and we've got with us the legend, Jim Starlin, just fresh from the 25th anniversary of the Infinity Saga panel. How was the panel?
We didn't put him to sleep.
Oh?
It worked out, no fruit thrown.
That's
good. A few vegetables, but nothing big.
Yeah.
No.
Very nice.
Nothing
And
too heavy.
And we've combined you with a Thanos mug here. You're gonna
Oh,
be
it's a
taking
mug.
this home.
A Dorb.
A Dorb. A Dorb is what I meant.
It's a toy. That's the name of the toy.
Don't clip this one.
Yeah.
I was kind of looking forward to drinking coffee out of Thanos'
Oh yeah,
We need to get a licensee on that stat.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but that would be very cool. So let's talk Thanos. You've been
Okay.
working with this guy for decades now, and you're not sick of him.
No.
What keeps him so interesting to you?
Well, if we are honest with ourselves, we all have really dark things in us that we don't want to let out. We don't want other people to know about. I don't feel that way. I think I let everything come out with him, and he just does the terrible things that I can't be allowed to do, or I'd be locked up. He can get away with it.
He gets away with a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of bad stuff.
I mean, the best I can do is abuse my cats a little bit. So.
Aw, that's terrible. But very Thanos.
Yeah.
So it makes sense why you're so good at writing his stories. What do you still have to say with the character after all these years? Because you're still doing original graphic novels with him. You're still telling stories. What do you use him to talk about?
It depends on the story. The next one we're going to do is with Thanos and his little brother Eros. And so it's sort of sibling rivalry with also giving the chance to really examine Eros more than I ever did before.
Yeah,
and I'm not talking into my mic.
No. That's kind of, playing around with that. But yeah, that's true. You've never really gone after Eros, who's sometimes known as Star Fox. What made him interesting as someone you wanted to bring into the story?
Maybe it's things with my own brother. It just seemed time to do something with him. Gamora and Drax, other folks had come along and did some very nice things, developed characters that I had left sort of in a fetal stage, and then they gave it life of their own. Eros, I thought I'd really like to do more with him, and nobody really has. And so this is my chance to explore more of a sensual side of the character. Wow. X-rated comics.
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Headline.
So what brought you back to these characters from when you first established them, when we had those original stories with Thanos, with Warlock, with all them, and then to the Infinity Gauntlet? What brought you back at that point?
To the Infinity Gauntlet?
Yeah, to the bringing the Thanos quest and the Infinity Gauntlet and that saga, bringing up those characters and reinvigorating all of Marvel Cosmic at that point.
Well, I've been doing this for like 45 years
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
point. And during that time, there's been a lot of different editors, some good, some bad. Some I stayed working with, some I quit and left and went to do other things on. I came back and Craig Anderson wanted me to do the Silver Surfer book because sales weren't doing all that well at the time. They picked up, and Marvel was churning out books like crazy. I think at this point, all the X-Men had their own individual books. You know this time I'm talking about.
Yep.
And so anything that actually sold, they wanted more of. And the Surfer sold, and then Thanos Quest sold, and it just kept steamrolling along, and I just had to keep up with the ideas. So
What is it about Marvel Cosmic that appeals to you? Because you've
I
explored.
don't have to draw either horses or cars.
That's a great answer. But
That's my standard answer
that's
on
your
that
standard
one.
answer. But yeah, no, you've really tapped into something about the cosmic characters, and they've really become. I mean, it's hard to write the cosmic characters without running into some interpretation that you've done. Why do you feel like that's where you really left your mark?
Well, Jack Kirby and his space adventures were the things I loved the best. His trips of Thor out on Quest and the Fantastic Four doing their things and the Negative Zone. This was the stuff I grew up on. And it was just a natural progression. Plus, there was a lot of Wilhelm Reich and Jung and other psychological things that I was reading about at the time, Castaneda. And all this stuff sort of naturally, the gravity just sort of pulled it all together, and that's where Captain Marvel and Warlock came out of.
That's great. We do have some questions and tweets coming in using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. First one from DJ Fanko is an interesting one. It says, what is your time management secret when you're writing and illustrating a book? Do you have, like, because that's a ginormous task. We talk to a lot of writers or artists, but you're doing both on many of these projects. What is your secret to getting that done in time?
I get up in the morning, have 2 cups of coffee, or work until 6 o'clock, and knock off and watch a movie or go to bed early. I'm a really dull fellow.
Are you on social media?
Sort of.
Okay, sort of.
Yeah,
Usually
I've got 5,000 fans that I have,
On
friends who I
Facebook.
don't know who they are.
Sure.
Yeah. But basically, I just try and do a page a day when I'm drawing. The writing, I try a normal-sized book to write in a week, a regular-sized 20-page comic. But I'm working on a lot of different things most of the time. I've never worked exclusively into comics. I've worked in computer companies, television animation, and different things along the way. And comics are the thing I have the most control of when I get into them and get something I really like doing. So the time thing never really becomes a problem for me. I'm always ahead on my deadlines. I'm one of the weird ones.
How about with the original graphic novels? Is it a different situation there when you're putting out such a large quantity of work?
Well, when I first faced 100 pages, I freaked out, of course. But then I realized I could just break it down into 5 20-pagers. And yeah, I was lying to myself, basically. It's still 100 pages, but it just sort of looks better when you say, okay, if I got this one, I'm a fifth of the way through. That's a whole issue. I can take a day off.
We have one in here from Michael W.S. He says, what has it been like to go to a convention and to see a character such as Thanos cosplayed, walking around, and you can see the characters you created just walking and breathing around?
I've only run into one Thanos down in Mexico City.
How did that confrontation go? That sounds like the start of a great story.
That's a great.
I didn't understand a thing he said. I said, "I no español," But no, it was a really great costume, and there was a Gamora and Thanos and Groot. It was just after the Guardians movies, and yeah, it was kind of nice. Actually, the Gamora was the one I had more interplay with than Thanos because he had a mask on, and I don't think he could talk too well, as I recall. And Groot was just a tree, so.
Why do you think these characters are translating well to film now? Why do you think that they're able to speak to a larger audience than just, us guys who read comic books?
Well, Gamora and Drax are they're archetypes. I mean, big lumbering guy, tough gal. Those two are obvious. Thanos, it really remains to be seen that we are going to translate him well into movies because he hasn't really done much at this point. They're traveling along the same road that I did with the comics, where he's a presence for a long time before he actually starts kicking some tail.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious to see what they do with it.
I will just say that he kicks plenty of tail, and there'll be plenty of tail being kicked.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. I'm very excited to see that for sure. And what about, we see now, like this. We have an Infinity Gauntlet toy that it's like this rubber fist. You've got the Thanos toy here. There's all this stuff.
My favorite one is the oven mitt.
Oh,
That burst into flames if you got near anything too hot.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the oven mitt.
Yeah, I've signed a couple of them.
Times.
They didn't all get a call.
I was going to ask, what is your favorite of all the materials, but if it's the oven mitt?
I'd like to get a hold of one of those 18-inch Thanos statues that are in metal or something like that. I mean, they're like $800 or something like that. That's the one I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hint, hint, Marvel.
We're working on it.
Blake, where's Blake? Yeah. Let's get that up.
You've written a bunch of different cosmic heroes as well. You've got Adam Warlock, you've got Captain Marvel, you wrote the Silver Surfer, even though you didn't create him. How do they represent different aspects of kind of the hero for you, the hero of the story?
Well, I like taking stories that the characters go on a journey with. Yes. They start at point A and somewhere down the line they finally hit point C, and the B is where the story is. With Captain Marvel, he was a warrior who I turned in sort of a kung fu saint. Warlock, on the other hand, after I took him over, I realized that he was already a saint, so I turned him into a paranoid schizophrenic
Yeah.
suicidal maniac.
Yeah.
A
As you
nice
do,
one.
as
a
one-
nice
as one
but-
does.
And Silver Surfer, basically, I wanted him to have to face the guilt that he should have been facing all these years by assisting Galactus in mass murder. And that was basically what his storyline was about. So, you know, everyone gets a little place.
Yeah,
they
different
start off
sides.
they start off a little different.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why some editors are kind of hesitant to use me. Please don't break my character.
We have a tweet in here from Sophia, who's a fan from Spain. She says, "Sir, you're a legend, huge fan of your work. Do you have any advice for someone trying to become a comic book writer or artist?"
Write a lot of stuff, read and draw things that aren't comics. Look at everything if you want to be an artist. Write like crazy. Don't let a day go by where you don't get to practice your craft. When I was back in high school, I knew I wanted to be a cartoonist, and I wouldn't say every day I got down into the basement studio and started drawing. A lot of days I got into trouble instead. So then I would be stuck down in the basement drawing, so that had a lot to do with it. But, you know, you got to practice, and you just got to do it, and you got to show things, and you have to let people tear your work apart. And if you're a writer, go to writing lessons, go to seminars, soak everything up you can. That's what being an artist is about, is just getting out there and absorbing.
If you could only do one, would you choose to write or draw?
Right, it's a lot easier. 6,000 men come traveling over the top of a hilltop. A lot easier to write, let me tell you. Yeah.
And you've had some great collaborations over the years too. You've written a lot of stuff. You've worked with Ron Lim frequently. I know you worked with George Perez initially on
Bernie
the
Wrightson,
Infinity
and
Bernie
now with
Wrightson.
Alan Davis. I've got some good ones. I've
You've got
worked
some
with.
real good ones. Who have been some of the premier kind of partnerships, and why have they worked so well?
Well, the solid one's been Ron and Bernie. Those two I've worked with more than anybody else. Alan's going to very quickly catch up on them in the page count. They were both different. They were diametrically opposed. They both gave me what I wanted in the story. And what they would do is take different paths. Bernie never drew, Ron always drew something, and it looked like how I envisioned it. Bernie never drew it the way I envisioned it, but it always worked. So you learn there's different paths to the same place.
Very cool.
Coming up soon, guys, stay tuned. We're going to have an interview with Logic here on Marvel Live. Jim, where are fans going to be able to find you on social media? You mentioned you have your 5,000 unknown followers. Is that on Facebook?
Yeah, but I only get there about once every 6 months.
So
they're
send them a
not
message
going to
in
get a
6
lot
months,
out
you're
of
gonna
me.
have an amazing reply.
Yeah, you're going to get a great story.
And they're going to see mostly pictures of my new grandchild.
Oh, congratulations.
Addie. Hello, Addie. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And what have we got coming up? You said we've got another Thanos original graphic novel coming.
Yes, I think we're going to call this one the Infinity Siblings.
Oh.
I've got 2 other titles, but I can't remember what the other 2 will be called.
Right.
I've got them written down somewhere.
What's the pitch on this one?
Thanos' little brother gets into the game and is stranger than anybody thought.
That's awesome.
I like that.
I like how it goes.
Last question. If you had a choice of any of the 6 Infinity Gems, which one would you pick?
Very excellent question.
Soul, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's the one I started off with, and I've got sort of a warm spot in my heart for it. Or in my soul. one or two.
Yeah, regardless. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you more importantly for all the incredible stories you've created over the years. I know I'm a huge fan. Ryan's a huge fan.
my
Some of
gosh,
our
yeah.
favorite stuff. So
I
thank
can
you so
distinctly
much.
remember picking up Infinity Gauntlet number 6 from the 5 and 10, and that was just like, that was it. I was hooked up. That was the moment that I was officially fully ever hooked on comics. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you very
and
much.
look over there.
We'll see you guys soon with Logic
Let's go.
here on Marvel Live, New York Comic Con 2016. Oh my God, where'd it go?
Well, hello, Marvelites.
Oh,
Welcome back. You're
hello.
watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ryan Penagos.
I am Ben Morse, and we've got with us Logic.
Hello.
Logic, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks.
And welcome to the convention as well. You just got here, yeah?
I literally just got here. They like took me through like this crazy underground tunnel
That's
system
how
to
you get here. That's the only way to get to this skybox.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah, did they blindfold you?
No.
Oh, they were supposed to do that.
No, they didn't get. They didn't
Oh,
get
I'm
that.
sorry.
kinky.
They messed up.
You're
No.
gonna be.
You're fine.
All right, this could be awkward on the way out.
Yeah.
But no. So what are you gonna do while you're here?
I'm here for a panel that I have for The Incredible True Story, which is my last sophomore album, which is based on, it's basically about space and space exploration, and it's kind of like rap Interstellar.
Cool.
And yeah, on it is doing voice acting is my buddy Steve Bloom and another good friend of mine named Kevin Randolph. And yeah, and so we're here for that and kind of like the success, because a lot of people thought a rap album about space wouldn't work, and it actually did, and I'm so happy that it did, because now it's like I'm hanging out with Marvel, so something's working, you know what I'm saying, baby? But yeah, so that's what I'm here for.
That's amazing. We actually, literally, the guest right before you was Jim Starlin,
Nice.
who wrote and created pretty much the entire Marvel cosmic space universe.
That
which is crazy.
Yeah, well, there's a big inspiration there. You know,
Yeah.
it's really crazy because with me, I don't know why I always wanted to. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I think the reason I never got into comics as a kid is because I was dirt broke, like very poor.
That's fair.
But what I could appreciate was television, was things
Yeah.
like Spider-Man and like all these different things, and because of that, like even me, I'm like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man all day, every day. And I remember when we had illegal cable. You remember that little black box?
I have no idea what you're
no
talking
idea
about.
what you're talking
We're not
about.
incriminating
Yeah,
anyone.
no,
on
I'm
this
kidding.
one.
No,
Nope,
but
statute of limitations
but
isn't up on that.
What I used to do is like I would record my favorite movies on VHS and just watch them over and over and
Hell
over again.
yeah.
And a lot of those were Marvel movies and things like Spider-Man. So I think those were the things that definitely instilled like some fun, creativity, and nerdiness to me.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, even your jacket, you had the NASA patch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is that just because you just dig space, or have you done anything? Have you like talked to the folks at NASA? Because they're actually amazing with social media and with
Yeah, they're
outreach and
really
stuff
amazing.
Like that.
Somebody told me I'm supposed to do something, right? I'm supposed to go somewhere.
He's
I don't
looking
know.
at his people and his people
I
are-
know. Yeah, no. I'm supposed to do
Sure
something where I
did.
like go see something crazy. What is it? SpaceX? Yeah, SpaceX is gonna let me like come like
That's
like see
cool.
stuff,
So
which is really
cool.
awesome. Yeah, I've always loved space, and to be honest, like I don't know what it is. It's just I just love the idea of just that kind of just this never-ending universe as far as we know, and all these just amazing things that our imagination and because that's how I feel like science and just that is just all about imagination. It's all about like just wanting to know and finding things. And for me, that I've always been so excited with the idea of space and the unknown. But I always kind of steered away from that with my music, because I was always like, no. Kid Cudi, because Kid Cudi's all about space, and I love Kid Cudi. Shout out to that dude. But I was like, oh man, I don't know, I don't want to like step on my man's toes. But then I was like, nobody owns space. You know what I mean?
Nobody owns. That's good.
Kid Cudi owns the moon, so he can have that. But I was
Okay.
like, I'll have some fun with space too. And then I just decided to do an album, and I'm really glad that I did. Yeah.
Space and science, are these things that go all the way back to when you were a kid, or are you things that you picked up as you were going, growing
Honestly,
up?
as I got older, because like for me, I don't know, it's just as I got older, I became more interested, because like my school system, and I was even homeschooled for a while, and there was just a whole big long story about that. But for me, I always thought that when it came to education, and sometimes it was just made a little boring in class. And as I did get older and as I grew and mature, I realized just how awesome and how amazing like learning really is. Like, I mean,
Hell
just
yeah.
so many different theories and quantum physics and black holes. And that's why I love Interstellar. And my wife, she's just like super just fun Disney, like, happy-go-lucky. And then so like when we watched Interstellar, she's like, yeah, Hannah Montana, please. Yeah, so I don't know. I've just always been attracted to it.
No, that's awesome. So tell us a little bit more about the record, because you said Steve Bloom and
Yes, and my buddy Kevin Randolph,
Yeah,
and this
Kevin
was like
Randolph.
his first VO that he had ever done. And Steve Bloom, I mean, he has played Spike in Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah,
he's on
he's
Star
done a
Wars
million
Rebels. Yeah, he's done so
Yeah.
many
I feel
incredible
like
things.
he's here.
He is here for
Okay,
the
I
panel that
definitely-
we're about to do after
But I think
this.
he has a booth too.
Oh
and
yeah,
I
no,
walked
he's like
past, and I was
he's
like,
li-
yeah,
he is
dude's awesome.
the man, and I love Steve Bloom, and it's just he's somebody that I always wanted to work with, or I always just loved and thought he was amazing.
Sure.
And I watched this this documentary called I Know That Voice. I don't know if you've
Yep.
seen it.
Mhm. Heard of
And
it,
Steve Bloom is in it, and he was like, "It's just a job. Anybody can hire you." And I was like, "What?" So I like hit my manager, and they hit his agency, and it was this whole thing. And before I knew it, we were emailing, then we were texting, then we sat down. And sat down for a conversation, and then we shook hands, and he said that he would be a part of my album, and I just couldn't believe it. It's amazing.
That's great. So how do these voice actors play a part in the record? What is the story that you can tell us?
What I can say is that it's essentially about mankind leaving Earth in 2065 to a space station called Babel, where there's only 5 million human beings left, and for the last 50 years from 2065, they've been looking for a habitable planet, and they believe they finally found one called Paradise, and it's about these two guys, Thomas and Kai, on their way to this planet Paradise to see if it is in fact habitable. And while they're there, they just so happen to be playing an album or an oldies record from 100 years ago that is my album. So it kind of goes together.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Super fun.
That's really cool.
Thanks.
How long does something like that take you to put together?
It took about 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah. So but that's because I wrote the script, and I like to refer to it as an audio cinematic experience, and it was something that was really fun, and it took time from the music and the writing and the recording and everything, and it was really cool, and I learned so much from it. Yeah.
What do you think the biggest thing you learned was, or the coolest thing you learned?
The coolest thing I learned was do what you love doing, because everybody and their baby mama told me that a rap album about space wasn't going to work, and then it went on to sell over 135,000 copies in its first week and amassed me so many more fans than I had before. So that's what I've learned, is just be yourself no matter what people say.
That's great. Guys, coming up soon, we're going to have Good Night Comic-Con, where we wrap up
Things
day
get
2.
crazy.
Halfway done with Comic-Con. It's crazy. But when's the panel?
The panel's in like 15 minutes. I don't know.
Great. Fine. We're going to get you down the secret route to get to your panel on time.
Swag.
Send you back the right way.
Yep.
Nice.
And where are fans going to find you on social media? Marvel fans who want to check this out.
Everywhere, just Google Logic Flex. It's that
All
simple.
right.
Google Logic and you'll get everything.
If it's that easy, I'm going to Google Logic tonight.
Nice.
See what happens.
Do it, Wicked. man.
All right. I'm
Yeah.
very interested. I'm gonna
Awesome.
put you-
Thank you guys. This
Thank
has
you
been
for
amazing.
coming
I
on.
appreciate
Really
it.
cool.
Thank
That
you.
was fun. I'm very excited.
A lot of
Nice.
fun.
Turn
Thanks,
up. Swag.
Guys,
Flex.
Marvel Live
Yeah.
continuing here at New York Comic Con 2016.
This
What's
is
up?
Good Night
What up?
Comic Con.
It's Good Night Comic Con here.
This
the second
is
night of Comic Con.
The end of Comic Con.
No,
We're
it's
done.
no.
We finished it.
No, Ryan,
no,
there are
no.
2 more days of Comic Con.
full days.
Nope.
We're just right in the middle because at the end of Friday it's just the beginning of
Hey,
the next
Harry
2
said we were
days.
going to be on for 7 minutes, and he just said it for 8 minutes. Boo.
Harry, go,
prepared to
lied.
do another extra minute.
Lies.
I'm out of here at the 1 minute mark. You
Okay.
guys can stay here. You can choose to do what you want, but I will not follow a leader who leads me into danger. All right?
Oh boy, this has really already become a problem. But hey, guys, what was
Yeah.
your highlight today? Ooh, this looks nice. What was the highlight of your day?
Probably my highlight was, besides the fact that my nephew Harrison was born a year ago today. I don't want to wish him a
Aw.
happy
That's
birthday.
called the birthday.
Before I forget.
That's so
yeah.
cute.
Born a year ago today. Happy birthday, Harrison. I really enjoyed interviewing Jim Starlin.
Yeah, that was pretty
Oh.
fun.
We all got to interact with Jim Starlin in
Yeah.
one way or another, so that was very
That's
cool.
true.
Yeah.
I got to introduce his 25th anniversary panel for the Infinity Saga, and he told some awesome stories about the old days of comics with Stan the Man and all of that
Ooh,
stuff.
wow. I
He
bet
said
that was
Roy
good.
Thomas a lot. It was exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to just spend a little time chit-chatting with CM Punk.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
made me
That
happy.
was nice.
I got to sit down, talked about life, kids, real estate. You
Real
know,
estate,
the
yeah.
things that people do.
The things you want to know about.
Yeah.
I can't help but stare at what have slowly become horns on the side of your face.
Yeah, you know, this is what happens. It's a long day here at Comic Con.
But we
Do
have,
we
a
have any
whole-
news today?
Oh, you know what? I think there was some news
Ben?
that just broke.
There
maybe.
was news at the Marvel Now panel. I know we announced that Alex Wilder from Runaways is coming back. He's going to be in Power Man and Iron Fist. I know we announced that Kurt Busiek and Mark Bagley are going to be reuniting for a special Thunderbolts project
Ooh.
that's going to see the return of Jolt. I know
Nice.
that we officially announced the Nova series that we talked about with Jeff Loveness and Ramon Perez.
Yep.
Stumbled there for a second, but it's been a long day.
And Ian Herring. We
And
know-
Ian Herring on colors. Yeah, and all the rest of the news you guys can.
America.
America, yes. The book America.
The John Stewart book.
Is,
Yeah.
is
About
it
the
America
Da- the Daily Show
Chavez?
book. No,
Oh,
it's
America Chavez is
book.
getting
America Chavez
a solo
book coming.
book.
Colbert, whatever.
We will have more information to come on that shortly, but it's going to be awesome. And all the news, you can find it all at marvel.com/NYCC 2016.
Yeah, there's actually, while we were here on the stream, breaking news about the Marvel's Black Panther movie. I believe Forrest Whitaker was cast.
Forrest Whitaker?
Yeah.
He's quite an actor.
He is. And he's going to be in our movie
Who's he
film.
playing?
I don't know, because I was on the stream and I couldn't get all the information.
But if you go over to marvel.com, I
There's
bet there's a release
there's a
there
news
that'll
story
tell you
if you
everything
go
you need to
check
know.
out-
Telling me to look on your check Twitter.
Zuri, thank you. Yeah, if you check out at the Black Panther on Twitter and Black Panther Official maybe on Facebook, you can get that. Wait, Blake, do you want to come on here? Do you have something to
come
say,
on and
Blake?
tell us what you have to
This
say,
is,
because
this is
I'm
Good
not
Night
finding
Comic Con. Tell us what you want.
Oh, Blake is delivering some news.
Thank you for today's coverage, guys. Do you like the TV series Stranger Things? Love Ben J. Morse and Blake Garris. # Marvel NYCC. It sounds
Wow.
like he's saying from
Did
Ben and
Blake
Blake.
write this?
Like love Ben and Blake.
Wait,
No.
has Blake been that guy Wim this whole time?
I think you
And
outed
no
your-
love for us?
Blake, I think you outed yourself as Wim Sad Mojo.
Yeah.
Your online alias.
Yeah. Are you from Indonesia? Yeah, we like Stranger Things.
I haven't
Is
watched
there
it.
is there more to talk about with Stranger Things?
No.
Do we have Stranger Things cast coming on? Oh, there's one of these. We get one of these if we get
I
Stranger
like that
Things
you're
cast.
just getting more eccentric by the second. Like you
Oh
don't,
yeah.
you don't even expose your hand now.
By Sunday, I'm gonna have that shield on
Yeah.
my back.
Yeah.
You better watch out.
I hope
full armor.
by Sunday, yeah, you'll just be like fully covered from head to toe with no face.
100%.
Alan
No
Wilkins-
face Panaga.
Alan
But just a
Wilkins-
mustache.
Alan Wilkinson wants to know, hey guys, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Funny you should ask. Let me tell you. Tomorrow we have Good Morning Comic Con. We have folks from The Expanse. We have Danilo Beirut,
New artist of Ghost Rider,
Mike Perkins,
artist of Carnage.
and from Squirrel Girl, Ryan Q. North and Erica Henderson.
That is going to be the one.
The cast of Teen Wolf in
Oh.
their last season.
I still think Teen Wolf will keep coming on our
Yeah.
show. Long
100%.
Long
We will
after
have
they're
Teen
not
Wolf.
here.
As long as we
Yeah.
do Marvel Live, it is our
Yeah.
reason to be here.
We will have Teen Wolf's children and grandchildren
We
on
should
here
do
someday.
we should do a montage of all all the Teen Wolf appearances on Marvel Live.
Set to-
how they've grown.
Set to that song,
Who's
I
died.
will
All that stuff.
remember you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, one of
Just
you
like that.
video people, get on that.
We have 18 video people here. Someone do
Totally.
that.
There we
Alex
go.
Lopez.
All right,
we
bring
have
it back on track.
Okay, then we have
Yeah,
people from
please.
Synchrony. Then we have Dan Silver.
Dan Silver from ABC News.
Yes.
You're going to talk about Medea Mom. That's going to be awesome.
That's the new comic. You can check that out from
it's
ABC News.
beautiful,
All their social pages. It's
poignant. We have artist Nick Varela or Varela. I don't know.
Nick Varela from All New Wolverine.
Yeah, that's right. And Joe Q.
Hey,
our
you
CCO.
animals, quiet down. That's what we're asking. God.
We have the cast of Falling Water. I think we're going to have an interview with Gina Davis.
Don't go chasing
Nope.
falling water.
Nope.
Rivers
Nope.
and
All right. We'll have Chris Santos from Chopped, right?
Yeah, the chef.
The chef. The
Yeah.
chef.
Yeah, that's what Ryan said. Chef. Chef is the word
Those
that
are
Ryan
people who
said.
make
Let's keep
food.
going.
Sometimes you have a little trouble with words.
No problem.
And
We
for
all
those
do.
of you who've been following our artist processes, our artist processes, we're going to have some cool Iron Fist art tomorrow.
I've
Wait,
heard
didn't we have
Iron
Iron
Fist is
Fist
gonna-
yesterday?
Nope.
Nope.
Yep.
No, we have Daredevil tomorrow.
Daredevil tomorrow.
Today, at Brittany Schmidt _.
No, I'm not
Thank
saying
you,
any of that.
Jason.
We had
At Brittany
Daredevil
Schmidt
tomorrow.
_
It's gonna be great.
There we go.
Speaking of which, where are my Tara Latour tweets?
What is she sleeping?
But
Yeah,
then we'll
what's she
have
doing?
She's got a baby.
I don't care.
Whatever.
Then we'll have the
I've got to
cast.
work with these two.
We're gonna bring Kabam back on.
We'll bring Kabam back on. Then we'll have the cast of ABC's Shadowhunter,
Yeah.
Luke Cage.
No, Freeform.
Or from
Shadowhunter's on
Freeform, you're right,
Freeform, of
you're right.
course. Formerly ABC Family.
We should have some folks from the cast of Marvel's Luke Cage.
Oh my God.
If you have not binged it yet, go watch it.
Yeah, watch it tonight so you'll be ready for tomorrow.
Folks from the cast of Man in the High Castle. We'll have Nick Spencer. And Booking.com and more Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. interviews, and
So
then we're
much
going to get
stuff.
out of here.
So
much stuff.
much.
Joe
yeah, we have Joe
Quesada.
Quesada. We
Joe
definitely talked about
Quesada's
Joe.
been added for
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Late breaking Joe.
We've got Joe already on.
Oh, we
the
did?
list. Yeah.
Right here.
We said that?
Good old Joe.
We're saying it twice
Q.
because he's so nice. Because
Yeah.
he's Joe Quesada.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. Sorry we didn't read like any of your tweets tonight, but Wimsad Mojo, are you guys gonna do rap battle? No. Merha. Time to wrap up day 2. Thanks to Marvel's Kabam's Marvel Champions, Alan Wilkinson giving the America Chavez comic something, Daniel SC sending great tweets. Ryan will tweet you all back later tonight.
No, I'm gonna go have dinner.
Yeah,
Or
all right.
sleep.
Okay.
Maybe I'll eat while I'm sleeping.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Don't-
Take a sandwich in the bed with you.
That sounds
Oh,
dangerous.
Sandwich in the bed sounds like the best thing
That was the
ever.
thing that
Hashtag
George
sandwich
did on
in
an
the
episode
bed.
of Seinfeld.
An episode?
Episode.
Okay.
I think
And
it's time
on
to say
that
goodnight.
note, you guys, it's been a wonderful day at New York Comic Con 2016. Thank you so
Join
much
us
for
again
sticking
tomorrow.
with us. And you can tune in tomorrow at marvel.com/NYCC 2016. Brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. This is Marvel.
Later,
Your
fools.
universe.